Hello, good morning. This is the European Cricket Network. I'm Rico Full and we are in Sweden, in the beautiful capital city of Stockholm. And just for a change, all the talk is not about the iconic city town hall, nor is it about the fabulous Abbott Museum. It's not about IKEA and it's not about those delicious, tasty meatballs. It's about the frenzy of cricket that's happening here at the Norsbury Cricket Ground, and that continues today with the start of match day 9. 4 more matches coming your way. Welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series in Stockholm, and the action starts right here, right now. Hello cricket lovers, as we get ready for the start of match day 9. Match number 33 coming up, and we welcome back Master. Master had a good finish to the day yesterday with back-to-back victories over the Stockholm Tigers. That took them to the top of the group, and they're looking to stay there with 2 more wins here today. And they're up against Umeå. Umeå are a side that they did register their first win yesterday. They started with 2 losses to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, but they came back strong yesterday against Hammarby, but they did lose that second fixture. They find themselves at the bottom of the table. They know that if they to keep up with the pace and keep up with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they need the points on the board here. They want to be playing in Friday's quarterfinal. Let's join the 2 captains. Well, it's going to be a battle of the Mustafas. Sajid and Majid Mustafa are with the tournament referee Stefan Gooch for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, give me the call. Heads the call. It's tails.
We'll bowl first.
Okay. Good. Good luck. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
The master captain, Shahid Mustafa, he's going to stick to what worked for him yesterday. He's won the toss and he's going to have a field first. I think he'll be relying on the pace and accuracy of Sher Ali. And Sher Ali certainly does get the ball to swing around a lot to start off with opening up. He's also going to be boosted with the fact that he's got Fahad Vakas in the side. Watch out for him. But I think that this is all going to be to do with the spin. And I reckon the spin of Sohail Khan, remember he took 3 for 9 yesterday against the Tigers, would certainly be key. With the bat, it's going to be really the 2 openers that have been doing the damage for them. Sher Ali yesterday, 59 of 29 deliveries against the Tigers. Waqas Haider was in good form as well with 42 of 14. If those 2 get clicking, and with the captain himself, Shadi Mustafa, playing a supporting role, they will and can put good runs on the board and make good chases as well. Well, what can we say about their opponents? I think that the captain, Majid Mustafa, he's going to be relying a lot on Sohail Adnan and also Tatbeet Raza with the bat. They're going to be key, but the captain himself has to provide them good support. And somebody like, for me, the key of the day for them could be Amir Hussaini, not just with the bat, but also with the ball. In the bowling department, I think Sohail Adnan, 3 for 11 he took yesterday against Hammarby. He's going to be in good form again, along with Tatbeet Raza. But I think spin, again, would be the key for me. My pick would be something like Tahir Mutaba to be in the wickets 1 more. Talk about the conditions today. It's going to be slightly more overcast. The temperature's going to be around about the same, but there is also a forecast perhaps of a few showers. This pitch so far, I think it's played really, really well. One thing we have seen from it is that the bowlers have really been able to get good bounce on it, especially the pace bowlers, and we saw a lot of spin yesterday as well. That's why my pick is to see the spin bowlers do well. Not many of the batters have got going really on it today. We've only seen just 4 half centuries in Group B, but that could all change today. One man that is looking for an exciting day is in the commentary position. Let's go over to Vinny Sandhu for the start of match number 33. And Vinny, just to remind you, the toss has been won by Master, and they're going to have a field first.
Thank you very much, Rico. Full Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network from the central commentary position. And yes, you can see this ground, a hive of activity as when it comes to sum up, cricket takes over. 2 cricket grounds actually here at the Norsbury facility. And it's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network as we head into match 33. Big thanks to Rico Full for his expert analysis of these 2 teams. They're 3-1 against Umeå, 1-3. And Mashta, all of their 3 wins have come chasing. The only loss came when they batted first against Hammarby, and that was back in match number 24 on Saturday afternoon. The thing is, yeah, the chasers, though, they've chased down 84, chased down 72, chased down 98. So no 100-plus chasers. They haven't had to, I suppose. Yeah, Umya, a team that always seem to throw up some close matches. And let's see if this is another one of those ones. And I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily for Umya to go out there and bat first, but they're going to have to bat well. That's the thing. Mashta, they're a team who topped their group last year in the ECS, felt that semi-final stage, but they have had a lot of success sending teams in. So I can understand that Shahid Mustafa has decided to have a field. As the sun pokes out, it's a beautiful time to start the day. Here's Sher Ali, key all-rounder for Mashta to start the day off. Day 9 starts with a ball that's whacked into the edge of the pitch and bounces up. That might just knock a little bit of shine off the ball first up, but it's Sahel Adnan that gets off the mark, and he's a key player as well. I think Umya, probably more than Mashta, they rely on their top 3 or 4. So I think it's important that they don't get into trouble as far as losing wickets early on. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. There's Captain Mustafa faces up for the first time. Pushed away fairly confidently for a single. Sher Ali, he bowled really well yesterday without a bit of luck, to be honest, but really was getting it to shape. Now, the wind at the moment has kind of died down a bit. Typically, we saw yesterday that it would be right to left from the main camera, so it would kind of swing out for right-handed bowlers. Sher Ali was dominant yesterday, particularly with the bat. Player we saw playing for the Swedish national team in the European Cricket Championship last year. This is the kind of ball that he was offering yesterday. And just have a look at this from the keeper. Well, this can happen. Shahid Mustafa, that goes to throw it away, and then accidentally the ball stuck in his gloves. He gets a bit of free catching practice. Well, didn't have to wait too long for a little bit of ECS magic. That was a good delivery from Sher Ali, wasn't it? Well, this one's the in-swinger, I think. And Sher Ali, well, how about that? Some good fielding off his own bowling, as he was pretty determined to stop that one himself. They did have the mid-off in place. I don't think it would have been a single anyway. That's clever bowling. That certainly looked like one he deliberately tries to bring into the right-hander. You don't see that very often. Bowlers that can do that, execute that skill. I'll say good morning to Ivan, who's watching from the UK. I think he might have just hurt his hand there, maybe on the landing. Or maybe that was a pre-existing injury, or maybe it was that hard seam of the ball. This one doesn't really swing, and it's the batter that swings it away. It'll be the first boundary of the day, and Adnan making the most of that. This is a rare, dead straight delivery, really, from Sher Ali. And Adnan gets a fair bit of bat on it, and he gets 4. So, pretty good start this for Umya, particularly when you consider how well Sher Ali has been bowling over the last couple of days. Pretty determined, I think, not to get out to him, but also you need to get some sort of production. And so Adnan was able to get that one away for 4. So hello to you, Ivan, and hello to James Stewart as well. And it's a great time, of course, to say hello to us in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Last ball, the first over. Another in-swinger. So he's got all the tricks. Sher Ali ends up going for 6. And it's the end of 1 6 for no loss. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be here with you today to take you through day 9. And joining me, as usual, is Rico Full. Rico, not a bad start. Kind of even start, I suppose. Umya, they're going to have to bat well, aren't they, to push this Mashta team who are looking good in Group B?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, they are. They're going to have to be at their best. I think I like the move for the captain, Majid Mustafa, to be right up there, top of the order. I think he's already thinking about trying to bat through this innings and hope to have support from some of the other guys. But I think it's about negotiating those 2 that are going to be very challenging overs from Sher Ali. They managed to get through 1. Nice shot from a boundary as well. So 6 of the first.
And it's going to be the left armer, Ajmal Raza, to bowl over number 2. Oh, this one gets wrong. Could be a chance, and it goes down. Oh, it's disappointing. And, we talk about holding your chances. This is one that Mustafa does get wrong. Just misjudges the line. You see, I think maybe swings a bit right to left. The man there can't deal with it. You see, what's that? Sahel Khan, I think. We'll see him probably with the ball, I imagine, a bit later on. Right now, he couldn't deal with the ball. And unfortunately, for Mashta, that chance goes down. Single to Mustafa, brings Adnan back. And the next ball is mid-wicket. You see, getting a bit down and dirty, but does save it. That's Islam Ali. It will just be a single. Yeah, catches so important, aren't they? And Mashta, they normally set pretty high standards for themselves, Rico. They'll be disappointed to miss that opportunity.
Yeah, very much so. Sohail Khan, he had difficulties yesterday remembering the field. Just not able to pick the ball well. And another one goes down. That could be expensive. He'll look to make up for it when he does get the ball.
Oh, this one is another one that's going to drop perilously close to the bowler, the stumps, a few things. And, well, living a bit dangerously at the moment, but Umyo, they haven't lost a wicket as yet.
Yeah, this one I thought was going to go right back up to the bowler. But you see here, he gives up the chase as he turns around. He knows he's gone too far. Well, he's been unlucky, hasn't he? He's found that top edge a couple of times from the batters.
This one's on the length and just punched to cover. Yeah, Mashta are an interesting one, aren't they? I mean, they've got a pretty good squad. I mean, well-balanced squad. You think about some of their batting. They've got, with that, Sharali there. And also Wakasana's been in good form. No Soleri in the lineup, I noticed today. So he's a bit of a loss for them. Losing a top order batter and obviously his left arm spin. Does get across and be a dot ball. I think Raz is a pretty good bowler, isn't he? I think left armers, we've noticed this a lot this year, that left arm paces are pretty valuable. They just seem to get good results. I think that's the kind of ball they can offer. Doesn't really do much, but just angles across, and then if they can swing the ball back down the line, they're even more threatening.
Yeah, that's a delivery that if you're bowling left arm, you want to be bowling to the right-hander. You can see there, just always getting away from the right-hander.
Last ball of the second over. It's a slower ball, and it's punched down to Wakasana, who I just mentioned. I'm sure he'll have a key role with the bat in the second half of this game. Right now, it's the end of 2. They're pretty quiet over there. Just the 4 coming off it. So 10 for no loss after 2. It gives us a chance to look at the standings in Group B. And it's a very interesting table, especially with Umyo winning their first match of the series yesterday. You can see that 3 teams tied on 6 points, but Mashta with 2 games in hand. So they've got a real opportunity to put some distance between themselves and Hammarby and the Tigers. Mumbai Indians are kind of a wild card as well. They had the day off yesterday. And Umyo, you can see the importance for them of picking up some more wins to get out of that 5th place. Remember, Rico, and it'll be end of tomorrow night. Hard to believe, but end of tomorrow night will be the end of Group B, and we'll have to say goodbye to one of these 5 teams, I should say, in Group B. Sharali coming back for his second over. Last over of the power play. And once again, we see him trying an in-swinger, and Mustafa misses a ball that had almost stopped. I think this will be a leg bye. It's interesting that he's trying to bowl a lot more in-swingers. He was really effective with the out-swingers yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's you see there again, it's like I think it was the last ball of his first over, just straying down the leg side, just losing his shape a little bit in his run-up. He's sort of falling away. He needs to just stay more upright.
It's a genuine attempt to swing the ball left to right, I think. Just a bit of bat onto this. Yeah, I mean, that front arm falls away when you are trying to swing the ball left to right rather than his stock delivery, which I think is the out swinger. But I don't know why he has to try it so much, to be honest. I think he looked so dangerous when he was swinging the ball away from the right-hander yesterday. Yeah.
He did change up, didn't he? In the second over he bowled yesterday, he sort of just went and bowled the slower deliveries. He didn't back himself to get that swing away. It's almost like he thought it's not happening. He took the pace right off the ball and just bowled slower wicket-to-wicket balls.
And this one time he goes back to the Audi. He's a very skillful cricketer, though, you would say. He's just a natural kind of hand-eye athlete. Does give it an absolute whack when he gets going. We saw him playing, like I said, for the Swedish national team in the ECC T10 tournament last year. And just loving this form of the game. I had an interview with him yesterday where he was talking a little bit about his approach and the aspirations of this master team. This one outside the off stump, push and run. It's good running, good putting some pressure on the fielder who can't pick it up. That's Awim Ullah. It's short cover there. Doesn't prevent the single.
Yeah, it is good. That's what these batters have to do. If they're not going to get the boundaries, then they've got to make sure that they're at least getting something from the other deliveries. And a bit deep there. They've got plenty of bodies in that area. They're very defensive. So single's always on.
Just the one boundary so far. Slower ball from Sher Ali. Gets past the bat of Adnan. He's just labouring a bit at the moment. He's 8 off 12. I want to say hello to Shahel Tanvir in the chat. He's asking what's the time at the ground right now. Well, it's just after 9 a.m. It's about 10 past 9 now, local time. That's one of the things about this time of the year. And actually, we're even noticing kind of day by day that the days are getting longer, right?
Big time.
And sun's up around about 4 in the morning at the moment. Pretty good ball. And Ali doesn't take a wicket, but he doesn't go for many either, as he'll finish with figures of none for 9 off his 2 overs. It's the end of the power play. Well, at the moment, it's a bit of a stalemate. Umia, they don't lose a wicket, but they don't get too many runs on the board either. It's 14 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, well bowled. Finishes with 2 dot balls. And there was that slower ball in there as well that I was talking about that he deployed very well yesterday. And turning out to be a nice day. There was quite a lot of water on the covers this morning, so there was some overnight rain, and that would explain why you see 1 or 2 of the fielders just finding it difficult to get their footing first thing in the morning. Just a little bit moist, the outfield, but the sun is breaking through at the moment, and it's turning out to be quite a pleasant morning.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think whenever we have no wind here, it's actually quite pleasant because you don't get that chill. Arslan Atta is going to bowl over number 4. Now up to 5 outfielders can be employed. I think they haven't gone super defensive just yet. First one slung outside the off stump. Mustafa can't deal with it behind the stumps. So I have to wait for the signal. I mean, didn't think there was any bat on that. Might be wrong. Maybe a little edge. I mean, there's no signal from the umpire.
Oh, hang on.
Now here comes the signal. It's a bye. Okay. Thought so. There's a keeper.
Your eyes are getting better.
He'd be annoyed. Well, yeah, I thought.
You get some extra kip.
I'm always pretty good at spotting buys, especially if it's not me keeping. Anyway, here's Atta. Got to straighten it up a little bit. And one down the leg side. I'm not sure if this flicks a bit of the pad. I suppose it must have.
Yeah, either that or it went right over the leg stick, but I think it must have caught something on the way through.
It actually goes through his legs. She goes straight through his legs. So that's why you won't get a call there. But yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it?
Arslan Atta, when he gets the ball sort of in that off-stump corridor, he's a very effective bowler.
You can see Adnan, he's trying to up the ante slightly.
Yeah, both these batters, Vinny, yesterday were key, weren't they, for Umio in both matches. One of them performed in the first match against Hammarby. In the one that they won by 9 wickets, it was Sohail Adnan, 31 of 22. Batted really well. And in match 32, which they ended up losing by 12 runs, it was Majid Mustafa. He was the one that almost pulled it off for him, 46 of 35. So you know that these two have to put a good partnership together, and one of them has to go on and go big. And at the moment, you haven't really seen any of those big shots. But Mustafa, he's the sort of batter that we saw even yesterday. He never, until that last, until the 9th over, he never really goes into a mode where he tries to force the issue.
Yeah.
He relies on stroking the ball around, and he played some glorious shots outside the off stump.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, offside play was a feature of yesterday. We had that wind kind of blowing in that direction. This one angled down leg side. This one could be a chance, and it will be out. So Mustafa hits with the underarm, and Unfortunately, it's one Mustafa running out another. As Adnan, he's pretty keen to get the score moving, and he calls his captain through for a run, but he was always going to be in danger with the slow start he had. You see this one, she hits the edge of the pitch and just bounces further away. Adnan had committed, so Majid has to go, and that was a pretty good throw from the keeper, Shahid Mustafa, who got over there quickly. So nothing wrong with his 10-pin bowling skills. Rico, that knocks back the middle stump at the bowler's end, and it's the first wicket of the day. Comes in the form of a run-out. 17 for 1.
Yeah, that's a real tragedy, isn't it, for Humio? We're just talking about how important those two batters are, and the captain, who almost single-handedly got them to that target of 98 yesterday, 46-35, here gets run out. Yeah, this is all about, you got it right, Adnan commits, he goes, and then the captain realises that, okay, well, one of us has to go. Even chances he's luck, but great work from the wicketkeeper. Shahid Mustafa was alert, got the glove off early, and I thought he was going to go for the bowler, but he just backed himself to hit the stumps.
Probably had time to go for the bowler, to be honest. That was probably the percentage play, but he didn't miss with his underarm. And will be on strike then. And it's also symptomatic of the fact that they have kept it so tight. Just the one boundary so far. We're almost at the end of the fourth over, so you're more likely to kind of force the issue with the running between the wickets. But it's been a pretty good over, hasn't it? Just been 2 runs and a bye off this one. So this one's in the air, and the fielder, well, ends up attempting an ambitious Statue of Liberty play with his wrong hand, Ajmal Raza. He won't be able to hold on. It'll just be a single. Adnan will retain the strike, and it's the end of 4. It's 18 for 1. This is one way to go about it. He's looking straight into the sun, so he probably just sticks up the hand in hope, but it doesn't stick. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Here's a Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have you with us on ECN. And yeah, some really interesting matchups. Group B, nothing is certain really in this group at all. This is a moving day, I think. Only 2 more days of action before we head into quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, it's a massive day. I mean, Umio, they need things to happen. They need to pick up, they need 1 victory at least, minimum. Yeah. I mean, if they can get 2, they'll be over the moon, but get 1. Because they need to keep the pressure on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who we know are in action later.
Yeah, and we do want to invite you guys into our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and converse with us, get interactive with us. It makes it so interesting to get your perspective. So any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. You can tag me, Vinny Sander, or you can tag Rico Full in there. And look forward to hearing your thoughts. I saw that Sundori is in there as well. Good morning to you, Sundori. I hope you're well. And I want to say hello to the man as well. And he makes a very, very good point about some of the sacrifices these players make to play in the European Cricket Series. Now, this is an interesting moment in the game because Sohail Khan is going to bowl his leg spin, so they are going to a slower bowler. We have seen some very good wrist spin bowling in this series, haven't we, Rico? We don't always see it.
Yeah.
It can be risky, but when they get it right, they are very difficult to deal with. And this is one of the better ones here in Sohail Khan.
Yeah, both teams have a good spinner in their lineup that can change the way the match is going. Sohail Khan is one of them, and Tahir Mujtaba is the other. He's trying to get this one to come back a long way.
You're going to the foot marks. That one doesn't come back enough. Pretty good stop down the leg side by Mustafa as well. Yeah, Tapik Raza. Again, vital cog of this top order for Umio. And he goes leg side. Do you have the fielder there? He will eventually clean that one up. That's Fahad Wakas. He's into the side for Mashta today. Listed to bat at 3. Mentioned no Soleri in the lineup for Mashta. So that's one spin option they don't have. I think that's why maybe why we're seeing Sohail a bit earlier than usual. Doesn't always bowl either, Sohail Khan, but I think he's definitely in their best 5 bowlers.
Yeah, he didn't bowl in one of the second match yesterday, did he? Which was a surprise. I mean, what he does so cleverly, Vinny, is like these few deliveries bowled so far, he's really flighting them up there. And then all of a sudden, he'll bowl that one just slightly shorter and flatter, and he'll get the batter coming out the crease.
He's a tempter, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's tempting you to come down, and that's the thing. If you don't quite get to the pitch of it, it'll spin past your bat because it does put a fair bit on it. You can see that. Just keeping a little bit low that time. Good ball. Still just the one boundary in this innings. Backs away. A bit lucky to survive this one.
Yeah, that's the one that's slightly shorter. And when the batter decides to stay inside the crease to it, but it doesn't miss by too much.
It doesn't. Probably bounces straight over the off stump, in fact. Last ball of a pretty good over so far. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Once again, you see the extra bounce that the wrist spinner gets. Bounces over the stumps. He can't believe it. Right now, it is Mashto well on top, despite just taking the 1 wicket so far. Pretty close to a second here. That'll be the end of 5, and it's 22 for 1.
That is just so close. That really is. It's so unlucky not to pick up a wicket there. And well bowled by Sohail Khan. And I would imagine they're probably, well, I thought maybe they would stick with Arslan Atta. It looks like they're making a change. Just holding Atta back. He bowled very well, I think. I think when a bowler like Arslan Atta is bowling well, I just think because he's quite a fiery, energetic sort of bowler, if he's going, I think you keep him going.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you make. We've got another one out of him. But instead, they're going to go to Islam Ali, who's going to bowl over number 6. This is going to be out. Oh, it's unlucky for Adnan. He just plays this off the length. He throws the hands at it. They need boundaries. But instead, he finds the imposing figure of Sher Ali at backward point. He wasn't going to miss out, so the change is as good as a holiday as Islam Ali comes in and takes a wicket with his very first ball of the day. It's the end of Sohail Adnan for 12. It's 22 for 2.
Yeah, bowled Ali, caught Ali, and it's the end of Sohail Adnan. Just really didn't get going today. Didn't give him anything, though. You've got to give credit to the bowlers. They gave him nothing at all. And he only just got that one boundary, which was a loose delivery from the man that caught him, actually. Sher Ali was on the leg side and he put it away. But other than that, he's not had anything. So he's trying to manoeuvre or conjure up something from that delivery. Hits it pretty well, but straight to Sher Ali.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but it wasn't far away. Sher Ali, nice pair of hands from him. Remember, he had that slight hand issue, didn't he, earlier in this innings? But he has no problems with that one. So 22 for 2 as we see Amir Hussaini coming out to the crease at number 4. Again, another guy that can clear the boundaries. And maybe it's not a bad thing. He did use up a lot of balls, but never seemed to get going today. They've got to throw caution to the wind now. Hussaini does just that. Whacks this one off the back foot away. Nice looking start for him as he gets 1. The man has a question in the chat for you, Rico.
Yeah.
Asking you how were the snails last night. I know it was International Escargot Day yesterday. He said, did they try and run away from you before you could eat them? I don't think snails really run, do they?
Well, I'm slow, but not that slow. I think I can catch up with a snail. This is in the air, and it's an opportunity, and it's been well taken. A good catch there on the boundary. And, well, like I say that, well, maybe he's catching snails as well. But, he did really well there. Got into position early, and good balance, good hands. So it's a departure now for Tatbik Raza. He tries to get some momentum going in the innings, and he too finds another fielder. Good catch.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for Umia, it's not escargot, but it is snail's pace so far in this innings, isn't it? As they're a tick above 4 and over, but a lot of that is to do with the pressure that we've seen applied from Mashta. They haven't bowled too many bad deliveries. I think their fielding pressure has been pretty good as well. And that's been unlucky for Tatbik Raza. Again, hits that pretty well, but he picks out the fielder. And Wakas, it's a slight little bobble, I think, but he had it covered. So we'll get to see Pardeep Singh coming in at number 5. See this one, hits it pretty well, but doesn't really try and whack it. And doesn't get that elevation to get it over Haider. He holds on to a pretty solid catch at long on.
Yeah, no snails yesterday, but we were treated to a lovely meal out by the Federation of Swedish Cricket. Thank you very much to Azam Khalil and to Amin Zahid for organising that. It was a lovely evening. Thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. I thoroughly enjoyed the food.
Right, here's Islam Ali. That's 2 wickets now. He's having a good time of it so far. 2 wickets in his first 3 balls. Batter Pardeep gets off the mark with 1.
On the snail chat, I think the first time I ate snails, it was quite freaky, really. We were taken to this sort of in the middle of nowhere in Valencia, this restaurant, because we were always told if you want paella, you don't have it on the seafront or the beaches because you're not going to get a proper one. Proper paella has to be ordered at least 24, 30, 36 hours before. As this goes through to the keeper. You've got to order it before, and it's made fresh for you. So it was ordered before by my friend, and about 8 of us went to this place in the middle of nowhere. And when we walked in, it was rampant, and we saw all these great big dishes, I suppose the best way to call them, coming out with the paella on them. They have a particular name, but I can't remember exactly what they're called. But you can imagine it. It's like a really big, flat frying pan. And this one is going to be a boundary. 4 runs. Carves this away, sort of behind point. Good shot. It's a little bit too much width this time. And gives it a fair clonk. And Amir Hussaini gets his first boundary, and he's starting to get the momentum going. But that also is the end of the over. Score 28 now.
Nice shot by Hussaini. And maybe he's the man that can move this forward. I mean, from here, what's your best case scenario? To a ball, 48 to that will be 76. I mean, doesn't seem like enough, but here we go. They got to try. Okay, yeah. So you mentioned, I know those big kind of what do you call them? Cooking pots, really.
Yeah, they're very flat. I mean, it's like a frying pan, but it's huge with 2 handles at the end. Anyway, they came out. The worrying thing was, we asked what is the paella. They said it's a typical Valenciana one, so it had had the prawns in, a bit of chicken, had the snails, but the thing that freaked me out, the snails were moving.
Yeah,
you don't. The snails are not. You don't overcook snails, so they were still moving, and they're saying, and I'm thinking, it's a snail in my paella. I said, yeah, it's supposed to be there. It's supposed to eat it. So that's the first time I tried it, and it weren't too bad. A little bit crunchy, but it was nice.
Oh,
most people say it's like chicken. It wasn't like chicken.
For this time of the morning. Anyway, here's Silver Corrali. I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, I have heard. I don't want to freak people out, but we're just calling it like it is.
Yeah,
I have heard that sometimes that's how they cook the snails.
They're literally just going at the last moment, and they're the specific snails. Oh, if this was straight, it was curtains, that's for sure. But one thing you will find in Spain, all parts of Spain, when we have that rain in the summer months, people are out lifting rocks and picking snails because that's the time to do it.
Just for a snack when you're out a little.
And you'll see them all over the place with the carrier bag just picking snails.
All right. This is in the air, and this one could be a chance. Straight down the throat of Atta. It's always interesting when he's under the ball. He just seems a little bit tentative there, doesn't he?
He's afraid. I was talking about picking snails. Atta had the chance to pick at Kookaburra, and he doesn't. He spills it. He's afraid of this. Look at the last minute, the way he withdraws his hands. He doesn't really want to take it. He's afraid of the ball hurting him.
You got to commit to those because it's going to be worse if you don't.
Yeah,
that one hits the end of his fingers. Just hit him on the pad. Not a bad shout. Maybe a bit of bad in that. Yeah, so despite that let off, not really making too much of this. This is Zulfi Ali. He's rolling out some spin. Again, no Solari in the lineup. Gives an opportunity, I think, for Zulfi to get an over or 2 in. Oh, this one is launched, and that one is a good shot. And Hussaini, he's the man that's going to have to do this. Maximo! First one of the day. We didn't have to, well, we did have to wait quite a while, all the way to the 7th over. This one doesn't really turn back, and he blasts it over the leg side. Nice batting from Amir Hussaini.
Yeah, manos arriba from the arbitros. From umpires there. Side Arif, nice to see. He's feeling a lot better today. And Usman Afzal are our men in black. That's a big hit. Nice shot. It doesn't bounce as much, does it? And that's why he's able to get right under it.
Last ball of the over. He's happy just to take one here. It's kind of interesting towards Zulfikar Ali as he just had to watch that one sail past him. But it'll be Hussaini that will retain the strike. It's 36 for 3 after 7, so not quite run a ball pace as yet. Just a reminder that we will be heading all around Europe in the ECS this year. And from Monday, we'll be in the Czech Republic in Prague for 2 weeks. It's going to be great, that Vinoj ground. This time of the year should be beautiful. A lot of those yellow flowers around. And then we'll be in Hungary for a week, Austria for a week, before our Italian summer starts on the 27th of June. Ultimately, the Super Series in the 5th week of that will determine who will represent Italy at the European Cricket League in 2023. Then we head to Germany. We'll have 4 weeks there, starting with a couple in Dresden. So hopefully you can join us over the next few weeks and next few months, in fact. European cricket, we're not slowing down. And Danny Hudacek will be joining me. Rico, I know you're going to enjoy your 2 weeks off. Get back and refresh yourself. Not that you need it. You've got a lot of energy. That's Danny Hudacek will join me for that series next week before we reunite in Hungary. Yeah. All right, let's get moving. That's exactly what Umio need to do. Here's Atta, who's going to bowl over number 8. This one would have been a wide. I know that because the umpire was getting ready to signal, but it's bottom edged, and that just kind of sums it up for Umio at the moment. They have struggled to get going. Looking like a good toss to win for for Mashta. Funny, the only time they've batted first, it's the only time they've lost Mashta. That was against Hammarby on Saturday afternoon. That's a pretty good first over. This one is a little bit quicker. Once again, beats the edge of Hussaini.
Yeah, I like this. This is Shahid Mustafa saying, well, okay, if you're going to drop the catches, if you're not going to take them that way, you're not going to send them back to the shed by taking the catch, here's the ball. Do it yourself. And,
did you ever accidentally kind of start signalling a wide before you realised the ball was hit? Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, you do.
It's a human thing to do. I think he just pulls the signal back. And you hope that no one saw. Thought maybe you're just stretching or something like that.
I just carry on and scratch the back of my neck or something. And just think, yeah, I just got a slight itch over here.
Got to say, the umpires, they do a fantastic job. It's not an easy game to umpire T10. It seems like everything possible that happens can happen. And they've got to have their wits about them. There's a lot of line ball decisions to make. I certainly think the officials have done a good job in this series so far. There's a slower ball from Atta. Just slightly mishandled by Mustafa. Allow an extra run. So that'll be 2 wides to the total. Yes, I think the man's saying that if you got any crunch in the snail, in the snails, it's probably because you might have had some of the shell. Hello to Vivek. He said,
you get a bit of the grit. I think maybe when I say the crunch, is a bit of the grit. But I mean, I don't know. It's a bit like. This one's played away, but we'll go to the man at fine. It's a bit like, you know, when you have a hard-boiled egg and you leave a little bit of the shell on it, and you don't know, and when you eat it, there's that little bit of, you say, okay, bit of that, I suppose.
I want to say hello to Rahel Khan as well. He was also made a bit of a cameo at dinner last night, did he? Bit of a meet and greet with some of the Albies Army hosts of this tournament. We certainly appreciate their hospitality. Atta, this one catches the batter back. I think it's just sliding, but at the moment, just struggling. We've just had 2 4s and a 6 in this innings, and we're pretty deep into it now, into the 8th over. And Atta just kind of seems like a pretty cool dude. Seems pretty relaxed most of the time. Sometimes too relaxed, you could argue.
Yeah, he's we'll carry on after this delivery. It's not a bad ball, but it's been punished. It's quick hands from the batter. And Hussaini is the only one who's seemed to have got his batting mojo here today. And that one will go all the way to the boundary. 4 carreras, and a good way to finish the over. And I think this is maybe the young bowler is just a little bit too conscious of attacking the stumps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Trying to get wickets where really it's all about getting the ball sort of a little bit further outside the off stump and trying to just keep those runs down. Yeah,
it's not a disaster, but I think you're right. Probably gets a bit greedy attacking the stumps. I think outside off, Hussaini was having a bit more of a tough time. Islam Ali, 2 for 6. He's been the real star so far. It's not so much the wickets that have done the damage. It's just the fact, the real economical nature. You look at those top 5 bowlers there. They've all gone run a ball or less. Here's one of them, Ajmal Raza, who's coming back into the attack. He bowled the second over, only went for 4 singles. Yep. It's a fairly pedestrian start to their morning. This one really clunked off the bat of Pardeep Singh. Almost back to the bowler, but just wide of Ajmal. Just to his wrong hand again. This will be a good view of it.
Ajmal's been the unlucky bowler, hasn't he? He said, I think there was 2 chances in his first over that weren't taken. That one was half a chance.
All right, here's Hussaini. He's going to have to go now. And he's going to have to go.
He goes.
It's a slower ball from Raza. That's really clever bowling. Hussaini has tried to drag across this over the leg side. And he makes no contact. It's nothing but fresh air. So, Amir Hussaini, handy little contribution from him, but he's going to have to go for 17. And Umya lose that key hitter. We're still 10 balls left on the table. The score is 46 for 4.
Yeah, this is really clever bowling. And sometimes, I said he's been unlucky, and sometimes it's not about luck, it's just about quality. And he brings out the quality, doesn't he, with that delivery. That is class. Really well bowled.
Yeah, not afraid to slow it down. I think Hussaini was looking for pace on the ball, something he could whack away. He just didn't get it, did he, from Ajmal Raza. So his first wicket of the day. Well deserved. He's got 1 for 5, Ajmal. And this will bring I think he's somebody who's a pretty good cricketer, Amir. Typically, I think he's known more for his bowling, but he's going to have to try and do something with the bat here. Coming out at number 6. That's exactly what he tries to do. Gets a little under edge. And it will be a single. Gets him off the mark. Yeah, sometimes you get these innings, don't you, where it's not so much losing wickets, it's the fact that the batters there are bogged down, and there's been no kind of shortage of intent from the batters. I don't think they've been blocking or anything like that. It's just they haven't had a lot out of the middle. When they have hit one, often they've gone to fielders. It's a real dearth of boundaries to start day 9. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Drives but can't beat the bowler, so Pardeep is now 3 off 7. The man thinking maybe it's a good time to throw in a new bowler who might not regularly bowl. It's a good time to practice. Well, I suppose that's true. They've been forced into making a couple of bowling changes today anyway, with someone like Soleri not in the lineup. Haven't been afraid to mix it up. It'll be interesting to me to see who they get to bowl the 10th over. Already we've seen 6 bowlers used.
Clever slow ball once more, but this time it's been well watched by Singh. He's not really had too much time out there in the crease, has he? Every time he seems to get there, he normally ends up being the one who's got to make the sacrifice, and
yeah, that's true.
Has to be the man that gets run out. So he's getting a bit of an opportunity here to see what he can do.
Pretty unselfish player. I think I'd go back to Islam Ali. Took 2 for 6. Maybe a chance for him to grab some figures.
Yeah.
Always get a few cheapies in the last over. Get 3 or a 4 for if they go to him in the last. I'll just settle for a single here. So Umia, not really happening for them at the moment. They're not quite on 50 at the end of the 9th over. They're 49 for 4. And let's see who they give the last over to. I mean, just literally bowl pretty much whoever you like here. I think they're pretty happy with where they are in the game. And Mashta, they're a team also that, because of the nature of particularly their first victory yesterday, their net run rate is very, very good. They've got a real opportunity this morning to put some distance between them and the rest.
Yeah.
And remember, your reward if you do finish top of the table is you'll get to play the 4th team, which will be Indiska. Indiska, 4th in Group A. And yep, they are going to go to Islam Ali. Why not? He got a very good first over. 2 for 6. 2 important wickets. 2 top order wickets, which have had a big say in keeping things down. First ball's just driven for 1 by Mia. That does bring up the 50. With only 5 balls left, they don't have too much time to get too many more.
I like that from Sahil Khan. He said, "Did you see that?" He said the ball was doing that. It was on like a snake path. But he does take the stop. He's a good character, and he's a good bowler as well.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
He just gets the 1 over today.
Swing and a miss. I think one thing they've done for the most part as well is they bowled one side of the wicket. I mean, I think the teams that have done that have had some more success. But Umia just really struggling to lay bat on ball for a lot of this innings. This is driven, but once again, they may think of 2 here. Maybe it's that time. I don't think Mia's particularly interested. See, they would have made it 2.
Yeah, they're just too hesitant. There's been a number of occasions, not just this pairing, Pradeep Singh and Mia. I think several of the batters, and they've had that opportunity maybe to push on to take the 2 they haven't. It's not been too many opportunities, but when the score is as it is, they're just getting past the 50 now. You've got to go for them.
Mia's backed himself to face this ball. He's definitely going to try it. He hits it pretty well, and this one blasts straight through Sahil Khan. This time they will get a couple. And yeah, they do get back for 2. So I think Mia, just thought of the 2 batters. He feels he's the more likely to be able to pay an attacking stroke, maybe because Pardeep has laboured a bit for 5 off 10. So that one when it got past Sahil, I thought maybe go to the boundary, but no luck for Umia. 2 to come. Now he goes up and he slices it though. It's Owi Muller that takes the catch. So Mia, again, he has the right intent there, but he doesn't quite get the contact that he needs to get it out of the ground. Instead, it falls into the safe hands of Awim. And yet another wicket falls. The score is 53 for 5. Just 1 ball remaining in this innings.
Yeah, nice, comfortable catch taken by Ulla. And no shortage of trying there from Columbia. But just not able to pick the bowlers off here today. I think it's been a splendid effort, though, from Master. I think they've been on top of this match from the very, I would say from the very first over, first couple of overs, or the power play really, 14 runs, but it was just that pressure of not allowing the batters to hit freely, get easy runs, and then you knew at some point they had to go for the big shots, and every time they did, there just seemed to be a fielder there waiting to pounce and take the catch.
One of those innings, hasn't it? Well, how about this? It's the last ball, and it's going to go for 6. So Mushtaba comes out and whacks it. First ball is the last ball. And, well, just something they've got to use a bit more of during this innings.
I think he's trying to make a case for himself here. I mean, he's blast this, doesn't he, for a big 6. That's Mushtaba. And then just have a look here. He then turns round. And he said, see, it's easy as that. What's it's all this fuss about? Just come out here and hit the ball.
Well, he's got a good strike rate. It'll be 600. His team struggled to get 6 and over in that innings. He gets 6 a ball. And wasn't the fairy tale finish for Islam Ali, although he does finish with 3 for 16. Pretty good figures for him. But Amir, a bit short of a gallop, to say the least, in the first innings of the day. Match 33. After being sent in, they've ended up at 59 for 5. As we look back at some of the highlights in the first innings of the day, day 9. And we saw this one was a boundary early, but there weren't too many of them, were they? And even though they were pretty lucky, they got away with a few early. A few chances went down, a few kind of balls looped towards fielders, but didn't actually fall into the hands of fielders. This was the first wicket that came in the way of a run out.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key point, wasn't it? I mean, there wasn't too many runs on the board. You knew that both batters had to go sooner or later. But for the captain there, Majid Mustafa, to get run out. And then, Sohail Adnan plays one out of the middle of the bat, but it goes straight to Sher Ali.
Yeah, and this is the issue. They had all the time, whenever they did kind of try and up the ante, they would find a way to get out. Some of those opportunities were taken. It was a nice catch by Hyder, you saw a moment ago. But in the whole innings, we just saw 3 boundaries and 2 sixes. You see, Atta probably needs to go back to the training ground and work on his high catches a little bit. It's exciting when the ball gets hit towards him. That was one that Hussaini was able to get away. He looked like one guy that could perhaps just get this overrun a ball. Even he wasn't able to do it. And ultimately, he was bowled. 2 4s and a 6 on the way to his 17 off 12. He was the top scorer of the innings. And it's a clever bit of bowling by Ajmal Raza to get that slower ball through him. And then last over, it was a 3rd wicket for Islam Ali, who gets the figures in this one. And then Mushtaba comes out and says, now, just a little bit of a tip for all you other batters. This is how to do it. Of course, he had nothing to lose. He went straight, he went long, and he got the Maximo. It was only the second 6 of the innings coming off the very last ball. As you can see, the conditions today, a little bit blue sky, a little bit of cloud, but quite pleasant for cricket, I'd say. Not too pleasant for the Umar fans as they don't quite get to that run of ball pace. 59 for 5 of their 10 overs. Hussaini was 17, the top scorer, a dozen to Adnan, but he used up 20 balls in doing so. And that kind of showed you how difficult they were finding it to get going early on in this innings. Apart from that, we had Mushtaba as the next highest scorer, and he only faced 1 ball. He hit it out of the ground. And the bowling, well, it was a pretty good team effort, I'd have to say. And everybody went at 8s or under. In fact, the top 4 bowlers there went for 5s or under. 3 for 16, Islam Ali got the wickets, as Raza got the big wicket to Hussaini as well. But everybody pretty economical. The other wicket was by way of a run out. So we'll take a quick break. When we return, Mashta, they'll need 60 for victory in the first match of 4 today. Mashta trying to put some distance between them and the rest. What I will say is if Umar can somehow defend this, then they'll break a record that was set the other day by the Tigers, who defended 62. 59, well, no one's ever defended a score in the 50s. Will we see history? I guess you'll have to stick around to find out when we return very, very shortly. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. I'll see you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Sweden. We are into day 9 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, a 2-week series. We already have had a fair bit of action from Sweden in this phase of the tour. We had Landskrona in the south for a couple of weeks, and that was Malmöhus that came out on top on that occasion. We'll have a winner here in Stockholm as well come the weekend. And look, those two clubs will play off with the 2 winners of the Swedish T10 Cup tournament over the next couple of months for the right to represent Sweden in the European Cricket League in 2023. Right here, right now, we're into match 33 of the tournament. It's the first match of the day, and it's Umeå, the men from the north, who've struggled a bit with the stick in the first innings of the day. They did bat out the 10 overs, but were only able to gather 59 runs, and mostly thanks to the efforts of Amir Hussaini, who scored 17, a dozen to Sahel Adnan, although he did use up 20 balls along the way. Mushtaba hitting the last ball for 6 to get them up to 59. It was a funny innings, only 3 4s, 2 6s. There's a mixture of the batting just not really clicking, but also some good defensive pressure, I think, from the bowling and the fielding unit of Mashta. They're a team who are pretty keen to go all the way this time. They have gotten close to the silverware before here in Stockholm. Last year, they topped their group. It was a pretty tough group as well, including Djurgården, who had a pretty good series. Unfortunately for Mashta, they got through the quarterfinals, but couldn't get through the semis, ultimately losing to Huddinge. And then they won the bronze final. So they finished 3rd last year. Don't want to do much better than that, I'm sure. Tatpik Raza is going to open the bowling from Umeå. You just feel if these two get going, Wakas Haider is out there to face up. He's out there with Sher Ali. He could be in for an early coffee break. Let's see what happens. 60 to win. So Haider showing his intentions. Pretty good short ball, I have to say. Certainly came through a bit quicker, I think, than Haider realised. That'll probably be the one for the over. Tatbik, he'll just hope he can pull off a miracle to have any chance. And we've never seen a score in the 50s defended. To have any chance, you're going to have to take a hat full of wickets and do it pretty quickly. Won't be easy against an opening combination that have been one of the more dominant opening combinations in this series, in either group really. This one nips back a little bit. So Haider, strike 2 for him. Tatbik Raza, again a key player for Umeå. See him batting in the number 3 position. Here he's opening the bowling today. Oh, this one wasn't really short enough to pull. He's looking for it anyway, so a pretty good start. Look, if you're Umeå, I think you just need to try and set your standards high. Remember, these two teams will play each other again in the second match of the day. So you don't want to get blown away here. You want to try and at least compete. And that's what we're seeing so far from Tatbik, who's started the innings with 3 dot balls. And Haider, I just feel that he's pretty keen to get going. Judging by what we're seeing so far, they moved the deep backward point a little bit finer. Could be a sign that he's going to push it a bit wider. He does, and this is driven off the front foot though. It will take a friendly bounce for the batter, and it will get to the boundary. So, 4 carreras, the first 4 of the innings. I just felt, when I saw that field change, that he might float it a bit wider, and he did. But it was clever batting by Haider. It gets it in front of point, gets it over cover, gets the first boundary of this innings. As just like that, they're back to run a ball pace, which is all they need. This time gets a bit too straight. It's going to be another boundary. This is why they're so dangerous, this opening combination. You feel like you've gotten a good start away and suddenly you've conceded 8. Back-to-back boundaries, that one just kind of sliding in. And Haider quick enough to kind of swivel on it and get the 4. So Tatbik, fortunately for him, he had a couple of moral victories early, but now Haider is away. Last ball, the first over coming up. Just a reminder that you can get involved in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We always love to hear from our viewers. Drop us a line, let us know where you're watching from. This time slides into him, bit of bat on this. Knocked out to mid-wicket for a single. It's the end of the first over, 9 for no loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Rico, not a bad start for Tatbik, but ends up going for a couple of boundaries. And yeah, Mashta, they'll be hoping to polish these runs off as soon as possible.
Yeah, that'll be the idea. As we see a picture of that ground, you can see there the sun and the clouds moving around a fair bit. That ray of light going from the bottom of your screen, moving its way up to the top where we saw the deers the other day, having a bit of a feast on the lawn over there. Yeah, I mean, it was a good start from Raza, the first few deliveries. I think he just saw Hader trying to hit the ball too hard, and then he changed his approach, went back to just timing the ball better, and ended up getting those couple of boundaries, and sneaks the strike as well from Sher Ali, so he'll be on strike for the second over.
Don't think that'll impress Sher Ali too much, but probably will get an opportunity at some point. Sher Ali did spend a fair bit of time at the other end towards the end of his innings yesterday. Stranded on 49 for a long time. As we see Sohail Adnan bowling the second over. Pretty good one. This one slides in. I think it's just missing the leg stump. It's a good decision. Getting a fair bit of movement because there's not that big cross breeze right to left today. The bowlers are swinging the ball both ways. That one does hit him in line, but certainly carrying on to miss.
Yeah, I like that from Sher Ali. Look at Sher Ali. He's almost like saying to, without actually looking at the bowler, saying, nah, that's going way down the leg side.
Saving the umpire from the explanation. Oh, this one is blasted, taken off a length, and that is deposited out of the ground. Well, that's 6 on any ground, Rico. Maximal, that one might knock the power out.
I think that one was, I'm not sure the power. He's putting this in the bin. He's saying, you're going to bowl that to me. This is where I'm going to put it. And, well, that one, it goes into the rubbish bin.
I think it was near the power pole. That's what I was worried about. But Hyder just plays that on length. That was a supersonic blast.
Picks it up so quickly, doesn't he, Hyder? And he's onto it quickly, lashes it away. He's up and moving quickly.
Yeah, you see the first one, which moves into him, so he's kind of factored that into that shot. Fairly safe shot. Now gets full toss, and he gets drops. That was pretty much straight to Saeed Hussain. And this one, well, I suppose it's lucky but unlucky. I mean, it could have easily gone around the fielder for 4, but it did go to hand and it went down.
Yeah, it's hit very hard. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That ball is travelling, and the fielder didn't have too much time to see it. It did Saeed Hussain. But he certainly will feel it now. It's going to sting for a while, but that was an opportunity. Sometimes in these matches, even though it's a low-scoring one, you just take a chance like that. It can make all the difference, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, even if they don't pull off the win, they want to play well at least while they're out there. Nice looking drive, but also well fielded by Adnan.
Yeah, that was the first ball that Sher Ali's faced in the innings.
He's a lovely guy, Sher Ali. Just spent a few moments talking to me yesterday. It went up on our social media, ECN social media at European Cricket, and he was talking a bit about the fact that Matchday, they believe that they can go a long way this season, of course. You know, if they could get the result in this tournament and get through the playoffs, they'd have a sort of side, I think, that would do pretty well at the ECL. This is off the very end of the bat, and it's going to be 4. So, not the most convincing shot that Sher will play, but it's effective. He's off the mark. And the helmet is off the field. The ball flies past it for the first boundary for Sher Ali.
Yeah, well, this one, let's have a look at this. Plonk.
There we go.
That's got to be extra points.
A 9.
I mean, when you do something like that, we've got to give extra points.
Thought it flew past it, but you're right. It flew into it, and it won't be a 9, of course.
Do you have to knock in a helmet?
You're not meant to. Sher, not the best shot from him. He hasn't had much of the strike, though, to be fair. Into the second over, score is 20 without loss.
Yeah, they're just motoring away. It's completely different, isn't it, with these two bat? I mean, okay, there was that one that came off the toe end of the bat going to the boundary, but they just seem to be so positive out there. They back themselves as we have a look at that table. So you can see Master, they're looking to go 2, and then, if they can do it the second time round as well, go 4 points clear there at the top. We are going to see Hammarby taking on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians next up. They're going to be the final 2 matches today after these two do it all over again in match number 34. But certainly putting themselves in a very dominant position.
Certainly are. Go back to Tatbeek. I don't mind that. I think this is all about just trying to extend this as long as you can. Tatbeek had a couple of early kind of, I suppose, moral victories against Wakasada. He faces him now, and this one is launched high in the sky. Well, good luck with this one. It's going to drop safely. And the keeper, he was around there. He just felt that was so high, but it was in that pocket of space that no one could really make the journey to make a realistic attempt on the ball.
Listen, Syed Hussain has already had one smashed into his hands. He's the fielder that needs to go for this catch, but I think he's already decided as soon as that ball got up the air, he said, not me. You see there, he just decides, no. Puts his hands forward and pulls them back.
Yeah, the withdrawal method. This one is just knocked into the ground. Hyder's just struggling to get going here. I don't know whether it's the fact he's trying too hard. I mean, he's 18, so he's not going that slowly, but just compared to what we know he's capable of, he hasn't quite got his best timing. Doesn't have that consistent timing at the moment.
Yeah, he's a little bit hot and cold at the moment, but he's still there, and that's the danger. And he's very disappointed. He's missed out on that. See, I just think from that reaction, he's just trying too hard.
Yeah.
For me, he's trying too hard.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's good that he's wanting to be aggressive, and he feels he's got no pressure to. He's not too worried about getting out. He's just trying to steal the runs as quick as possible. But yeah, it is annoying when you can't quite find your timing.
Yeah.
I'll say hello to the man. I was just checking where he's watching from. He's watching from upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another viewer from the US. We've got quite a few. We're talking about all the different locations in the USA.
Look, I think I was I talking to you, and we were talking to somebody at the time. I don't know who it was on the chat. That cricket in the States is pretty big, right?
They've got good numbers. I mean, they've got the diversity of the population there. Well, Hyder's sent back. So it'll be a dot.
So let us know. I mean, if you're in the US, like our viewer there, let us know if there's any cricket around where you are, sort of number of teams involved, etc.
I know I was in Florida, and when I spent some time in Miami, there's a pretty decent birded and cricket scene there. Again, the proximity to some of the Caribbean nations as well.
That's true, yeah.
So there's a lot of kind of interaction in that way. Yeah, of course. Hello to all of our US viewers, all of our North American viewers. I know we've got a few from Canada as well. This time it's going to be trouble for the bowler, because this one's going to go all the way over the offside. Maximo, 6 runs, and this is nothing more than a little push, but a man with that power, watch that ball fly, and that one covers the boundary comfortably. 6 runs.
Yeah, well, that's the power of the man. It's nice to see that side of reef after we saw some excellent umpiring signals yesterday from Sohail. He's trying to get a bit funkier himself with the signals. Not quite the same, level as Sohail.
He'll get there.
He will get there.
It's good to see the umpires having a bit of fun as well. And they're a big part of the experience. This time he goes much the same direction. Oh no, he's lost his footing. He's probably lucky here that he doesn't do himself more damage.
His shoe comes off.
Yeah.
Look, you say he's lucky. He's totally unlucky. Not only does he slip, not only does the ball go to the boundary, not only has he got a wet sock, but Diana Ores has taken the picture. That is going to be on social media.
He's lucky, and I meant physically, because he is not in control of his actions here, and this ball could absolutely clonk him on the noggin.
Let's have a look at this.
Look at that. That's Gopi Manavarlan. He's had a very interesting time.
Yeah, I'm going to call...
The shoe's looking good, but they look better when they stay on your foot.
Diana, come on, let's have a look at the photo. We'll have a look. She's shaking her head. She's got to have that. You got to have that, right?
Oh, I hope he's all right.
Come on, let's have a look.
I was genuinely worried about him then, because he just had no control of his bodily movement.
Here we go. I'm going to have a look at this photo. This is going to be fantastic.
33
without look
loss.
at that. Even with the shoe ejection as well.
That's a very good one.
Fantastic. Well, look out for that photo. Diana Ores, the ECM photographer, doing a marvellous job. Not just with the photos, but I like some of those videos as well that have been posted.
Yeah. Just getting a vibe.
It was
going.
you getting funky on one of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think everyone was.
Everybody was having a bit of a party. I like that. We do love what we do. We certainly do. And we also love your company, especially to wherever you are around the world watching in. And a big shout out to everyone that gets onto the YouTube chat to follow us and watch the cricket and fire questions our way as well. Absolutely love it.
Okay, so now we're going to see Mushtaba, which I like to see. Some more leg spin. We saw it earlier today with Sohail Khan. Mushtaba, don't be afraid to put some work on the ball. Tosses this up, and it's 2 full. This one is a hanger, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah.
And Hyder, well, he got a gift there, and he wasn't afraid to unwrap it.
No, well, he's evens, isn't he? Because he hit his first ball for 6, and now he's been hit for a 6 of his first ball, so he's on even terms. So he just wanted to get that out of the way. He started this way a couple of times. I think yesterday also was that big wide down the leg side, which was put away in similar fashion. So he's got to get this right, isn't he? He's got the bowl, what he bowls, he needs to get that loop in, sort of pitching about middle of the leg and moving away.
Well, that's a direct hit they didn't really want. The ball came back in, it knocked over the stumps. I don't think the umpire was particularly impressed. Anyway, Mushtaba needs to land it. Does better ball, but this is a pretty good shot. And guess who? That's Manavalan, who hopefully he's all right there. That's just clonked him on the nose. Well, he keeps both the shoes on this time, but he's still in the wars out there, isn't he, Gopi?
Well, Manavalan, this one just pops up. He gets his fingers to it, so he cushions some of the blow, but then he needs to stop it with his natties.
Well, he's one guy I think should field in a helmet, even if he's on the boundary. Because Gopi always seems to be in the wars. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, he's going to come in from the boundary now into the circuit, but you know what that means. This ball is still going to follow him.
I don't know if he should be closer.
Look, I hope he's all right.
Hopefully he's all right. I mean, that can happen. It's hard to sometimes judge the first bounce on this field.
Yeah, look, Sam Williams is doing his first round of the day. He's come back. He does a round of the pitch every match, every innings, I think.
That's good.
So that's his first one done. He's
a
getting
busy guy.
fit. He's getting fit for his wedding, you know that.
Yeah, nice.
He's in the gym most nights.
That's it. Do it before the wedding so you don't have to after.
Yeah, getting married in September.
Yeah, big congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Sam Williams. Diana is looking for a photographer, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Uh-oh, full toss time, and that's going to be much the same as the last. Maximal, 6 to Mashta, and they are going to do this with some time to spare. Mushtaba, well, hasn't been his best over, has it? He does like to toss it up, but these aren't coming down. In fact, they're not bouncing on the field at all. 6 more.
Beautiful sweep shot there. 6 runs over square, and completely different player, Hyder, when he just takes his time. I know his first name is Wakazi and he likes to go waka waka, but sometimes it's just about timing and execution, and that's what he's been doing here perfectly. And this time it was the waka waka try, and that's why his head is in the air. He's a bit disappointed he's missed out on that. Certainly had so much more of the strike than Sher Ali. Sher Ali is just probably getting a little bit frustrated. He can't get on strike.
Will be. Just a reminder, these two teams will play again about 45 minutes away from a start in the next game, match 34. And so this one will be the end of the 4th. And it isn't Manavalan who's out there because he's been moved. Instead, it's Amir Hussaini that will clean up. It's the end of 4 overs. It's 49 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Rico Full. Well, you know, it's going to happen, I suppose, in the course of 1,000 games. You get some that are one-sided. This has been one of them. But I suppose the good thing about this doubleheader format is that they'll get the opportunity to kind of, I suppose, play better. Basically, the scores will be reset to 0.
Bounce back, yeah.
Yeah, and look, we've seen plenty of turnaround in this doubleheader format. So let's see if they can do it in the second match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's not been a good start from them. Things just haven't gone their way. They haven't had the rub of the green as well. I mean, I'm not going to say it's all down to that. Things could have gone better for them. They could have had picked up a few wickets already. We've seen some go up in the air. We've seen a catch that's gone down. And those catches, they're difficult. You take them, even if it's low scoring, things can happen. And with the bat, you got to take your hat off to Marshall. I think they were just spot on with the bowling.
Yeah, no, they were really good. It was a mixture of the fact they couldn't really find their time, but also some good bowling and fielding pressure. There's some interesting statistics as well about Group A versus Group B, teams chasing winning versus teams batting first winning. Typically, I think the theory and the statistics over last year was that teams batting first had a bit more of an advantage. But you see here in Group B, it's been the teams chasing, and you can add another one to that as well. So it'll be 9-4 to teams chasing. Very different story in Group A, as they were 13-7 through those 20 games. Interesting stats there. Thanks to Ravi behind the scenes for providing those. Fahad Jaffrey is going to get a bowl in the next over. It starts with a wide. So you feel like this is an over. That may not go the journey the way these two are going.
Yeah, well, that wide brings the 50 up. Yeah, he's a little bit all over the place. And, come on, fire, Jeffrey. Let's get it right. Looks like another youngster. Always love to see the youngsters playing the game. And that's being hit hard. Oh, it's another opportunity. And you'd expect Tatbik Raza to do better here. Go straight to him. And he could have taken a wicket here for the youngster.
Yeah, it would have been a good one. It's going to cost him 6 as well, Maximo time. I mean, it was hit hard, wasn't it? It's hit hard, hit flat. And when you're that close to the boundary, you know, it's hard to get that established position if it's to the side of you. No, just like that. We're up to 56, and just one more boundary will do it. This next one won't be a single. I think Sher Ali saying, well, hold on a second. I feel like you've faced a few more than me. So he decides that he doesn't want this one. But yeah, that ball that actually went for 6 was called a no ball. I just saw, not sure why, but that would have been a free, no, that was a free hit. And this one will be a free run because it'll be a wide. I think this one mercifully will come to a conclusion pretty shortly. Yeah, but like I say, 45 minutes away from the start, second match of the day, and a chance to reset for Umia in particular.
Yeah, ties the scores now. With 2 taken there, 2 wides.
Hyder. Any score will win it. And it does get past Jaffrey, but
I'm very surprised that Sher Ali actually ran that one. He didn't run the first to take the single, and then he runs the wide. I mean, he goes off strike. Maybe they've got an agreement. You have a couple, I get a couple.
Wow, this one's going to go. I'll tell you that much. Here's Jaffrey. He tries. And that's good bowling from the youngster.
Yeah, I like it. He's I like that as well. That's nice from Sher Ali, just picking up the ball and saying, there you go, young man. No bowler should have to bend down to pick up the ball.
He's just 19 years of age. Let's see if he can snare a wicket. I don't think so. Well, he may be.
Oh, maybe.
It'll be 1. And this will finish it. So a bit of an anticlimax, Jaffrey. We could have got a wicket. But Hyder, in the end, he will bring this one to a conclusion. He'll finish 33 not out. Sher Ali with 22. And they don't lose a wicket in the chase in the end. 60 for no loss off 4.4. A comfortable win, not even taking up half the time. And so, yeah, 32 balls remaining.
They just want clarification there on the field. And that's always nice. The umpire's just double-checking the score that's been put on there.
And Sher Ali saying, well, hold on. If you want to give me one more, I'll take it.
But I'll stay out of here, he says.
Won't be required. And mashed up. Well, they go to 4 and 1 now. They get 2 points clear at the top of the table. But I certainly hope we have a bit more competition for them in the next game. I mean, you're going to get those games, aren't you, in the T10 format. Anything can happen this time. Not much happened for Umia, in particular with the bat. They were only able to put a score up in the 50s, and Mashta knocking off 60 in 4.4 overs. And so I suppose we'll see what happens when these two teams meet again in around about 40 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. But right now, let's have a look at some of the highlights. And we might as well play most of the innings because it was less than half the time required. With only 60 as the target, these two went about trying to knock them off as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there were opportunities, weren't they? I mean, not that they may have made too much of a difference. There was that one that was smashed. This one here at Hussain. And he does stop the boundary, but not able to take the catch. Bit of luck early on for Sher Ali. Yes, he smashes into the keeper's helmet. This one goes a long way up in the air, and that man Hussain, with his hand still stinging from the one he dropped before, didn't fancy it. And well, then it was trouble this side of the ground. Well, that one goes clear over, but Manav Allen, he's always in the action. Well, this was a bit of action for you. He goes, his feet slip, and he can say, look, you can see I slipped, even my shoe came off. And well, if that was bad, we've got another one on the nutties.
Yeah, I think mercifully won't show that one, but yeah, Mushtaba struggled to find his length, didn't he? This one, we will show it after all. There you go. That's one you can smell from Manav Allen. Smells a bit like used kookaburra. But in the end, you see a couple of full tosses going the journey from Mushtaba. And then we saw Jaffrey come in, and we thought he might have had a wicket, but this was called a no ball, and then might have been a sideline no ball, in fact. Not too long after, it was all over. So that's match 33 in the books, match 34. Hopefully a bit of a closer contest, because match after that will be 4-1, and Umir 1-4. So Umir, again, another opportunity for them to grab a win and perhaps, increase their chances of qualification. The news from the toss is that Umir have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. So at least they'll know exactly what they need to do with the bat. Maybe that can kind of just help them pace their innings a little bit better, because batting first, they seemed a bit directionless at times. And, sums it up that Mushtaba came out and whacked the last ball for 6, but he only got to face the 1 ball. So having said that, it's a bit of a gamble if you're going to bowl first and send in Mashta. Mashta did lose their only game batting first, though. Let's not forget that. So we'll have to see. Probably Hyder and Sher Ali coming out again after the break. This one will start in around about 40 minutes time. Rico, let's have a look at some of the scorecards. And once again, we saw the openers doing the job for Mashta, although they had a couple of opportunities that they gave. Ultimately, they would do it with plenty of time to spare.
Yeah, I mean, it was those two openers again, wasn't it? Marcus Hyder, 33 of 19. He was a man in a hurry. I think he lost his timing several times in that innings, but he didn't lose his wicket, 33 of 19. And Sher Ali, well, he was kept off the strike for a lot of the times. He went 22 not out of his 10. But those two, I mean, they're so dangerous if you don't get them early. If they give you a chance and you don't take it, well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to hurt you.
Yeah, Tapik Raza started well with 3 dots, but just got hit for a couple of boundaries after that. No wickets, of course, in the innings. Jaffrey, wasn't the worst over from the young man. Just a couple of things he can work on. But a nice team out there. Mushtaba, he'll hope to bowl a lot better. They certainly have some good bowling options, but I suppose just no real scoreboard pressure that time. Mashta doing it in a canter. We're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 40 minutes time, so you can have a bit of an extended break. Maybe go make yourself a little cup of tea or maybe a ham sandwich and come back. When we return, we will have the second match of the day, and it will be 34 of 48 in this series. So the sun's coming out. We're ready to play some more cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. Well, match number 33 between Umio and Master ended up being a low scoring one. This one though, I think maybe is going to be a little bit more high scoring. Let's go over to both the captains, Majid and Shajid, and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all important coin toss.
Okay, measure the call.
Tails.
Tails the call. It is heads.
Who will ball first?
Okay.
The Umio captain winning the toss this time, and it is Majid Mustafa that decides that he is going to have a bowl first this time. So he's going to be hoping that his bowlers, somebody like So Adnan, can produce a good performance here. He's shown good form lately, but he needs to keep it going, and maybe something like Tatbid Raza can be the key here once more. But always remember, he can always turn to the spin of Tahir Mushtaba. He's going to be key. With the bat, I think both the openers, they do need to perform this time round. Sohail Adnan and the captain himself, Majid Mustafa, have to go out there. They've got to score big runs themselves in this match. And something like Amir Hussaini, he's a good player. He gets into the runs, but he's got to make it count. He has to go big. What can you say about Master? They now get the opportunity to go out here and bat deep and bat long. I think they're going to be looking to score big runs. They've already got quite a good superior net run rate. They're looking to make this an even bigger victory for them. Sher Ali, he's going to be key again right there at the front with Waqas Haider. These two have been in devastating form. They have been the Master Blasters. They certainly have. They're looking to pile on the runs, and then, well, the other batters will hopefully make their contributions as well, including the captain, Shahid Mustafa. With the ball, Sher Ali has been really good. I mean, he wasn't in the wickets in that last match, but still bowled very tidily. He's very economical with his bowling. But I think the left hand as well, Ajmal, he will have a say as well. I think he's looking to pick up a few wickets himself. I like the bowling of the slower bowlers, particularly Islam Ali. He picked up 2 wickets. He bowled very well indeed. Also, Zulfikar Ali, he bowled well. But for me, maybe watch out for the young bowler, the pace of Arslan Atta. I think it's a time that he also may pick up a few wickets as well. It's going to be an exciting match, and one man that's very exciting and ready for the start of this match, match number 34, is in the commentary position. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo for the start of this match.
Yes, thanks very much, Rico Full. And these two teams, they'll be out there, and they're resetting the scores, which is probably a good thing for Umia. They were played off the park, really, in the first match of the day. I want to say a quick hello in the chat to Vishnu Meena, who was pretty adamant with one of the comments that he was making. But we do appreciate it, Vishnu. What I would say is you probably don't have to post it again. Done well to keep those up for as long as they were. Let's have a look at match 34, and it is Umia that won the toss. You saw it there. They've decided to bowl first, so Mashtaq will get to bat first. And it's been a bit of a trend in Group B that chasing teams have had more success. A bit of a reversal from Group A. I think, look, the biggest thing here is that Umia need to remove the top order of Mashta. One thing I would say with Umia, their batting just struggled to get out of second gear in the first game of the day. They only posted 59 despite batting out there 10 overs and not being in a lot of wicket trouble. They lost 5 wickets along the way. But I suppose knowing how many they'll need from Mashta will allow them to pace their innings and know exactly kind of what kind of risks they'll need to take. And we will get ready for the second game of the day, and I think we'll probably see Tatbik Raza opening up. In fact, no, we won't this time. We're going to see Sohail Adnan bowling the first over. I just thought that Tatbik had some success early on against Haider. The first 3 balls of the innings were dots. That's in the previous game. Then he did go for a couple of boundaries. So they decided slightly different look. They're going to open with Danny Boy, or Sohail Adnan. He will be bowling, and no surprises about who we have out there in the middle. Oh, maybe some surprises, actually, because I've just noticed it's Asif Lawan who is opening up instead of Sher Ali. So that's a bit of a change. So both teams just reshuffling things a little bit. Let's get going. Match 34. First one, cut away, and really skates off the surface. Fielder gets a hand on it, and oh, I tell you what, this could be trouble. This is a really weird one. That's Fahad Jafari. I just got an instinct. I actually have no idea what happened here, but I got a feeling it's 4 because there's a couple of times where it's trouble. First, it's straight off the thumb, and then I think the first time he touches it, he's all right here. But then look at this. when he touches it there, let's go the last time he touches it. Okay, I'll show you where to, if we go, wind that back a little bit. Well, there, it's a really interesting one. So, okay, so we need to freeze frame every time he touches the ball, see if there's anything over the line. So about here, that one. Okay, hold on, we went way past it. I'll tell you what, I have no idea if that was 4 or not, but I can tell you that this is 6, because that one's lifted away out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs, so I suppose he did get away with just 2 first ball. Second ball is blasted out of the ground, and no luck for Adnan, no rest, and so essentially we have 8 runs off the first 2 balls. So, yeah, Hyder loves it if it gets a little bit short of a length, and he seems to be pretty comfortable with the ball moving into him. That one kind of nips back off the surface a little bit, and he elevates it out of the ground. Didn't have too many 6s in the first innings of the day. Didn't have to wait too long to get one here in the first innings of the second match. Welcoming all of our viewers watching on FanCode in the subcontinent, and also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Mick, it's great to see you in the chat again. I believe that Mick's watching from Laos, originally from New Zealand. Oh, he knocks him over. What a really good reply that is. And Adnan, oh, he is thrilled. The ultimate revenge as he gets blasted out of the ground. Next one nips in, but Hyder can't deal with this. We saw him struggle a little bit in the first 3 balls of his first innings today, Hyder. He doesn't survive the 3rd ball this time. That one straight through the gate, drive right on in. And Hyder gets the big wicket. Well, Hyder is the big wicket, I should say. Adnan is the man that breaks through. 8 for 1. That's exactly what Umia need to do. They don't want to get blasted away again. And you can see some of the frustration, I think, from Adnan spilling over as he elevates the fist. What a good piece of bowling that is. So Sher Ali, we didn't see him opening up. We don't have to wait too long to see him, though, as he comes out in the number 3 position after just 3 balls left in the inning. As we see Rico Full. I see he's just popped up in the chat. He's popped up next to me. Rico, what a good bit of bowling that was from Adnan to remove Hyder.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, look, I will say that Umia has spent a long time in that break, huddled together, talking, discussing, and well, he wants to use 2 bats, Sher Ali. No, you can't use both of them. That wouldn't be allowed. That won't fit in the gauge of the umpires, so he sticks to the one he came out with. Anyway, yeah, look, they've had a long chat. They obviously decided to change things up at the top with the opening bowler, and Sohail Adnan, well, he's been good for them, hasn't he? And he gets the prize wicket. So you see Sher Ali, maybe, I'm not sure that he wanted a bit of a rest. Maybe he just thought, well, I'm not going out there while Wakas Hyder's out there because he keeps taking the strike. When he goes, I'll come in. Well, that's what's happened. He's gone, and Sher Ali comes in. So Sohail Adnan is ready to bowl the first ball to Sher Ali. And it's a little bit leg side-ish. And he gets off the mark straight away.
There's a bit of a window of opportunity, isn't there, now with Hyder gone. Sher Ali obviously is a big obstacle to get around if you're Umia. But the other thing I would say is no Soleri in the lineup, so they're losing a bit there. I mean, Umia, they are going to have to take wickets and take them consistently if they're going to keep mashed up bats under control. Hasivlan is going to face up for the first time to Adnan.
Chops this down, and one thing that Sher Ali is not known for is his quick running. He's just wants to have a chat, and I'm not sure what he wants to have a chat about there. I think that was played pretty well by Sivlon.
Yeah, maybe just having a chat about the kind of movement you can expect. But, yeah, Lowen getting an opportunity at the top of the order. Yeah, first time we've seen them kind of tinker with the opening combination. Obviously thought this was a good opportunity to do that.
Well, that one goes through, so whatever the advice was, it didn't result in anything other than a dot ball. So that is the end of a very good first over from Sohail Adnan. 9 on the board, 1 wicket down. It's just starting to get a little bit darker with some more cloud cover coming over, particularly from the right, sort of coming from the Slugster Lake end of the ground. And hopefully it's not going to bring any of the wet stuff with it. The forecast was mainly cloudy today. Temperatures are not a concern. Still very much similar temperatures as yesterday, about 17, 18 degrees. But obviously, when the sun goes in, feels just a little bit chillier as Mr. Maximo puts his scarf, ECN scarf on. But as long as there's no showers, we won't mind that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, when the sun goes behind the clouds, it's got a bit chilly, but it's nothing to be concerned about. 17 degrees I'm seeing right now. But yeah, when the sun did feel a bit warmer when it was out a few minutes ago. Now we will see Tatbik Raza in the second over of the day. Second over of the game, I should say. And yeah, let's see. Sherali to me is the key now. Mash to remember they were a bit suspect batting first. 76, I think they scored against Hammarby. It wasn't enough on Saturday afternoon. Here's Tatbik.
Firmly struck, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot through the covers. And such a powerful striker of the ball. There is swing there, which is encouragement for the bowler. But what isn't encouraging is the Kookaburra also swings through the covers and over the boundary rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, good batting. It's just a good shot selection, isn't it? Resisting the urge to kind of hit across it. Straight through the line, 4 runs.
He goes for a similar area. This time the fielder. Oh, well, that's marvellously done. Oh, that's a fine bit of fielding by Amir Hussaini. Well, he slides down, but unlike Mullavalan, he keeps his shoe on. The ball rolls right over. Look, he gets run over by the Kookaburra, and then he picks it up with one hand.
Yeah, it's the periscope. He's pulled out the periscope, appeared above the surface. That was amazing fielding. That's the danger zone, though, isn't it?
Well done there to Hussaini. And well done to the bowler. It's a wicket. And it's got to go, the big man. He's disgusted. He's looking at the bowler and saying, you can't bowl that to me. It does stay a little bit lower, but look, I don't think it was the best of shots. Look, it stays maybe a tad lower. But Sher Ali, he plays right over this one. He's gone. Both the openers are back, or both the men that did all the damage in the first match. And this is now going to be an interesting response from Asta.
It didn't keep that low, you know. But what I think it is because Sher Ali, he drives him through the covers twice. So I think he's looking for something a bit shorter. He's looking for something shorter, thinking the bowler will overcorrect. But in the end, it's kind of just on a length. It wasn't a good shot selection. That's one you're probably happy just to keep out. But Sher Ali has to go after looking really good, to be fair. But he is the second wicket to fall. So 2 big fish have been caught. And now it's 15 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fine bit of bowling. I mean, okay, maybe there's an element of Bokita, there's suerte in that. But still, it was straight. And that's what you've got to say. It was full and straight. You need, when batters are batting so well, you're relying on them making a mistake, really. Lack of concentration, a mistake made, and a wicket. So both men that were instrumental in that 10-wicket victory over Umia in that earlier match, they've gone.
See, it's very hard to pull balls that are bail height or less. And I think Sher Ali finds out the hard way that one was. Anyway, new batter is Awim Ullah. So, yeah, I mean, this is a real good test for Mashta. Probably a test they need, I think. You'd think about the fact that some of their victories have been very dominant, but especially when we get to the business end of the week, they're going to be challenged. And we know that's where they fell down last time.
Yeah, interesting.
Semi-final stage.
Yeah, I mean, giving the opportunity, isn't he, the captain, Shahid Mustafa, to some of the other batters.
Yeah.
Normally, I think he would have been in by now. This is being cracked, and this will go all the way. Volley. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. I think the umpire just a little bit shy here. Just gives it the once and retracts. Not sure what that's about. Come on, give us some funky signals. That's what I'm saying. Look, he just does it the once and then he says, okay, that'll do.
That's a good shot. I mean, that's complete just throwing your hands at the ball. Hand-eye coordination, not a lot of footwork in that, but he kind of maneuvers the wrists to get some extra speed through that one. That one really did fly.
And this is, oh, well, it was not a great delivery. It's been smashed at the fielder. And you know who it is? It's Mullavalan. We should have laughed, the poor guy. It's all going Wrong for it,
At
Manavala.
least he kept his shoes on this time. You can't keep that guy out of the game. You can't hide him. Manavala has had this one. But to be honest, he does really well to stop it. That really should have been 4 or worse. As it is, it's the end of the over, 21 for 2. Highly entertaining start to this game, Rico.
Oh, Manavala. Just have a look at what's on stake here for Umeå. They would love to get 2 points on the board here and be level with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. The Indians playing later today, but Umeå, they will have a couple of games in hand, won't they? And this is wide off the man at third. It races to the boundary. They've just got to stop the flow of these boundaries. That's what's hurting them at the moment. Swings a bit hard at this, and this does go all the way. So 4 runs to Lorne. He gets going now, eventually.
I think I'd try to have a third man back on the boundary. At the moment, they've got a deep point. They've got a long on. I'd much rather they bring up the deep point and putting the third man back. I probably would have put the long on up and try and encourage them to kind of hit across the line a little bit. So they've got long on, third man as the 2 outfielders at the moment. It's the third over.
It's like miscue. Yeah, I think also the bowlers, I mean, maybe they've just got a tad excited. They've got Wakas Haider out, and they've also got Sherali out, and they've just maybe just lost their line a little bit with the excitement of knowing those 2 batters are out. Stick to the plan, stick to the ball full and straight. Just given a little bit too much width to Lorne and Ulla at the moment. It's a nice shot straight. That's going to be 4 runs. Nobody's going to stop that. Well, he does go fuller. But this is a beautiful strike. It really is from Ulla, hitting it straight down the ground. And that Kookaburra, that would look like it was coming our way there for a moment. Lovely shot.
Beautiful camera shot. You can see how straight it is as he keeps it pretty simple. He's not too worried about keeping it down. It's more about the direction of the ball. If he gets it straight, then I don't think he's in too much danger at all. That fairly raced away for 4.
And, well, this one has been sort of carved away to the boundary. Goes very fine and whizzes past the keeper. This is sort of a first or second slip catch, really. And third man has been sent wider. He's not in the picture. It's 4 more runs.
A bit of swagger about this from Awi Mulla this time, as he deliberately plays that off the kind of outside half of the bat. Despite having the third man in, it wasn't fine enough to stop that. That once again really races away. This outfield is pretty quick, isn't it? For something that is quite lush. We know it is hard underneath. So Ulla, he's gotten going. He's up to 14 off just 5 balls.
This time it's well fielded by Adnan, and he makes the stop and was ready to shy at the stumps if he saw the non-striker Lorne out of his crease. Wants to finish well. A ball to go in his spell. He did pick up the prize scalp of Wakas Haider. And not sure what's happening here. I think the man at third came up and had a bit of a chat with the keeper, the captain. But he's been sent back. Oh, this has been launched. This is massive. Oh, this is a Bizaway Supersonic 6. That has gone a long way. What a pick up and strike this is, Vinny. What a hit.
This is taken off stump, and he has absolutely pounded that. And some early fielding practice for Mohammed Munir, the Hammarby skipper. That one was absolutely whacked. That 6 on any ground. End of the over, end of the power play. And it's Ulla bringing the power. Half of the runs are his. It's 40 for 2 after 3.
Well, Ulla, he's saying, well, there may be a lot of talk about Wakas Haider, Sher Ali, and also the captain, Shahid Mustafa. He's saying, well, don't forget me. Well, we're not going to forget you now. And we, Mulla, he's another master blaster. Isn't he enjoying himself out there? 20 of just 7 deliveries. And all of a sudden, that we're feeling pretty happy about the way the things were going after 2 overs, having the 2 key batters out of the way, having to think again. And they're going to the bowling now of Amir Hussaini. I thought maybe try the spin early, because these 2 seem to like the pace on the ball.
I probably would have gambled on spin here. But anyway, they are going to Hussaini.
In the air, I think he's got this wide off the fielder, and a great effort Well, the man that's coming in, but not able to stop this. This is well hit. Once again, it's almost like a straight pull.
Yeah, because it's slightly fuller for a short ball, that is. He's able to pull it straight. I mean, if it's shorter, then it's easy to pull sideways. But, yeah, Lowen's time to get into the action.
Nice looking shot. It was fielded by Pradeep Singh.
Batting's such a confidence game, isn't it? It's such a confidence game. And it's one of the things that makes cricket a little bit unique amongst sports. I mean, the fact that this kind of dichotomy between bat and ball, the way that when you first go out there, it can seem tough. Once you get going, it seems easy. At the moment, Ulla, he is flying, isn't he? 1 or 2 shots away, and he looks really dangerous.
Yeah. I think also you say confidence game. It certainly is. I mean, and you've got to make that confidence. These two could have really sort of buckled under the pressure with the two big batters gone, but they didn't. They just played their regular games, and now put themselves in a good position. This is too short, and this is another one that goes all the way. Manos arriba, Mitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Qué grande, qué guay. 6 puntos.
Now Hussaini's asking for trouble, and he's going to find it if he digs it in. I think we've already seen Ulla likes that uppercut. And he gets plenty of speed, and he creates a bit of extra speed on this, just the way that he kind of carves it away. Over backward point, 6 more. He's up to 26 off just 9 balls, and the 50's up.
And this one sort of cuts back into the batter. Yeah, you see straight away that Ulla is showing that he does like to be given the room. This one comes in a long way, a bit closer to him.
Smarter bowling,
yeah.
Taking the pace off. You've seen Ulla wants the pace on. Try and force him into an error. Make him make the pace. Last ball coming up of the 4th over.
Certainly take the single, clever batting, it really is, and 52 now on the board, 4 overs up. What a great start this is. Oh, what a great recovery, I would say it is. I mean, losing those 2 wickets early, and then all of a sudden, Ulla saying, yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, for sure. And that's one of the things, if you're going to go deep in this tournament, you can't just rely on 1 or 2 players, or 2 or 3 at the top. I think when we get to the business end, you need to kind of have a unit where you're confident that everyone can do the job. So that's why there's kind of a dancing act. I think that Mashta, okay, they've got their top order set, but they think this is an opportunity maybe, and in a way they've been forced because of the early wickets to expose the middle order. It's not necessarily a bad thing as they hope to go all the way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. We're enjoying bringing you the action from Stockholm in Sweden. We invite you all to join us in the YouTube live chat at ECN European Cricket Network. Here's Mia coming in the first half of the innings, which you don't often see. Now, he is a guy that is pretty disciplined with the ball. He does like to bowl one side of the wicket. He's got a 6-3 field he's operating with at the moment. And so by stacking that offside, he's basically trying to force the batters into hitting across the line. So let's see what he can do in the 5th. Again, no spin yet.
Straight at the fielder. It's another one that goes down. It's another one that was hit hard. There's no doubt in that. This was absolutely pumped out of the middle. But Syed Hussain, he's the second time he's felt the brunt and the force of the master batters.
Certain fielders, Manavala and Syed Hussain, are having the ball follow them no matter where you put them. That one was absolutely smacked. You couldn't hold on.
It's going down the leg side, and just wait. See the appeal of the umpire. Was it a bit of back of the bat as well? Yep.
And anyone thinking there's easy catches out there, well, there aren't. It is a bit chilly. These balls are rock hard when they're new, which is pretty much all the time in a 10-over game.
Yeah, he's going for the up and over again, and this will go. And I think it just drops one bounce before it goes over the line. 4 more, 4 carreras más. And he is in the mood to party, and he's hitting the ball and seeing it so well at the moment.
Yeah, you do get value for your shot, especially on that offside. Okay, we don't really have that wind going that way today, but there is a bit of a slope as well. I think the batters that are playing all around the wicket, particularly the batters that can counter the offside bowling by playing those uppercuts, they've had a lot of success over the last couple of days. Good shot.
Yeah, just got to eliminate the whip though. I'd like to see the bowlers trying to make the batters drive. That's what I'll be saying to myself. That one, well, that's been picked up beautifully off the leg stick. It was too much leg sidage. The length was better. The direction was wrong. It's another one that's been smashed away. What a shot. What an inning so far. Well, 14 deliveries he's had, and he's moved on to 38.
Yeah, this is why it's tough. Tough game for the bowler, because the plan A is to bowl that offside channel, and you're getting a bit of treatment there, so he gets a bit straighter. And now this one disappears over the leg side for 6. So what a good innings this is from Awim Ullah. And now Amir won't know really where to bowl. Last ball of his over.
Well, this one is going to be wide, and it also escapes the captain, Majid Mustafa. There's going to be 5 of them.
Yeah, that's really going to hurt. And suddenly you're in danger of going magical in this over. Mustafa, see, doesn't really move the feet across. He just kind of trusts his hands to get there, and that's always risky. Just needs to take an extra step or two, and he probably blocks that with his body because he had time to get across. Anyway, last ball of the over again.
Well, this one will be an opportunity. The fielder can get there. He does get there and takes a really good catch. Well done to Tahir Mujtaba. And somebody had to take one sooner or later. He had a bit of a way to come off the boundary, kept his eye on the ball all the time, and takes a very comfortable and very important catch indeed. And that is the end of what has been a scintillating knock from Awim Ullah. He blasts 38, and he's out of the 15th delivery that he was to face. So maybe it's time for a bit of a respite for Umio, because well, they didn't know really how to handle him.
Yeah, damage is done though in a way. I mean, they're 69 for 3 after 5 overs. And remember, that's 10 more than Umio could score in their entire 10 in the first innings this morning. But it was a weird over because, yeah, the 5 wides meant an extra delivery gets bowled. That one probably taken from around about off stump, maybe just outside. Again, you see, still a bit of a temptation, I think, to go leg side. Those ones where you can kind of go either way because there's just less fielders over there. But unfortunately for Awim, he won't get to his half century, 38 off 15. But he did his job for sure. And so we will get some spin eventually. New batter out there is Fahad Wakas, who will be hitting on striker's end because it will be the start of the 6th over. And we'll see Tahir Mujtaba to bowl it.
Yeah, the captain rewarding the catcher with an over. I still personally think he should have come on to bowl earlier, maybe bowl that 4th over. But he's on now. Let's see if he can stray away from bowling that wide down the leg side. Well, he can't, but at least it doesn't end up being a full toss.
Listen to some of these overs, Rico. 9, 12, 19, 12, and 17. We wondered when the bats would get moving in this Stockholm series because the boundaries there, they've been brought in a little bit from last year. The scores haven't seemed to have been going up.
Flights this one up, and this is going to be in the gap. It's 4 runs. It's not a bad delivery. That's what you'll want the leg spinner to be bowling. There or thereabout to try and create the false shot. But he keeps his shape pretty well, doesn't he, Lorne? And that actually is a very good shot.
It's good placement. I mean, the bowler can't do much about that. You're just hoping that when that gets hit. And look, the batter, it's very hard to be precise with your placement when you're hitting across the line, across the spin. But maybe a bit lucky. Gets it into the gap and gets 4.
Yeah. Mujtaba just been made to wait by the captain. So if he'll get back. And this is another one that's going in the direction of the boundary, but it's been fielded there just as well that he waited and allowed the fielder, Hussaini, to get back to the mark where he was. Keep it to 1.
Yeah, not a bad ball, that one. And length was better.
This one is not a good one. He just keeps straying. I'm not sure how these are ending up down there because he's got pretty straight arm action.
Yeah, just dragging a couple.
Better. That's where he needs to be.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be. Or, I mean, even if you get that to pitch maybe more on the leg stump, but that's the length. The length makes that a good delivery. That's the kind of leg stump pitching one, as we have a bit of an animated conversation about whether it should be a run or not.
Yeah. Wakas said, it's my call. And Lorne comes to him and says, yeah, sorry, it was your call. Wakas, I think he's keen to get off the mark here.
Wants to apologise close up. I like that.
Doesn't look too comfortable against the spin. And it's nice to see that Mujtaba seems to have finally found his radar.
Kept down a bit Last ball of the over.
Well, I spoke too soon because he loses his radar. But he will get fielded nicely there on the boundary.
Good field
Sohail
position.
Adnan.
Yeah, good field positioning there. Guarding against the full toss. End of the over. Mustafa, bit of a bag of mixed lollies in the end, wasn't it? As we have walking stick, 77 for 3 after 6. 6 over check-in time. And from here, you'd be thinking that 2 a ball is very achievable. And so that would take him up to 124. You see no real terrible overs. That over from Mustafa of 8 was actually the lowest of this innings so far. Amir Hussaini's going to bowl over number 7. Is there a path back into this game? I mean, you need to pick up a couple of wickets and maybe keep it down to around the 100 mark. You have to bat out of your skin. But we have seen Amir with the bat, especially with their top order fires. That would be achievable. So let's not call this too early, as Lion will face up after that single to start the over.
Zani goes full on this one, and that's not the best of shots there from Lorne. He's trying to still, yeah, that's better. Need to be playing that out on the offside. He's trying to drag that right on the leg side, and now it's the turn of Workouts to have a chat with Lorne and say, you know what you're doing wrong there, buddy.
It's a good slow ball though. Taking the pace off has worked for Hussaini. I'd be sticking with it.
The pad, then take the leg by.
Yeah, puts the pace back on this time, just slides in. I always thought it was funny. I know that when I was playing, I probably wasn't as polished when I was a wicketkeeper with what I used to say to the batters compared to when I'm commentating. But whenever they get there and have a little chat, I'd probably say something myself.
It's that slow delivery again. Well done. And he could have been gone. I think he would have been gone here. I don't think this is a bad call. I think Manawalan had every right to go for this. There's somebody backing up. I think he would have been out, Vinny. If this hits, I think he would have gone.
He overcommitted, didn't he? I think he was out if he hit. Yeah,
the bowler not happy about it, but I think it was the right thing to do. And this one is work to be done by that man on the field. Oh, and he's let his side down, and you'd expect better from Sohail Adnan. He's one of their key players.
He's normally such a good fielder. I'm not sure what he's doing all the way out there because he normally fields it long on. This one goes straight through his legs and goes for 4. You don't expect that from Sohail. Yeah, no, whenever the batters used to get together for a chat, I used to say something like, okay, so you're a coach now, are you? Or something like that. Or, or if it was the batter getting the coaching, I'd say, well, what did he tell you that you didn't already know? Yeah. Little things like that, little mind games.
Mind games.
Little mind games.
I think that's all right.
That's okay. Bit humorous. Last ball of the over. Dot. So 7 overs down. It's 83 for 3. And if you're wondering exactly where we're at in this tournament, we are rapidly hurtling towards the conclusion of it. And this is match number 34 right now. After match 40, we'll have to say goodbye to one of these teams in Group B, because we already have the Group A teams. That's them in their finishing order. Albizami, Botchirka, then Shopping and Indiska. They've qualified for the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, the Titans missed out. Quarterfinals Friday, just 2 days away, Rico. And then finals day on Saturday. We'll find out exactly who will be the champion here in Stockholm.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow as we continue with spin here. Mustafa gets the ball in the right areas. So when he's bowling like he is here now, he is dangerous.
Yeah.
And he will get wickets. He certainly will.
Shout out to Manawalan, who fields that one cleanly. He's found himself in at short mid-wicket. This next one, I think, is edged up onto his helmet.
Well, if it is, he's just adjusting it there. Let's have a look.
Another good reason to wear the helmet.
Yeah.
Even to a spinner. He's all right.
Majid Mustafa waiting to pounce. This is hit really well, but will be fielded by Pradeep Singh at long off.
Did you ever get a little bit chirpy when you used to play? I know you were a bowler mainly, right?
As a bowler, yeah. I couldn't resist myself.
You angry or sarcastic? What was your kind of go-to?
A bit sarcastic.
A bit sarcastic.
You know, when you see the batter take a huge swing at you and miss. I used to just look and, like get the binoculars out and say, yeah, how far did that go? All right, it didn't go that far then.
You would have been annoyed.
It's that one on the leg side again, and this time Adnan.
Problem is,
makes no mistakes.
If I ever got too specific with a batter, they always had the answer the next ball. They always would like whack a 6 or a 4 the next ball and really put me in my place.
Oh dear, this is flighted well up outside the leg again, but he's not going to get LB there. But look, at the same time though, if I'm bowling and somebody's played, because I tend, normally my bowling was straight, wicket to wicket, and you know, I got loads of LBWs, but if I got hit for a straight drive over my head, it was a good shot. I had no problem saying good shot. You know,
fair enough.
I think, you know.
And also, I wouldn't mind saying good shot to the batter as well. As long as we were winning the game comfortably, I was actually quite friendly behind the stumps. Anyway, 8 overs down. It's 85 for 3. You see the wickets to Adnan, Tabik Raza and Amir in this innings so far. Let's see if they stick with just the 5 bowlers. I think they are going to go back to Amir in the 9th. Just 2 overs remaining. It's a bit more of a pedestrian over, wasn't it?
Only 2 from it.
Yeah, only 2 singles. What a good over that is from the spinner. All right, let's see if Mia can keep the brakes on. He can with the dot first ball.
Yeah, just now. I think now it's probably the first time. I think the start of that 8th over that the batters are starting to feel a bit of pressure, and the reason for it is I think they're expected to take this score to over 100, and with only 2 coming off the last one, I think you're going to start to see them play maybe a few rash shots. Let's have a look how this goes. And it's up in the air. Fielder comes in, and it doesn't quite carry to Mujtaba. So they get a single.
I talked about the path back into the game, didn't I, for Umia, and just keeping it quiet in the last 4. Maybe keep them around to 100. It seemed unachievable a couple of overs ago, but I mean that is something that is chaseable if they can somehow restrict it.
Oh, this is hit pretty well, and I think Mujtaba is going to have to fetch this from the other side of the fence. It goes all the way. Bole, kinna, sona, shaka.
Well, I jinxed him pretty good. A bit like me behind the stumps. As soon as I open my mouth, the ball would disappear out of the ground and lawn. He's been there all the way through. He launches this one. Takes him up into the 90s.
He gets hold of another one, and it's in the gap, and this one goes all the way as well. Back-to-back 6s. Gewai, ke grande, gea, shaka, lagia.
I feel like Mia just needs to get back to basics here. I think, okay, that is still outside the off stump, but it's angled in. It's a ball that's fairly comfortable to hit to the leg side. When he was bowling really well at the start of this week, he was bowling just inside the tram line, and he was doing it incredibly consistently. So I think you'd rather, risk a wide out there than bowl into the slot and disappear like he has a couple of times.
Yeah, that's better. I mean, a lot of movement there from Lorne. Lorne, I mean, congrats to him as well. He opened up the batting. Hasn't gone at a rapid pace, but you see there, hasn't really chewed up too many deliveries either. 29 now of 19.
Hasn't had a lot of the strike
for
most of this innings. Last ball, the over. That's the ball.
The line, isn't
That's where he bowled so often earlier in the week, but it's a little bit too late this time because he's out of bullets, isn't he? That's the end of the 9th over. The score's 98 for 3. Pretty good over for the batting team, getting back on track after overs of 8, 6 and 2. They come back with 13 in the 9th.
So 6 deliveries to go. Scores on 98. That's a healthy score, isn't it? When you look at the scores that have been posted in this series and in particular this group. And, well, no reason that Tomas on 98% to 2% of Umia.
98 runs, 98%. Well, certainly not giving too much credibility to the Umia batting, but I suppose supercomputer knows they're only able to scrape together 59 in the first innings of the day. Here's Tapik Raza, last overtime. This one might bring up the 100. In fact, it won't because it's well fielded down there. Just a single.
Yeah, good bit of work. Determined to make up for the error earlier. He does well. Adnan, Tapik Raza, just having a look around at his field here. And, I think he knows that Lorne is going to attack. And, well, you can't do anything about this. You cannot set a field for this. He quite easily could have smashed his back onto his own stumps. He gets it past the diving efforts of the wicketkeeper. Majid Mustafa, the captain, can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
It's 4 runs.
That's unfortunate for the bowler. It does bring up the 100, though, for Mashed-up with 4 balls remaining. 103, they do get there in the end. They had to slow down a little bit. Remember, they were 69 at the halfway point. So far, they just have 34 in this half of the inning. Still 4 balls remaining, though.
Firmly struck. Manavalan, come on, be a hero. Oh, almost. almost. His ground fielding actually has been very good.
Yeah,
He's just been really unlucky.
I don't think he's a bad fielder at all. He's just had a funny week. This one would have been out by some distance.
Oh, well, this one somehow goes all the way through, misses everything.
Bit slower ball. Yeah, you're right. Just shaves the off stump. Doesn't quite nick it. That's one that kind of a bit of a back spinner, I think, out the front of the hand. All right, got to try and keep dotting up Wackers. He's 9 of 14. He struggled a bit.
And, well, he comes down, and it's going to be run out at the other end. And they do try and get something of that delivery. It ends up being another dot. He tries to hit it, doesn't he? He comes down, makes himself a bit of room, misses it. And you can see that Lorne is thinking, right, I've got to try and get to the other end. But he doesn't make it.
Yeah, he's just hoping the keeper misses, but much he doesn't. And this has been a really good last over from Tatbik Raza. Just the one boundary, but that was the French cut, remember. So it's gone 1-4, 1 dot, and now a run out. So, I mean, yeah. Do you remember at the very beginning of this tournament, we just felt 110 was par, but it seems a lot less. I'm not quite sure of all the reasons for that. Partly, I think it's because it's early in the season, and I think sometimes the bats haven't really been singing yet. But now we're going to see Zulfi come out, Zulfikar Ali. He's going to face the final ball of the innings. I mean, 105. What it does do, it forces Umyo to be a bit more attacking. I think early on they were a bit conservative. I think you look at someone like Sohail Adnan, who was a bit careful, but then kind of got out just as he was getting going. So let's see what their approach is in the second half of this game. Strap yourselves in. It's last ball time. And it will be Tatbik to finish the innings. Just getting his field right to the left-hander. Be an epic chase, though, if Umyo could pull it off. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it has to be sensational. But you're absolutely right. They've got to just go for it, haven't they? They can't be too cautious. This is hit fairly well down the ground. They'll certainly get one. Whether they'll try for two, well, they do. Well, one of the batters, he sort of told him come, and then he says, nah, leave it. And he says, what do you do that for?
He says, this is where you should just go for it. But you look at Fahad Wakas, who has a look and says, well, actually, if one of us has to be out, I'm going to say, you can be out. He says, stops right there. So he completely sells Zulfi down the river. Anyway, regardless, it was going to be one and run out. So they will finish 105 for 5. Not a bad comeback from Umyo. And the conversation will continue. It's a fairly unenthusiastic fist bump shared between the batters. But they're mashed up. They do have a decent score on the board. It's all about the production, I think, through the first half of the innings. 69 in the first half, just 36 in the second half. So Umyo, some of their defensive bowling pressure has been good, but I think the cat was out of the bag a little bit. But early on, we saw slightly different opening combination, but it was Waka Saida who was out there, and he was whacking early. That one whacking into the thumb of the fielder. But this one, a couple of early wickets, just kind of throwing things as Ida, when he saw this one disappear, you thought could be big trouble. But then he was removed. Good bit of bowling, that one from Sohail Adnan. Sher Ali came out, number 3, hit a couple. But, I mean, at this stage, you had him out just feeling like they had a sniff, but then we saw some nice shots. Sher Ali, so you thought, well, this is trouble again. But the periscope fielding, what you would say is when he was knocked over, they sensed a real opportunity, but then Awi Mullah really took over, didn't he?
He certainly did. I mean, some of the hitting was the cleanest and purest that we've seen. Anything that was short and wide to him, it was uppercutted for 6 runs, and anything that was short, he was onto it as well. There was opportunities, and it was our friend Manavalan who was, once again being struck all over the place. Well, Shazid Hussain took one as well. He was unfortunate in the first match. Plenty of action, plenty of excitement, but a good comeback, I think, from Umyo, because at one point, 130 was looking on the cards.
Yeah, it was looking, and the way that Awi Mullah hit the ball, I mean, it's a really good sign for Mashta. We talked about how they have a lot of their runs, high proportion of their runs scored by their top 2 or 3, but obviously showing there's a bit more depth there. Unfortunately for Saeed Hussain, couldn't hold on to that one. Ball's been following him a little bit today. Mia just came in and got it wrong a little bit. I think he needs to get back to basics, needs to get back to kind of what he did so well the other day. This one really hurts as well, as it was a 5 wides. This is in the 5th over. But then things turned around, and they started to turn around really when Awi Mullah went for 38 off the last ball of the first half of the innings. Through the second half, he just struggled a little bit as we saw Mushtaba went for a few in his first over. It wasn't so bad. Matavalan had an opportunity to be a hero with the run out. Unfortunately, that one didn't hit the stumps. And ultimately, it wasn't a case of taking a bunch of wickets, because they didn't really take the wickets, but they did keep the bats a bit quiet through overs 6, 7 and 8. 8, 6 and 2 off those 3 overs, as a score that we thought for sure would be something in the 125, 130 region. Suddenly, it seemed like 100 was on the cards. At the end, Wakas just struggling to get bat on ball. That was the end of Lon, who batted through the innings. Not a bad knock from him either, 34 off 22 before he was run out in the last over. And speaking of run outs, well, here's one. Now you see me, now you don't. Zulfikar Ali set back. And a bit of a funny moment, if you ask me. Fahad Wakas protects his average. And the score at the end of 10 overs, 105 for 5. Awi Mullah, he was the star of the innings for me. 38 off 15 balls with 3 boundaries, 4 big maximos. And some of them were quite large indeed. Apart from that line, he batted through the innings pretty much for 34 of 22 run out in the very last over. Wakas just struggled to get going, didn't he? Faced 15 balls, so he faces the same amount of balls as Awi Mullah, but he's not able to quite crack double digits. He finishes 9 odd out. Hyder looked good early. He went 4 and out though. Sher Ali as well played a couple of nice cover drives, but couldn't go on with it, falling early in his innings. As far as the bowling went, some good performers in there. I think Mushtaba, he was a good bowler again. Didn't bowl as many bad balls, didn't pick up a wicket, but only conceded 10. Did have a very good over in the 8th that he only conceded 2 singles. The wickets went to Adnan Raza and came Mir. Like I mentioned with Mir, I think he's a very good bowler, but he just needs to get back to his original plan that was working well. I think sometimes today got a little bit too close to the stumps and he paid the penalty. So, mashed up in a very strong position, as you can imagine, but Umio, I'll be hoping that they can bat a little bit better. They know what they need to do. They need 106 if they're going to pull off a win here. It'll be their second of this series. And Nashta, well, they're hoping to go 4 points clear at the top of the table. So plenty to play for. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the return. And when we do, it will be Umia that will be needing 106 for victory. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden. And welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series. It's the biggest cricket series in the world, spanning 10 months all across the continent of Europe. Currently, we are in Stockholm, Sweden. Sun has come out and we're ready to play. It's the second half of the second match of the day, match 34 on the calendar. Mashta, the table toppers, against Amir, who are, fortunately for them, at the other end. I can tell you, in the first half of this game, Mashta amassed 105 for 5 off their 10 overs. Thanks to some solid contributions from Amir Hussaini, who scored 38, and Asif Lawan, who scored 34. Amir are going to have to come out and make the running here. 106 will be the target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network with you today, and be joined shortly again by Rico Fool. Right now we're going to see Sher Ali with the ball. Missed out with the bat in this game. Did a nice cover drive for 4, another one for 2, but he was out soon after. Here he is to open the bowling. 106 for victory. First ball, knocked and run. And it will be Adnan who gets off the mark with a single. Adnan will be a bit disappointed with how he batted in the first game. Did stick around for a while. In fact, he used 20 balls up in that innings, but he was only able to score 12 and only found the boundary once. So I'll be hoping for a bit of a quicker start. Well, they're going to need a quicker start, aren't they? They need north of 10 over from the get-go. I like this move. They've sent Hussaini out to open as well. And he's a guy that can give it a thump. We know that. In the first game, he scored 17 off 12. So an opportunity for Hussaini to maybe bat for a bit longer. I do think he's been sent up there for a reason. And the reason is they want to get things moving sooner rather than later. This one is driven away. Stop needs to be made, and it is. Amir Hussaini is having a very good game. They're going to take on 2. It's a risky one. Oh, this one would have been out. In fact, now we might have an extra. We'll see a third. And so a rare 3. Well, I think that Sher Ali was certain that this was going to hit the stumps. He wasn't in great positions. He's not behind the stumps. He's kind of to the side of them. And he was already appealing. He couldn't believe they didn't hit the stumps. In the end, it's a triple dipple. So maybe that's a nice little bonus to start this innings. Will mean that Hussaini's on strike. This one's edge, and it's not quite held by Mustafa. This is a slower ball, so it kind of loops to the keeper, but it is quite far away from him. See this on the replay. It's climbing. It's the inducker. He gets a fair bit of leather on it, Shahid Mustafa, but he can't hold on. He'll be disappointed. So just a couple of things rolling the way of Umyot first up in this chase. As for Sher Ali, I'd be particularly impressed. Has bowled a few more of those kind of change-up deliveries today. I like to see him just whistling the outswingers in. I think they're pretty difficult to deal with. Goes in again. This one's hit down the ground. Hit pretty authoritatively by Adnan, who took a while to get going before. Well, he's trying to avoid a repeat of that performance. This one just swings into the slot, and he swings it down the ground. 4 runs. Good batting. Look, when you're trying to chase down a score like 106, you know, it's a big mountain to climb, but I'm a big believer. You just got to break them into manageable chunks. So I'd say that 10 or 11 and over is something that if they bat well, if they take some calculated risks, it is achievable. You just got to string a few of them together. At the moment, this is a very good first over for Umyot. This time not a slow ball, but he's chipped it straight to the fielder, and he's going to be gone. So Ahsan Atta, well, he's had his issues, hasn't he? And Adnan, who'll be so disappointed to go in that fashion. Yeah, it's just a bit of a poke, isn't it? Doesn't really go after it. And the fielder, Atta, was right on the edge of that 30-yard circle. You can see it's another slower ball. Doesn't really commit to the shot. Atta, he takes a good catch running to his left. So a bit of everything in the first over. Unfortunately for Umyot, they lose their first wicket off the last ball of it. Adnan goes for 8 and it's 10 for 1. Disappointment for the opener as the captain, Majid Mustafa, comes to the crease at number 3. I suppose you'd rather be 10 for 1 than 4 for none after the first over, knowing that you need 10.6 from the get-go. Ajmal Raza, the left-hander, to continue. On to Hussaini. Just deflects this away. They don't take a run here. Probably was one there. Majid Mustafa new to the crease. Just took a while to get going, so he decides against the run. Once again, I'd like to invite everyone into the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. One of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is that you can talk to us live on the air, and we do love to have those conversations. It's a two-way conversation. So jump into the chat and let us know what's on your mind. Oh, pitched up and gets lucky. How far will this run? It's going to just be pulled back. It was kicked back inside the field of play. So 2 runs to Hussaini, doubles his score. This one could have gone anywhere. To be fair, Mashta had 1 or 2 of these as well in their innings. It's pretty close to the stumps though. A bit too close for comfort for Hussaini, but he does pick up a couple. Oh, this one should be out, and it will be. He's just beaten for pace here, Hussaini, as Raza digs it in. It's an attempted pull shot. He's just really late on it. Have a look here. You see it kind of skips off the surface and gets on him before he's ready. It's a simple catch taken by Sohail Khan. He spikes the ball. And we know that he missed one a bit earlier this time. He doesn't make any mistake. And so that's 2 wickets in the shed. Hussaini goes for just 4. The score is 12 for 2. And a bit of trouble early. Look, I don't mind that approach from Hussaini. Obviously, he's trying to be attacking in the power play. That's the price of doing business, I suppose. You're trying to force the issue. Does bring another good player to the crease in Tutvik Raza. Again, you can't be too concerned with the 2 wickets down. You still need to attack. Issue here is, barring a couple of boundaries here, they're going to be behind where they need to be as well. Umyot, they want to be about 20 or 21 after 2 overs. Yeah, it's good reward for Ajmal Raza. He's put in a pretty good series with the ball. Can bowl at either end of the innings. This one just angles across. Left arm pace. It's been a real weapon on ECN this year. A natural angle across the right hander beats Raza first up. Bit of chat thinking that Umyot might be able to pull this off. Well, can't say I'm that optimistic at the moment based on the start, but I guess time will tell. Pretty good shot down the ground. It will fall safely. And Haida is going to pick it up and shovel it to his teammate, Muller. That's one way to do it. As it is, it's just 1 run. So Raza's off the mark. We'll get to see Majid Mustafa for the first time, facing up the captain. He's been one of their shining lights with the bat as well. Does like to kind of bat within himself, but I don't think he has that luxury in this chase. Face up to Raza for the first time. Just pushes and runs. So nice confident start for Maji. It's the end of the second over. The score is 14 for 2. And what a good over that was from Ajmal Raza, the left armer. Just conceding 4 runs, picking up a wicket as well. Let's have a look at the table. Mashta, they can really put some distance between themselves and the rest, can't they? If they win this game, they'll be 5 and 1. And they'll be 2 games clear. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, they are the team with games in hand as well, and they'll play this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see if they can continue their good form. They lost their first 2, won their next 2. They were their first wins in ECS cricket. Sher Ali's going to bowl the 3rd over, so they are sticking with the big opener. It will be Majid Mustafa facing up. Pretty good delivery. They decide to go, and they'll get there. I mean, these are the kind of things I think you have to do. Not looking for the overthrow. I think Majid Mustafa was. Raza had run through too far. They're just the little things, I think, when you're trying to chase a triple-digit score. If you can pick those up, maybe 1, 2 and over, I mean, it could be 10 to 20 runs at the end, especially when runs have been pretty hard to come back for Umyot today already. They only scored 59 off their 10 overs in the first match of the day. This one slides into the pad. And this is another little 1%er, isn't it? Because this ball, if you look at the line of it, it's going well down the leg side. But Raza gets himself in a muddle. He ends up kicking it away. And what should have been a wide turns into a dot. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And Rico, Umyot had an interesting start. Looked like they were trying to get things moving with those 2 wickets, causing a few dramas for them first up. This one just gets out of the grasp of Atta, who took a good catch earlier to remove one of the openers. That was Adnan, who fell for 8. This time it is a boundary, and it's a badly needed boundary, isn't it, for Umyot?
Yeah, they need to regroup. You've got 2 batters out there that can do it. Captain Mustafa is there, and also Tutvik Raza. Yeah, I mean, I just disappeared for a bit because I did have some lovely snacks brought to me, which seemed to have disappeared, and I was trying to find the culprit. And I've been told that the culprit is sitting right here next to me.
Now listen.
Come on, own up. Did you eat my samosa?
I'll discuss that in a second.
Played
next
out
one is going to be 1. Well, we were given 1 samosa originally.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we were brought a second one, but we hadn't had time to eat them because it was the first innings. But I just know you're not a big eater. And you weren't here because you're off doing the toss. And if you were here, you would have said, go for it, Vinny. So, yes, I did have my 2 and one of yours.
Vinny Sandhu. Forget
I
who
know
ate all the pies, who ate all the samosas.
You're
Vinny Sandhu ate all the samosas.
Wait for this ball. Slower ball. And it's lifted up. And it's lifted up over the offside. Pretty good batting. Really good batting from Mustafa, who picks this and he gets it over the offside for 4. And the captain doing his best to keep Umia in the contest.
This is what he does well. I think when he bats like this without any sort of, he doesn't tend to rush. He just stands still, strokes the ball around. This is when he looks at his best. Classy player.
So going back to that, I know you're very big on your fitness and you're hitting the gym every night. So I thought I would do you a favour. And I know you just one of them was plenty for you. Do you feel full?
I'm running on empty, actually. No, I must admit, it was very nice. And you could have left me half of it. Another half would have been just right.
COVID protocols. Once
Hey,
I
listen,
take a bite,
I
know
know why they gave us the samosas, because lunch is being prepared by Sammy. Sammy is getting the old barbie on, so we're going to have a bit of a barbecue here.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Looking forward to that. And Sammy Khalil, we've been told that he's also just finished his degree. I think he's a degree in becoming a mechanic. So congrats to him. This is played out. They'll take a single. He's also, I've been told, a very good barber. So already some of the crew are getting ready to have their haircut. So as he's doing the barbecue as well, I think we've got to call him. It's got to be the ideal name for him, isn't it? Sammy Barbecue.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, big thanks to Sammy. I remember last year also showing some of those skills off. Power play of 26 for Umia. A handful less than probably where they wanted to be. I mean, the pace is 21 per 2 overs. We did have a big over here in the 4th to keep up with that. But some signs of life with Mustafa and Raza. Have both hit a boundary so far. Will be Aslan Atta to bowl number 4.
Now, listen, I was surprised to see that my samosas got pinched. I was also surprised.
I was
also surprised to see that the catch taken by Atta, who's coming on the bowl here now, and our friend Sohail Khan.
Yeah.
So the two men that beat in the wars have both taken a catch here.
That's true.
And this is a big wide. In fact, it's called a no ball because it doesn't pitch on the pitch at all. A really good stop there from Shahid Mustafa. This was going some.
Yeah, and that one's off the first cut of the rough. So it will be a no ball free hit coming up. Vishnu, he's back in the chat saying, "Hey Rico, come in the IPL. You ever like to commentate the IPL? I think that you have the flair for it. You certainly have the wardrobe for it. I think it would suit you."
You think it suit me? Yeah,
so.
but I just love what we do, Vinny. I've got to say, I mean, European cricket is for me. I mean, oh dear, because it's some things that we see on a day-to-day basis you just wouldn't see anywhere else.
Yeah,
and I just
true.
love the action. I love the entertainment. I love the drama, and I love the thrills as well. And I do like T10 format, I must admit.
Yeah,
I
we love
like
what we
the
do.
T10 format. We love what
Nothing
we do.
against any other form of cricket, but I mean, the fact that we're taking cricket to exciting new places. And I'm going to count how many times Vishnu is going to post this. He's posted it once, twice, 3 times. Certainly nothing wrong with his enter key.
Where is Vishnu?
Yeah, where are you watching from, Vishnu? Maybe we need to start asking Vishnu some questions because he obviously likes to chat. Next one sneaks past the bat for a dot.
Hey, listen.
Vishnu says he also loves ECN cricket. Well, that's nice.
Thank you very much,
Vishnu. Let us know specifically where are you watching from, Vishnu? Which city are you watching from? We want to give you a shout out. He's enthusiastic. I will say, I don't think the moderators will probably appreciate the repeated messages being identical, but we are watching Vishnu.
It's going to be another wide. It's certainly bending his back is Aslanata. He charges in. Likes to give it everything. Look at that. But unfortunately, just catching a bit of that line. And the umpire saying that's a wide ball. Once again, big shout out to Saeed Arif, who's there at the moment at the bowler's end, and Usman Afzal, the match officials they've been the match officials for the first 2 matches today. Played nicely. Third man has to get down. Does. Tidy work. Gets the throw in. And the umpire's also led brilliantly well by Stefan Gooch. Not only the tournament referee, but doing third umpire duties as well.
Yeah, he is. And Vishnu says he's watching from Rajasthan. Well, that's a beautiful part of India. I have been to Rajasthan. It's very, very nice.
Have you been?
I've been to Rajasthan.
Yeah, I've been as well. I think I know why you went. You can share that with the viewers.
Yeah, I went
Yeah,
for my brother's wedding. some time ago, and then we had a bit of a tour around. Saw a fair bit of it. I like to experience the various different cultures. I mean, India is a very vast, diverse place, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, I went to Rajasthan. I mean, most people know my love for wildlife in general, but particularly tigers. So in Rajasthan, it was the Ranthambore National Park we went to, and a few years ago now, and we were very, very lucky to see the tigers living in their natural habitat. It was a fantastic experience. Yeah, absolutely loved it. And Rajasthan itself, I just remember all the colours. You know, it was a very colourful place to be. Lots of an explosion of colour. That's how I would describe Rajasthan.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world. Swung and missed at. So not a lot going on at the moment, unfortunately. Tatbeek not quite finding his mojo. 6 off 7 now. He's one guy that can go at a good clip. I think the bowling's tightened up a bit from Mashta after a couple that probably got away from them early. Last ball of the over coming up. Hatta, the enigma.
Just played down. He'll take the single, and despite the many wide deliveries in the over, it ends up being quite tidy. Just 7 runs coming off it.
Yeah, so 33 for 2 after 4 overs. A very, very big hello to you, no matter where you're watching. It might be morning, it might be evening, it might be afternoon. Yeah, it might be the middle of the night. Doesn't matter. You can always find us here on the European Cricket Network Mondays to Saturdays in the European Cricket Series. Thanks to everyone for their lovely comments.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I must say, look, we get lots of messages every day. I know I do, and I know you do as well on your social media. Rico, people saying that they're enjoying the European Cricket Network. So I want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you for those. We can't always get back to you, but we do appreciate it. And yeah, nice to see the chat is rocking at the moment. And I saw that Nigel Faulkner was in there, and he was saying apparently today is International Otter Day. We'll come back to that in a second. But one thing I wanted to show you is this graph, which shows you kind of the proportion of runs and wickets in the innings for Umia. And you can see they haven't often lost wickets early on. In fact, this is the first time they lost a wicket in the first over. But also their run production hasn't quite been there. You'd expect there to be kind of 10% of runs and wickets in every over if it was all even. You can see obviously they lose a lot of wickets towards the end, but it's a sign for me that maybe they've been a little bit too careful early on. Thanks to Ravi for providing that info. As we see Sohail Khan coming on. Yeah, so Nigel, and where are you watching from, Nigel? I'd like to know. But he said apparently it's World Otter Day today.
World Otter Day.
And I know you always have what day it is. You've got a couple of them there. You want to add them into the mix?
I can do. Well, let's see this one first, and let's give it a little bit of a volley as that one gets smashed over the man at long on. It's a good hit. It's a hard hit, and it's still travelling. So Sohail Khan comes on the bowl. He's had a good match so far. He's taken a catch, and now he's trying to get a wicket. Just sees that one get blasted away.
That was beautifully played. Maybe that's the one that can get him going. They're not out of this, you know.
Gives him another one out there, and it's going to be 4 more. Gets it over the inner fielder. Nice shot, good timing, good placement. So he's up and he's running now. It's a lovely shot, beautifully played. Well, look, the other day it is today it's also International Wine Day.
Ooh,
so
okay.
I think it's a good. Well, we've got the barbie. It's going to be started. Maybe a bit later, we can maybe crack open a nice bottle of red wine.
Possible.
Yeah,
they've got a few of them there. All right, let's see if we can continue on this run, Raza.
It's not a good delivery from Khan. Wide ball.
Yeah, he's on the back foot now a little bit, isn't he? Well, I'm going to say thanks to Vivek for your lovely comment in the chat, saying that for all the cricket that there is, he really enjoys ECN and the people involved. Got to say, yeah, we do have really enthusiastic people involved. This one's fouled off onto the back of his leg. And Sandori saying he thinks that we're very good friends, myself and Rico. I've got to say, we are. I mean, how could we not be after spending so much time together?
Yeah, we are. We have each other's company.
Haven't tried to kill each other yet, so we must be pretty good friends. Two to come here.
Up in the air. Fielder is not going to get anywhere near that. Is the 3rd boundary of the over. Sohail Khan, he's not happy that it's made its way to the fence. He's saying that fielder's in the wrong place, Kip. Well, it's too late for that now, because the ball has vanished, and it's a good over. If they can just keep this momentum up, Vinny, you know, anything is possible. That rate is not out of it.
No, they're not. I mean, that's the thing. You got to try and stay at that 10s or so. They're pretty much there. Let's see what happens last ball. And Raza, he's actually eaten up the spin, hasn't he? Wasn't so good to pace. He's going to miss out the last one, but still pretty good over, all things considered. There were 3 boundaries in it, including a 6. 15 come off the 5th, and it's 48 for 2 after 5 overs. So Umia, this is the kind of thing what they needed. Remember, they batted first, and they were a bit directionless in posting 59 in the first innings. Now they know how much they need. They are kind of forced into taking a few more risks at the moment. Raza with a pretty good over there. I was going to say, that's... that Khalid Hassan Rafi is watching from Bangladesh. Says, please say something about Bangladesh cricket. What I will say is, how about that performance the other day? Double century partnership after they were in so much trouble early. And I think I've said before, I think my favourite player from Bangladesh is Mushfiqur Rahim. That's the keeper in me that likes his work, and he's done a lot of good things for Bangladesh cricket for sure. I love the passion of all the supporters from Bangladesh. We know a lot of them like to tune into ECN. Here's Islam Ali, who's going to bowl over number 6. And he was great before, wasn't he? Does start with a wide, though. Amir Hussaini asked me how big my wardrobe is. He never sees me repeat my clothes. Well, I will repeat them from time to time, but that is one thing that does seem to be growing my wardrobe. That's the only problem. I'll be like, one of those people carrying 7 or 8 suitcases around soon. Oh, this time he gets past the batter who just can't kind of get out the way. He knocks into Islam Ali, and this will be a single.
Yeah, he's thinks about getting there. He can't. He gets a bit of a
the funny thing is he could have gone the other way and gotten out of the way of the ball, and he wouldn't have gotten the bowl's way. Instead, he just clunks into him. 50's up now for Umia.
Oh, no, what a good catch this is. This has been hit out of the middle of the bat, and Islam Ali says, nah, you're not getting past me. You got past me once already when your friend shoulder barged me out of the way. Now it's my turn, and I'm going to take the catch. This is spicy. This is hot. This is classy.
It's the ultimate revenge, isn't it? Because it was Islam Ali that got a little bit of a bump. Their next one, the ball's bumped back to him, and then he is able to grasp it. So Tatbeek, that's such a shame for Umia. Just as he was getting going, he's going to have to go for 21 or 15. 3 4s and a 6. But that one was all about the return catch. And what a day Islam Ali is having with the ball. He's got 4 wickets now this morning.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really good bit of cricket. He just it never looked flustered, did he? Even when he got barged out the way, that last one. He just gets the ball there. But I like the technique here, you know, when it's hit. He just... he gets himself in a good position. Look at that. He's not taking himself away from it. You see a lot of bowlers sort of back away first and then think, oh, maybe. He just goes after it. As we go back to the live action.
Yeah, he takes it with very good technique, actually. And I guess it kind of helps it hit to his left, which is the way he's running off the pitch. I'll see that again in a second. But Islam Ali, very good start to this over. 1 for 2 off the first half of it. This is Pradeep Singh, who's out there now. Finally, we see someone picking the spin. I think that's Arslan Atta.
Yeah, he does well, doesn't he, Atta?
Yeah, have a look at this. See, he's already kind of leaning to his left. I like the little jig.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. Everything about it, the way he goes to the ball, the way he takes the catch, the fingers.
Yeah, he steps across, but can't do anything with this.
Drawing the dots up now. I mean, Singh is getting another opportunity to have a bat. And saw him earlier, but he certainly didn't come across as a big hitter off the ball. Though he's got a pretty good technique, so certainly I'm sure he scores plenty of runs in the 40 or the longer format of the game, 40 overs, 45, but hasn't adjusted to batting T10 style yet.
Yeah, so this will be the end of the over. 52 for 3 after 6. Just gets me thinking, if Umia had to bat first again, and maybe some of the other teams need to look at this, you know, if you do feel that you struggle to pacing your innings, maybe you need to set yourself a bit of an imaginary target. I mean, they only made it to 59 before, but because they're chasing 100 plus here, look, they're 52 off 6, so they're almost where they were after 10. So just need a bit of a wriggle on. I suppose you can be flexible with those targets depending on what happens, but you do need to have a sense of purpose in your innings. To see that Nigel's watching from Oxfordshire in the UK. what's the weather like there today. That's one place we'd love to go for an ECS. We'd love to go to England. And we have had plans to do that a couple of times. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and due to some logistical reasons to do with Brexit, it's been scuttled a couple of times. But we know that England, they're the reigning ECC champions. We'll see them again in September in Spain, the International T10. But hello to you, Nigel. Thanks for joining the live chat. Okay, so Fahad Wakas is going to bowl over number 7.
It's up in the air. Everybody shouts catch. The fielder looks very casual and makes it look very easy. He's been so good out there. Good catch from Haider.
Yeah, I mean, he's a rock there, Haider. And he does make this look really easy. Again, he anticipates the drop zone of the ball. And you see he gets there pretty quickly and he gets set. So, first ball, first wicket for Fahad Wakas. And unfortunately for Umia, they lose their captain for a dozen. Mustafa goes for 12. It's 52 for 4.
Yeah, just a good bit of cricket in terms of Master. They know that the captain's going to have to go after it sooner or later. He's really was the last recognised batter. And though he's played some nice shots, he was going to run a ball. The acceleration had to happen. So he gave the ball to Fahad Wakas. He floats it up there. And the captain, unfortunately, finds the safe hands of the other Wakas Haider. And he's taken some good catches out there.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's a key position. Well, Khalid in the chat saying, do we think a European cricket team could beat Bangladesh? Well, I'm not so sure about that. But what I would say is Bangladesh, remember, they did struggle at the international level, didn't they, when they first came in? It took a long time for them to get up to speed. So I just hope there's that kind of development eventually for these European cricket nations as well. We'd love to see them competing on the big stage. And I think also the format is important. I love this T10, International T10. I think if it was going to be in the Olympics, I'd love to see the T10 format's real even. And I think that non-cricket people, especially people tuning into the Olympics, they would really eat it up. And it would change their perception of what cricket is. I think they think it's quite interesting and exciting.
So, swing and a miss. Pitches this one through. Yeah, I mean, you have to admit, I mean, you're talking about Bangladesh, but the improvement from teams like Bangladesh, I'm going to talk about Afghanistan, even the likes of like Ireland.
Yeah, for sure.
Over the last sort of decade has been absolutely awesome. So hats off, not just all the players, but of course all the coaching staff that have been involved in getting them to the level that they're at now, where they're competing against the best. And well, this one, the umpire says it's going down leg. I'd like to see it again. He bowls it from very wide.
That's true.
But let's see the angle of the ball.
He's dicing with danger with that back foot, you see, but I don't think it actually lands. I've got to say, I don't think that's missing. But
the leg comes into it, but I still think the ball is probably
going to way back in his crease.
Catch the leg.
I think he's a bit lucky to get away with that. But hey, them's the breaks. Let's see if you can do something with it.
Oh, this one gets a bit of the bat. But he says
the umpire's patience, that's for sure.
If you don't succeed the first time, try again. And when he does.
Hey, another team just mentioned in the chat. Yeah. I think got Sujit in there saying, talk about Nepal. And they're another up-and-coming cricket nation.
Very much so.
Sandeep Lamachane, he's getting people talking about Nepalese cricket as well. I know the Everest Premier League. Now, one of our good friends here, Andrew Leonard, has a lot to do with that. Now, this is in the air, and it should be taken, and it will be taken. So, simple catch for Sher Ali. So, unfortunately, can't really go on with it. Pardeep had a bit of a close call earlier in the over. This time, you see, the approach is right. He tries to get it over that leg side boundary, but instead, it falls into the safe hands of Sher Ali. So, the wicket's tumbling now. 7 overs down. It's 53 for 5. Well, Rico, this afternoon we will see some more cricket, and we have the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, they were partying in the streets of Stockholm Mumbai, weren't they? After they got their 2 wins on Monday morning. They had the day off yesterday, taking on Hammarby. So both these teams, they have 50% records. SMI 2-2, Hammarby 3-3. I think it's going to be a really interesting doubleheader coming up this afternoon.
I think it will be. I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're going to be boosted after having those 2 victories over Umia. They've finally broken that duck. They couldn't get any wins. They have now, and they're looking the part.
All right, here's Islam Ali over number 8. A very good day as far as wickets go. This one won't be chased down. Owi Mullah had some ground to make to his left. He couldn't get there. Pretty nice shot that to start the 8th over with the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. And finally, they do get one away. Powerful strike. That's what they need to do. Amir gets himself off the mark. He's joined out there by Tahir Mujtaba, who's at the other end. Full toss. Hits it hard, but it doesn't get it past Hyder, who's patrolling the boundary.
Yeah, Andrew Leonard, who's commentated a lot of ICC events. He was our guest in the last week of the ECL, and yeah, we'd love to have him back at some opportunity. He's only said good things about Nepal, Everest Premier League. Now that'd be something I'd like to go watch. They get big crowds, like 15,000 there for a domestic game.
It's nicely played, sort of plants that foot forward and plays it away.
Vivek, very kind in the chat, saying if we ever do go to England, he'd love to help out. Well, you know, one thing if we did go to England for an ECS, I think maybe we'd get some crowds. I think probably one of those things that we can look forward to at some point in the future.
This one gets a bit off the batter. There's 1-2. Well, one of the batters was certainly up for it. I think he would have been running into trouble, and they might get it now.
Wow, how do you get another run there?
They might get it. Well, Mujtaba is not one who's not running too hard. It's going to be buys.
Yeah, it's called 2 buys.
2 of them.
I still want to know how this gets away from the bowler, because it was going at a snail's pace. I think we'll have time to see it. Just flicks it. No, I think the batter
Obstructs him.
It doesn't hit the batter, it just goes through his legs.
He has issues with the batters, but he always fights back and he always gets a wicket straight afterwards, but he doesn't this time. And it's that man, Atta. Arslan Atta. He has taken 1 catch today, but then he drops this one.
Oh, well, Atta, he's the kind of guy, probably couldn't catch a cold in a freezer most of the time. Again, let's just get too low on him. I just like to see him get more confident. I think it's actually, if he is more confident, he'll have better results with his catching.
Another one that's gone over the fielder, and he goes to the boundary, and that goes through the 3 of them. And that one's entered the Bermuda Triangle and does not come back. 4 runs. That's a good hit, actually, off the back foot.
And if you remember, Mujtaba, he came in earlier, and he just faced the 1 ball in that first innings. The last ball of the first innings, he whacked it for 6.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's showing that he's able to do it. Maybe he's a guy they want to try right up the top in the power play. Seems to like to go over the top. I know it's a bit tough when you have to deal with a new ball. How about Wakas, though? Double wicket maiden when he bowled the 7th over. There was a leg by in that over, but as far as he was concerned, it was a maiden over. And not good enough for him to get a second over there.
The captain, not so impressed, doesn't give him another one.
Zulfikar Ali is going to bowl as Umir. I'll need 40 off last 2.
Can this one go magical? Well, it starts pretty well. That could be, well, it's just going to bounce before the boundary. And that's 4 of them. Well, I mean, they could go with more seniority with the bowling. But they decide not to, and the first one goes to the boundary. If this ends up being a magical 9th, Vinny, game on.
Yeah, I mean, you need a lot to go right. That's a good start. I think you need 4, maybe even 5 boundaries this over.
He goes again, but this is more high than anything else. Fielder coming across, and well, it goes all the way. Seis carreras, bole. Uimula. Well, he keeps an eye on this, but the ball just keeps going, and in the end, he goes down with it, and the pair of them end up being knocked for 6. 6 runs, and 10 off the first 2 balls. 30 required, Vinny.
Got a fingertip on it. The win probability meter had Umio at 0% at the start of this over, but I think it's like when you used to bury people in the old days and then they find a faint pulse.
Hits this pretty hard, but it goes to the fielder. Makes no mistakes out there, Sher Ali.
Thing is, both these guys can hit boundaries. That's the thing. They're not incapable. Got Mujtaba. Well, you know what he'll be doing. He'll be trying to do the same thing. Again, they've got to get it below 20 here, which means you need probably 10 off the next 3.
And this one will be an easy catch for the wicketkeeper. And, well, after 4, a 6, a single, the next one is a catch. And he just takes himself away from it. I think there's a bounce that does him here. It sort of catches up with him, doesn't it? Keeps going higher and higher. And he gets the toe end of the bat. Nicely bowled, though. It just keeps the pace right off it, doesn't he?
He wants to go down the ground. And so he wants something full-ish. And so, you see, when it wasn't quite full enough, he went for the flat bat, just bounced a little bit more than he wanted. And so, not too Not too bad as far as the approach goes from Mujtaba, but he's going to have to go for just 5. The score is 77 for 6. I do like what I'm seeing from Umio, though. Hopefully they learn a little bit from this about the way they've attacked a bit more during this innings. Maybe they need to think about somebody like Mujtaba up the top, Amir as well, and these are guys that you could try them at the top and then have your more recognised batters coming in the middle order if it doesn't work out, and you haven't really lost too much.
Listen, if you're Man of Ireland and you've had the sort of day you've had in the field, would you not wear a lid?
True. It's already worn one on the nose.
This one, I think it's going to be buys. It goes, well, let's see if it touches a bit of the pad. It buy waits and, leg buys.
Yeah, just gets, I think, flap of the pad on this.
Yeah, you're right. In the field, Man of Ireland, we saw him get, he went down like a sack of potatoes earlier. He hurt his knee, and then the next
I just hope his
later.
I hope his shoelaces are done up nice and tight. That's all I want.
Throws everything at it, but doesn't get the timing there. And Sher Ali, easy pickup from him.
Into the over as well. It's 79 for 6. So you look here, they're going to get to something like 85 or something like that. 85 to 90. So, yeah, hopefully, like I say, they learn from the way they've approached this. As we head into the last over, I would have thought maybe it's a good opportunity to go back to a bowler who came up with wicket mate, double wicket maiden.
Fahad Wakas, yeah.
Fahad Wakas.
Now look, the highest score that Umia have posted so far, I believe, is 85 in this series. They've got to 84. I think if they can get beyond that here, they'll take some positives out of it. And you're absolutely right. Maybe just think about that power play, who they can send up there just to give them the acceleration they need. Toe end of the bat. Watch the spin. He does very well.
That was a wrong one. Spun the other way. Yeah, so now that 85 they scored, that was against Hammarby, and that was when they were chasing as well. They were chasing 98. So it just shows you that sometimes some teams kind of bat better when they've got a particular target in mind, even though they haven't quite gotten there on those chases. But yeah, you need to be proactive.
Nice looking shot. He times this pretty well, actually. I wouldn't be chancing Sher Ali's arm, though. Saw him throw one from the boundary earlier. Right over the stumps it was. So that's the reason why he's out there, not just for his catching ability, but he's throwing as well.
I saw that Sujit in the chat, who's watching from Nepal. He said he'll be moving to Bangladesh shortly to continue his studies. So that's a good place to meet people in the YouTube live chat.
And goes for it, Sher Ali getting under it. He doesn't drop too many. And that is a sensational catch. It really is. I'm not sure how close he was to the boundary there, but he opted to play safe, takes it over his head. What a catch this is. He's a quality player, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought when he hits it, he has enough, because he gets a fair bit of the middle of the bat on it, but it goes probably higher than it does long. And look, he sticks the landing perfectly. He has about 6 blades of grass between him and the rope. So Sher Ali, a nice bit of catching by him. And unlucky for Mia, who I thought batted pretty well there, making a case for maybe him to bat a bit higher. As it is, he falls for 19. 2 fours and a Maximo in his innings. The score is 81 for 7. Just 3 balls remaining in this one. Good bit of catching there by Sher.
That's sensational. Talk about boundary management. I mean, he knew exactly where he was. That's the difference, isn't it, when you got a specialist boundary fielder. I was just talking about his catching. I mentioned his arm. He had a great arm. And once again, he proves he's top draw when it comes to doing the catching out there.
Ajmal Raza coming back and beneficiary of that good piece of fielding as he picks up a wicket. It was a funny one because he was kind of in the air when he caught it. So I don't know how deliberate it was. I suppose the issue as well is that he knew even if it went for a 6, probably not going to hurt them in the game. So he just sticks the landing and hopes for the best. But it was a nice catch.
Up in the air, and fielder decides not to take it. Doesn't want to commit. I suppose that's fair enough. The bowler would have loved to have a 3rd wicket, though. That's what rise up.
Yeah, so they move up to 83 now with last ball of the game coming up. And so they're going to go down, but a bit more respectable, I think, in their performance. Ajmal Raza with the last ball.
And it's a slower delivery, and it's going to be easy. And it is easy. He has a bit of an appeal as well. He doesn't need to because the batter wasn't even in the picture. And that is that. And well done to Master. They've done the double over Umio. Umio, a much better performance from them 2nd time round. But they're the team that are going to be feeling it hot under the collar at the moment. They certainly will be watching with concern as the team that's above them by just a couple of points, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're going to be next up. They're taking on Hammarby, and I think Armenia will be hoping that Hammarby do them a big favour here.
Yeah, and look, you won't want to miss that. And that's coming up in around about 20 minutes or so right here on the European Cricket Network. So I think that'll be a really even game. The bat versus ball, I think so. So stay tuned for that just before the start of the next game. Well, Umia, they had to make the running, didn't they? And they certainly had a good approach. I think they tried Hussaini at the top of the order, who they know is a known boundary hitter. That was unfortunate because Adnan, he looked like he was just getting going, and could you believe it? Atta taking the catch, and then it was Sohail Khan. So a couple of the players that had a few issues with their catching hold on to the chances early. And although they tried bravely, they just didn't have quite what it took. They couldn't hit consistently enough to get over this 100 barrier, although we did see some big shots along the way.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we've seen there that Tatmeet Raza finally got going. Played some nice shots, didn't he? And got the boundary a few times. The captain, though, I think wasn't able to get game Mustafa, but this was that great catch. Caught and bowled, brilliantly done. And that was a magical moment there for Islam Ali.
Yeah, I mean, Tapik Raza, again, he's another one that got going, but it just was a case they couldn't do it for long enough, I think, when you think about the fact that in the first innings we saw a couple of the batters getting into the 30s. Ultimately, nobody would pass 21 in this innings. Tapik Raza was the highest scorer. And look, Umia, I'm not going to criticise their approach at all. I might criticise that effort from Atta, who lets it get a bit low on him. But ultimately, mashed up. They did the job, didn't they? They go 2 games clear at the top of the ladder. As we saw a double wicket maiden first up from Fahad Wakas. And Zulfi went for a few in the ninth. He just thought maybe there's a glimmer of hope, especially when we saw 4 and 6 like this. No Mullah had no real explanation for that, but ultimately they were going to have to do it again and again and again, and it just wasn't going to happen for Umia. Raza in the end chipping in with this one, which was his second wicket. It was a nice bit of outfield management by Sher Ali, and at the very end they tried for an extra run. Raza, the world's shortest overarm throw, finishes this one off. The margin is 22 runs. It's mashed to 105. Umia 83. As we look ahead to the afternoon session, we have a doubleheader coming up between Stockholm Mumbai Indians and Hammarby. Now, both these teams, I mentioned they have 50-50 records, 2-2 for SMI, 3-3 for Hammarby. And this could be a very big doubleheader because both these teams are kind of fighting for position in the middle of the table. And again, wins here would take them closer to safety, and also a more friendly matchup on quarterfinals should they qualify.
Yeah, a lot at stake, but I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're the ones that will be feeling the heat slightly, and they'll be grateful that Armenia weren't able to pick up a victory in any of those last 2 matches. So they've got the opportunity if they can get 1 win here against Hammarby. Now Hammarby, normally that's the way they work. They're the 50% team.
Yeah.
They lose 1, win 1, but Stockholm Mumbai Indians now get 1 win here, and they put a decisive gap between them and Umia.
Yeah, Kamarjit Singh coming in for his first game for SMI, and Huzaifa coming in for Hammarby. And you're right, let's see if Hammarby have gotten out of bed on the right side, because they have been horrendous in the first half of their doubleheaders, but they've won every single second leg of their doubleheaders. That is coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the scorecard in response to this first innings total of 105. Umia were able to put together 83. It was Tapik Raza who scored 21. 19 for Kayam Mia, batted pretty well at the end, and a dozen for Mustafa before he was caught on the boundary. As far as the bowling went, double wicket maiden, 2 for none for Fahad Wakas, and that's what he finishes with because he doesn't get a second over. 2 for 7, Ajmal Raza, very good off his 2 overs as well. Singles for Sher Ali, Islam Ali, and Zulfikar Ali. We're going to take a quick break. Back in about 15 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. It will be SMI. They've won the toss and they will field first against Hammarby. So Hammarby, the Hammers, we're hoping to bring the hammer time in match 35 and 36 this afternoon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day, and we'd love to have your company again soon for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the middle here of the Northbury Cricket Ground, and it's time for match number 35. We welcome back a team that were delighted to have the day off yesterday because they were in party mode, and that of course is the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, because after 2 years of not winning a European Cricket Series match, they got victory not just once but twice. They beat Umeå in 2 matches and they sit pretty nicely in the table at the moment. They will also know that if they can pick up just one more victory, they're guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. And well, they're going to be up against Hammarby. Hammarby are the team that we call the 50% team, aren't they? They sort of give away a bit of charity in the first match, which they end up losing, but then they come back strong in the second. But they know that if they are to carry on and go all the way in this series, they need to make winning a habit. This is going to be an exciting game. Well, first of all, let's join both the captains who are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Hammarby to call. Heads the call. Tails.
We're going to ball first.
Okay. All the best. Good luck. Have a good game.
Sanjay Mahajan of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians winning the toss, and they are going to have a field first. So I think the key players that he'll be looking at is maybe somebody like Darshan Lakhani. He's been very good, but I don't think we have seen the best of him yet. Chandrashela, he's going to be key as well, but keep an eye on somebody like Kale. I think Kale could come good for his captain in this one. With the bat, I think Shekhar Singh, he's a big, strong, attacking hitter off the ball. He'll be well supported by Kale as well. But I think, again, like I said, that somebody like Darshan Lakhani can come good in this match as the all-rounder. Hammarby, with the bat, I think their captain, Mohamed Munir, he needs to be the main contributor here, but he needs good support from something like Khalid Mahmood. And I think the wicketkeeper batter, Arslan Ali, I think he's looking to come back good here. He didn't have the best of days yesterday, but I think he's going to be on top form here today. With the ball, Hakeem Abidullah was very good yesterday, but the captain will also be the key with the ball. And Aftad Ahmed could come good as well, because he's bowled well, but hasn't picked up the wickets. I think this is going to be an exciting competition. It's going to be an exciting match. And the SMIs, well, they're coming back after 2 victories. Well, they've got to get themselves out of party mode now and go back to putting the effort back on the field. Can they pick up the points that they need to guarantee them a place in the quarterfinal? Well, Mr. Maximo, he's looking forward to this exciting match. An exciting match needs an exciting commentator. Let's go over to him for the start of this one.
Yes, it's good to be back here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Thanks to Rico for that excellent introduction to this contest. 2 teams with 50% records, and we'll have to see if it stays that way. Hammarby, they are known as early strugglers, aren't they, in this series? Because they've lost every single first match in the double headers they've played, and they've won every single second match they've played. So you can see that SMI, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. You saw it there. Their captain, Sanjay Mahajan, I'm sure he's keen to try and keep Hammarby's bats quiet. And I know that Azam Mohammed for Hammarby has been pretty good with the ball. I think he's also a key batter in their lineup, but you can see that they've got a few players to watch. I mean, Khalid Mahmood is another one, I think, for Hammarby is a key. And if you think this is going to be a close contest, well, the bat versus ball wall agrees with you, because it sees 77 against 77. If we have that, we'll have a golden ball. Haven't had a golden ball, you know, for a tiebreaker since the 31st of March. It's going to be Samir Hankare who is going to open the bowling for SMI. Let's see, Pratik Sanke is behind the stumps for them today after he missed, I think, the first day of their series. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Sometimes it's nice to be ahead of time, which we do seem to be. I'm going to look at on my watch because normally we start right on the hour. And so I've got about 15 seconds. And now looks like we are about ready to go. Hammarby opening up with the bat. Let's see how we go. Match 35 on the way. It's Hankare to get us started. Pretty good one first up as well. Straight in the block hole. And dug out well. That is Khalid Mahmood opening up, and he's out there with Sadat Siddiqui, who's the Hammarby keeper. Let's see how attacking they are in the power play. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, funnily enough, they had never won a game in the ECS, and that is until Monday when they won both of their games against Umeå. Now we'll see Siddiqui, the left-hander, facing up. So yeah, both these teams will be desperate to secure some points. But if one of these teams win both these games, it's going to be a big boost. If they split the games, it probably won't move the needle too much from where they are right now. Leg side, Siddiqui. Now, is there something on this? Must have been some pad. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, it was. Maybe the foot, actually. So that would have been a wide, except for the fact that just flicked something on the way through. This time another full toss. They get some bat on this. And this one might have been out, you know. They got that cover in pretty tight. So Siddiqui decides to go with the hit. Yeah, but if this ball hits the stumps, let's have a look. Thought he might have been struggling. Maybe just in. A still risky run to take. Mahmood, key player for Hammarby. See him doing his thing in the field as well in the second half of this game. Right now, aims an expansive shot over the leg side, just inside edges onto his body for a single. Hankare, it's been pretty good first up here. Okay. One snuck down the leg side to Siddiqui, got away with that. But for the most part, he's been falling at the stumps. And I think we've seen some bowlers getting a bit carried away with the short stuff. It hasn't really been working out too well for those. This time Siddiqui gets a bit inventive and works it around the corner. Well fielded though. And I think the fielding is super important, especially when you have two teams that, on paper, they're pretty evenly matched. Both have won as many games as they've lost. So they're right smack bang in the middle of the table, these two. Hankare, he says, where you need to close that, you're over. You've built up all this pressure, just 4 off the first 5 balls. Let's see if you can get away with the last one to Mahmood. It's 2 outfielders allowed outside the circle in the power play. Going for a fine leg and deep wicket at the moment. This is a good finish though from Hankare. He delivers for SMI after the first over. It's 4 for no loss. Hammarby just struggling a bit to get going. We know that's what they typically do early on in their double headers. And one man that never struggles to get going early in the day. He's up with the Sparrows, which is pretty early here because the sun comes up before 4 a.m. It's Rico Full. Well, welcome back, Rico. And yeah, what an interesting contest we have this afternoon between these two teams.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think, just me, I think this will be, because of the nature of the two teams, maybe, it'll be, the shares will be spoiled. Even Stevens, one apiece. We'll wait and see how that goes. Yeah,
How
I'm doing
are you
fine,
going?
thank you. I'm doing fine. I'm
How
a bit
are
hungry, though.
Yeah, well.
I could have done with my extra samosa.
Well, you won't be hungry by the end of the day. They always look after us here. Hey,
Yes.
how are you going with these early sunrises? Have you got your curtains sorted out in your room?
I have, but I need, really, what's missing is some duct tape because, you know, the light always manages to
It's so bright, so early.
come through. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. That's to be said.
Maybe one of those eye masks. You know, I've never really slept one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, ever wear those?
Yeah.
Here's Lakani for over number 2. Another good block hole delivery. Just knocked away for one into the offside by Siddiqui. I think the sunrise today was 3:53 in the morning. Takes a bit of getting used to.
It is really strange because, you know, when you're getting up, you know, as you get older, you do get up sometimes in the early hours in the morning and the light's peering in and you think, it can't be that time already. And you're thinking about, right, okay, time to get showered or whatever. You look at the clock and it's like 4:05 or something.
That's the
think,
thing. You
it
have a
can't
big
be.
night out on a Saturday night or something. You'll be out at the club dancing away, and then you see the sun coming through the windows. There's Lakani, see Mahmood. This one nips back a bit off the pitch. It'll be a dot.
But there is the opposite side of the scale. Of course, in the winter months, it gets dark around about 2 in the afternoon. So
It's funny, yeah, a lot of people, it splits the opinions in Sweden. I've noticed this. A lot of people like detest the winter because of the total lack of sunlight. But then there's others that kind of enjoy the contrast. But, at the moment, it's the men in black, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who are all over Hammarby at the moment.
yeah, this is a good start from Lakani. He's bowling really well, getting the ball in the right channels, getting a lot of support from his teammates.
Goes over the offside, and this one should be a boundary. And so, yeah, that one just relieving the pressure. It wasn't a bad ball from Lakani, but instead of being in the block hole, this is kind of a length delivery, I suppose. And it wasn't the prettiest shot, but it was effective. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a shot that you play in the power play, isn't it? You know, that even though this field is pretty defensive, got everybody on the, more or less, on the ring. It's still enough to get it over the top. They're making a change to the field early, so sort of that man is dropped back to the backward point boundary.
Goes leg side this time, and this one will be another boundary. This one's a bit too straight. So, once again, you see this isn't right up in the block hole. Gives him a little length to work with, and he gets pretty much the middle of the bat on that, and he whips it away. 4 more.
Yeah, Lakhani, he's going for the stumps here, isn't he? He's trying to get the Yorker in, but drifts ever so slightly, not by a lot, down the leg side, and Khalid, he's onto that very quickly. That's a nice looking shot. Gets his wrist into play there nicely.
Yeah, it just shows you how the margin of error is so small. I mean, it's probably half a metre to a metre shorter than being in the block hole, and the batter was able to manoeuvre it away expertly for 4 more. This one, similar kind of length, it's going to take some stopping, and Dargo does well to block that one. It's the end of the second over. Hammarby picking up a couple of boundaries, trying to get their innings moving. 2 overs in, it's 14 for no loss. And Rico gives us a chance to look at the standings in Group B. Remember, at the end of tomorrow night, we'll have to say goodbye to the team in 5th place. It's Umeå that are kind of in the danger zone there, aren't they? After not getting any results this morning, they've just got 2 games to play. And both these teams, Mumbai Indians in particular, they'll be keen to kind of push out of 4th because they are trailing on points. They do have games in hand.
Yeah.
Hammarby, I think they'll still have visions of finishing in something like 2nd place. Maybe hard to catch Mashton out, but still finishing 2nd is a lot different to 3rd because you'll play a lower ranked opponent in quarterfinals Friday, and also you'll protect against the weather. And we are a bit concerned with some of the forecasts we're seeing over the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's only a forecast. I mean, remember we did get very lucky last Friday when the forecast was rain all day, and we had a slight delayed first match, didn't we? It was a 3 over match, but the rest of the day we got lucky. Let's hope that we get the same kind of luck here.
I like that they're going back to Hankare after he bowled a good first over. I think you need a good one here. His first one dragged down to, oh no, straight down to deep fine leg, and it's straight through the legs of Dongare. And this isn't what you need after you've had a pretty tight start. I thought for all money he was going to block this, but Dongare puts down the long barrier, but there's a hole in the damn wall, and it goes through for 4.
Yeah, that's not a good one. It's not a good look. And after they've made a pretty positive start and they've been pretty good, they've been fired up, it's little moments like that can sort of let the head start to go down and say, here we go again. They need to try and put that behind them.
We've all been there. Here's the next ball. And it's chopped down and over the keeper. It will be a single. Yeah, I think we've got the barbecue that's going to be going today. I think you mentioned Sammy, the Barbie Master. You can see a little bit in the very left of your screen there. You can see it just looks like they're firing it up there.
Yeah, you can little smoke signals going up and down. Let's just hope it doesn't. The smell doesn't go across into the forest and we get the bears coming through for a steak.
So a little bit short. Yeah, and it's well turned around the corner, but also good fielding. And Siddiqui, he's not afraid to kind of manoeuvre around the crease and open up that leg side. So I like his inventiveness so far.
I like the look of the keep there. What do you reckon? Do you like that look? It looks very sort of modern day, sort of funky look, doesn't it? It's like he's ready to start into a dance, and why not? It is National Tap Dance Day. Maybe he's going to start doing a little jig.
This one angles across. Hankare's been really good here.
Does he look like when they used to have those leg warmers?
Yeah,
that used to be a thing
in the 80s. Yeah,
he's got his leg warmers on.
Yeah, it's certainly not a look that I probably would have sported, but each to their own. Same sort of ball. Hankare not afraid to go upstairs here. At the moment, Mamu doesn't really have the answers. As the last ball of the power play coming up. They haven't taken a wicket, but they have kept the bats pretty quiet. SMI in the first 3 overs. A few people enjoying the look in the chat as well. Hankare, last ball of his spell. This one is going to be launched, and he does pitch up, and he's going to pay the penalty. It's sent out of the ground. Maximo Mahmood breaks the shackles, and he does it in style. 6 to finish the third over, and it's 26 for no loss.
Yeah, this is a lovely pickup, isn't it? It wasn't a particularly bad delivery, you know. He'd made up his mind that he was going to go for it. He anticipated the delivery, and he puts it away out of the middle of the bat. That went a long way. End of the power play, 26 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to look at all the balls that have been hit to the boundary, I think they've all been a similar length. It's been full, but not quite up in the kind of Yorker zone. And even that one was probably a metre short. And it just gives the batters some confidence that they don't have to judge the bounce too much, but they still have the kind of ball that they can get the middle of the bat on and pick it up and elevate it. It's just, sometimes they call that the slot. It's a fairly comfortable length, I think, especially on an artificial surface.
Looks like heavy Dungare. But going to have a bowl. The umpire just saying, tell me which side you're coming from. He said, I'm going to come round. Coming round the wicket, he says, to the lefty.
Who unfortunately had a bit of a mishap in the field last over. Let's see how he goes with the ball in his hand. Over number 4. Good shout, this one. I think it's probably doing too much.
I think more than that, Vinny. I think the umpire may have had problems seeing it. Don't know how he does end up. Look, have a look at this. No chance. Umpire has no chance.
I don't think it's probably out anyway, but you're right. This is poor cricket from Dungare. It's be called leg by. I don't even know how the umpire would see that because Dungare was right in the middle of the pitch. That's something I just need to see this stamped out over the next year or two in European cricket. It's honestly something that makes life impossible for the umpires. It's a better delivery, and that is a block hole ball. Lakani does the fielding. Just the one, I think. Mahajan backs up with intent.
Yeah, Lakani is a character, and he's not wearing he's wearing those fantastic shades. I'm just pretty soon maybe you can get Andres just to get a close-up of those shades. They match their outfit so well. He's not wearing his hat today.
I thought he's coming straight from snowboarding. Oh, this is miles in the air. Someone should get to this because it's gone so high, and somehow they won't. In fact, it's gone so high they'll run 2. And actually, Kakledge was the man who was herring in, wasn't he, from the deep backward square leg boundary. I suppose Siddiqui gets a bit lucky there because that was miles in the air, but it finds a pocket of space and it's 2 runs.
Yeah, he comes down the track well, but then rather than hit straight, he tries to hit it over cow corner, and yeah, he does get lucky. And, that could have gone anywhere.
Be back on the rack this time, Siddiqui. This is pitched up, and well, it could be out. Lakani, he will hold it eventually. Well, he was kind of rushing in the blitz defense from Lakani, and he's got those huge sunglasses on. Well, he looks like he's just come from the slopes, and whatever he's doing, it's working for him. I mean, that was amazing. Probably didn't have to rush in like that. He meets the ball really early. Look, for a guy who's fielding on the boundary, look at where he first touches this. He's on the run in, and he's almost at the circle. By the time he catches it, he's inside. Lakani with the party tricks. The first wicket falls at 30 for 1.
Well, Lakani saying, yep, you mentioned my shades, Rico, but they do the job. And look at them. They look like a monster pair of shades, but he can obviously see the ball pretty well. I mean, he juggled it around a little bit. Took it around to the 3rd attempt. Holds on to the catch. I was talking to Lakani earlier, actually. He's just coming back from an operation that he had on his knee. So he's only just, that was about 4 months ago. So he's making a good recovery. He's saying that's the reason why he's not running in off his full run-up at the moment of bowling. Still giving him a little bit of issues, but he had no trouble running in and taking that catch. Well done to him.
Yeah, well, Lakani, his sunglasses are so big. If you tried to take them on the plane, you'd be charged for excess baggage. And that was a nice bit of fielding to pick up the first wicket. Azhar Mohammed is the new batter at number 3, and he's not wasting any time. He blasts his first one, slightly over pitched again, not quite in the block hole. Where's Fletch? He'll have to go find this one. Azhar Mohammed strokes this one beautifully away. Cuatro carreras as he's off the mark immediately. Good batting.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that is. Sometimes it still amazes me when a new batter comes in and plays a shot like that first off. Cracking shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Dongare has to get it right. Last ball of the over. He goes short instead, and Azam will just knock it to deep point. It'll be a single, and it'll finish the 4th over. The score is 35 for 1. And a very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, like none other in the world. And look, it's great to have you with us. Bajendra Yadav, he's watching from Nepal. He's just catching up on the Nepal chat we were talking about, Everest Premier League, which is a competition. I know that Andrew Leonard, that we had guesting for us in the ECL when Ireland were there. So, you know, we love any sort of cricket around the world. Keep the discussion going. In fact, this is a great opportunity if you're a lurker. If you are watching, if you're watching me right now, I want you to go into the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. This is my lurker call out, Rico, and I want to say hello to you. And thank you for supporting European cricket.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Another big occasion for Swapnil Kale, who's going to bowl, because it is his birthday today, Rico.
It is indeed Kale's birthday. And we wish him the best of luck. He's also wearing a pair of shades. He's thinking, well, maybe shades are lucky today. It's not too sunny, but Kale, the birthday boy, starts well.
Yeah, pretty good start. I want to say hello to Rohit because it looks like the lurkers are already appearing. Rohit is watching from Kathmandu in Nepal. So yeah, we've got a lot of Nepalese viewers. Sam Nick, he's watching, I think, from Germany. Isn't that right, Sam? Saying lurkers come forth. Yes, and Gokul Srinivasan as well, who we saw playing for Hissingans before. Now this is high. Now, I don't think Lakani is going to have any problems with this, and he'll take it easily. Well, he's got the big shades on a cloudy day, but it doesn't matter. Darshan doing the business. So the birthday boy gets a present, doesn't he? Swapnil Kale takes the wicket, and Hammarby just trying to force the issue. Mahmood, who had batted pretty well for 23, but this is the end of his knock. Well held by Lakani. It's 36 for 2.
Yeah, and congrats to the birthday boy. And Kale, he gets a wicket thanks again to the safe hands of Darshan Lakani. Well, I'm going to try those shades on later. They've got a bit of x-ray vision about them because they're certainly helping him see the ball pretty well.
I mean, I found it amazing the first catch he took, that he was I've never seen anyone rush in that far from the boundary so quickly. He took it inside the circle in the end. But yeah, that one was judged perfectly. Aslan Ali will be the new batter at number 4. Also want to say hello to Vinnie Fangirl in the chat, who's marking her attendance from Vinnieland. One day we'll find out the identity of Vinnie Fangirl, but I'm just pleased that you're enjoying the cricket. Frank Johnston is lurking despite being busy-ish, working in Glasgow. I know we were having a nice chat to Frank yesterday, and he's saying the Glasgow jury is more than happy with the presentation. Well, it's nice to hear, Frank. Hopefully the weather's nice in your part of the world as well. I know they get some quite long days as well in Scotland. Here's Kale around the wicket to the left-hander. Doesn't deal with this. Hammarby are so weird, aren't they? How first games, they seem to just struggle to get going. When we used to play bad in morning games, our coach would have us up at about 3 in the morning running around trying to wake us up. Bats haven't woken up yet for the men in yellow. This is clever bowling by Kale. Slows it down and gets the batter reaching, but it wasn't quite a wide. At the moment, the win predictor showing the team's very, very even. Plenty of cricket still to come here in match 35. Clever bowling by Kale. I like that he's taking a bit off it. He's asking the batter to go after him and make the pace. It's been a very good over so far. Just 2 off it. He's picked up a wicket. Just 1 ball left in this 5th over. The birthday boy delivering, Rico.
Yeah, he certainly is. I like what he's doing here. Like that also from Aslan Ali. He didn't have the best of days yesterday. He was in good form the day before with the bat. It didn't work for him yesterday, but he's played that one quite cautiously. He knows exactly what he's doing. Just guides that one. The onside gets a run to his name. I think he knows he's got plenty of time here still to bat.
Yeah, this is where you need to get out of the over without any more damage. Azam Mohammed is just going to lean on this. Well, how far is this going to run? It's going to be 4. Well, that's an extraordinary shot, really, as it kind of uses the slope of the ground to his advantage. It's a slightly quick one from Kale, and he gets down, really watches that one onto the bat, times it beautifully. So a boundary to Azam Mohammed. He's looking really dangerous. It's 5 overs down now and 41 for 2.
Yeah, we've seen that shot been quite productive throughout this series, haven't we? There is a slope that goes into that wide third man area, and if you time the ball well, especially with this outfit, it's just going to keep going and going. So nicely played.
Frank Johnston saying he loves the late cut. Well, that cut was so late, the party was almost over. But he gets the result. He moves to double figures in only 4 balls. So at the moment on 82 pace. No wides at the moment, which I think is a good sign for SMI. Making Hammarby work for their runs. I think that's the reason that they're kind of in the low 40s rather than closer to 50. Yeah. Arslan Ali will face up now as looks like Dongare is going to get a second over immediately. Worked away. Yeah, they're going to run hard, but just a single.
Yeah, nicely worked away once more. Just gets himself into line well, doesn't he, Arslan Ali, and then just gets that little flick away. He's got I think the sort of shot that you can play when you've got a pitch like this. The bounce is pretty true. You're not really going to get any surprises. So once you get in, you can bat with confidence.
Yeah, for sure. I like Phenom Struck's comment in the chat as well. Hello, Sora. I hope you're well. This one turns into a low full toss. And we'll get a fairly comfortable single. And yeah, Sora in the chat was saying it's a quality shot. He says, with shorter boundaries and faster outfields, there is a place for finesse in this format. And I agree.
Definitely.
And often, that quarter of the field, there's no outfielder. So, especially to a spinner, it's just picking the pace of the ball.
Well, somebody's on fire over there.
Yeah. Well, the barbecue, I can smell it from here, and it smells delicious.
What a Darcy
I regret eating your food now. Next one goes in, and it could be trouble. It is trouble. What a catch that is. And it came pretty much straight to him, and Kaklic is the man that holds on. And I don't think that Arslan Ali can believe it.
No, he
gets
can't.
plenty of that. It's angled in, and I thought this one was destined to go to the boundary or over, but there was a man in the way, and that man was Sunil Kaklic. And although there was a slight little bobble, the chess comes into play, but he does hold it, and a big moment in the game. I think that could have easily been 4 or 6. Instead, it's out, and Hammarby 43 for 3.
Yeah, that was a huge moment. I was saying, didn't I? I thought Arslan Ali was just being very careful. He wanted to make a big score here today after 2 disappointing knots yesterday. You can see that the way he came out, and this one really, it just times it. He doesn't try and hit it too hard, but he'll be regretting the fact that he doesn't try and hit it too hard. I think if he goes through with the full swing of the bat, that's over him. It's 6 runs, but he puts it straight more or less into the hands of Kaklic, who says thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad piece of batting, really. I think in this format of the game, sometimes you have to take some calculated risks. He probably doesn't know exactly where that's going with regards to the fielder. I mean, if it's a couple of metres either side, for sure it's a boundary. It's just a really good piece of fielding. A bit of bad luck, I suppose, as well for Arslan Ali. So 43 for 3. See Vinny Fangle asking what colour shoes I'm wearing today. Well, I've gone a bit understated. I've gone for the brown today. I'm saving up some shoes for later in the week. Okay, just giving you the tip.
You didn't put your tap dance shoes on today? It's National Tap Dance Day, you know.
I like watching tap dancing. I can't say I've done much of it myself. Bit of extra bounce for Dongare this time.
Listen, I was going to say, what I started saying before that wicket, I would not want to be Dyson Lakhani. He's fielding right on the boundary, and he's getting a whiff of this barbecue all afternoon long, and he must be feeling pretty hungry standing there.
Does seem pretty good. Looking forward to the Barbie man.
Just give him a sausage. Give him a sausage. Keep him happy.
Pitched up this time. Hit pretty well, but there's a fielder guarding that area. It'll just be a single. New batter out there is Farhan Ali. He's off the mark at his second opportunity. Yeah, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they've improved a lot, haven't they? They're a team we didn't see win a game when we saw them in 2020. They're 0-6 on that occasion. And then after having a bit of a Saturday to forget where they set a record for the wrong reasons, not being able to chase down a target of 63, set for them by the Tigers. They did get their first 2 wins on Monday, and this one is going to be out of the ground as Azam Mohammed, who's come out there and he looks like he means business. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. When he has had it, he's made it count. Maximo. That is the shot that brings up the 50 for Hammarby.
Yeah. Athial there on the boundary. He's trying whatever he can, but this has been hit with a bit of force, a bit of brute force there from Azam Mohammed. Hits that well, gets 6 runs, and nicely put away. Yeah, I mean, going back to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I think the key that's changed them round their performances and makes them look a much better cricket team is their fielding. They've started to hold the catches, even spicy ones like that one that Kuklich took, and also the very first catch that Darshan Lakhani took. You take those catches, you will always be in the match.
Yeah, for sure. Have a look at how close this contest is as well. So I think you're right, the fielding could be a big factor, and you're right, they have improved a lot in that area. So yeah, 6 over check-in time. I mean, from here, if you get 10s, you get to 90. I think that's probably a fairly good score based on what we've seen so far in Group B. Carlo, the birthday boy's coming back.
He could get rewarded with a second, just dipping on the fielder. You can see he was coming in, he was prowling, ready to take the catch, dodge it, but then he decided at the last minute that he may not get there, and he doesn't want to give the boundary away.
That's good fielding. Yeah, that was really good fielding, because he had to make decisions really quickly. He's looking for it, and he realised he's not going to get there, so he actually backs off, makes sure that it doesn't get past him. And you don't have too long to think about these things when you got the ball coming at you at a rate of knots.
I think this is a very important little phase here. I think another wicket here, Harmony, I think the rate will really slow down. These two are still keeping it ticking pretty well. One more wicket, I think SMI will be thinking. This is hit pretty well. Nicely picked up by the captain. Excellent work there. Sanjay Mahajan saying, oh no you don't, this is not getting through me. Great work from him. There he is, El Capitan. What a happy and proud man he must be
I just noticed something on my sheet as
victories.
well.
What do you notice?
Hot off the presses. Bowled by Carlo, who is a birthday boy. And I see that he is turning 37 today. It's also Shekhar Singh's birthday. He is turning 34 today. Shekhar Singh for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. So 2 birthday boys. They kept that quiet, didn't they?
They didn't tell us about that one. Asking a question. Well, are there going to be more celebrations here?
Well, I'll tell you something. The bowler does not think this is... Oh, he's given it. Wow.
Hang on a minute.
Wow. All right. This is the thing. The bowler doesn't appeal straight away. I don't think he thinks he hears anything. And whether there is or not, the replay won't really give us too much. But you have a look at that. Carle is very slow to react, but the keeper wasn't. He thought there was a little edge there.
Yeah. I don't know. Why does the umpire change his mind at the end? He has a look at the square, and then all of a sudden, see, they look at the square leg, and then he turns around and gives the signal. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I've got to say, look, it is important you umpire as a team, but you need to know your limitations, and I don't think that the square leg umpire can really offer an opinion on that, even if they hear a noise, because they don't have the visuals to match it up. So, yeah, I mean, whether it's the right decision or not, we'll never know. But you see, have a look at Carle. He doesn't appeal until he sees the keeper appealing. In the end, if I was batting and I saw that replay, and I saw the umpire shake his head and then kind of take a second opinion, it's a bit like taking medical advice from a bus driver. I mean, you can take it, but you don't know if it's very good info. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 53 for 4 after that. So another birthday present for Carle. And the European Cricket Championship, I want to talk to you a little bit about that because we will see Sweden playing in it. They're in Group B. This is a 21-nation tournament, international T10 cricket starting on the 12th of September. It's going to come around pretty quickly. There'll be 4 group weeks and a championship week. Join us for more information. You can go to europeancricket.com. Start a new over. Hackledge, he's going to fumble this one, but it won't cost them a run, just a single. Yeah, that's the thing, Rico. I know that sometimes, you might be the side on umpire, you might hear a noise, but most of the time, you can't really tell what it is, and that's the issue.
I think it's, see, the other thing is, we'll go back to that after this delivery from Sunil Kuklich. He'll take the single. Yeah, the other thing here is if you're not sure if a catch has been taken, and that clearly wasn't the case in that situation, that is when the standing umpire would go to square leg to ask the question. I mean, on a situation like that, you already know the ball's been caught.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be asking if the batter hit it or not, because square leg can't see that from there.
Pretty good shot, this. Times it well. And pretty good bit of fielding. Slight fumbles, they're going to go for 2. And that's actually really good running. I think they make up their mind.
Yeah.
They're going hard. On any fumble, they're going for a second. It wasn't an easy one out there on the boundary for the fielder. But they do get back for 2. And yeah, you're right. There are times that for sure, square leg umpire can be of assistance with catches, particularly with the ball carrying or not.
Yeah.
But as far as if the ball's hit or not, do you think that's kind of the sole purview of the standing umpire? Anyway, these are all things that... Oh, here we go. They're going to go for a real dicey 2 here. And he's going to get there. Well, that's really good running.
It is. You know what? I saw earlier that when the ball went out to the fielder out there, that he doesn't quite have a very strong arm. And they've seen this. And so now when the ball's going there, they're taking him on all the time. And that's a kind of what Ajit Singh is making his debut appearance in this series.
Very smart cricket. Very, very smart cricket from Farhan Ali. Yeah, what I would say is the standard of umpiring is something over the last couple of years that's improved out of sight
Massively.
in European cricket. Well bowled. Full
That
straight.
so
Keeper
unlucky.
can have a crack here. Doesn't.
And that really not out as well. This is so unlucky. It's a very, very good delivery. And does something deflect this away from us? Yeah, the bat.
It
Has to be a bit of the bat.
very toe of the bat. Squeezes it. Keeper can't get too much on the throw. So he does get the bat down just in time. Yeah, I would say out of everything on ECN, the umpiring is the one thing that's improved the most over the past couple of years. And again, that has flow-on effects in the domestic game here.
Yeah,
when the cameras aren't on.
Yeah, I think you're right. The umpiring, and the other thing, I'm going to say the other thing, I think the umpiring is massively improved, but I think the fielding as well. We've said everywhere we go back. And that is the reason when we go back to, I mean, I was seeing this in Landskrona, we've seen it in Bulgaria, we saw it in Romania. When you go back to these locations and you see that like for like runs, the average run scored in 2020, 21, 22, and it's lower or it's not higher. The reason for that is that the fielding is better. They're taking the catches. And that really is that graphic for me shows you that the fielding and the fielding, the catching has got so much better from all the teams.
It's a good point you make. Carlo, the birthday boy, one of the birthday boys, 2 for 9 of his 2 overs. Pretty good effort from him. And, also 2 wickets for Don Agre in this one. And so now we head into the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. Lakhani starts with a dot.
It does well. That's Lakhani. He bowled the second over, didn't he? And it wasn't a bad one. Just went for 10. But he is, I think he's far better when he just tries to attack outside the off stump rather than pitch up. When he pitches up, he sometimes gets in trouble. That's a really good effort. The batters will come back for 2. Will they make it? Here comes a throw and a direct hit. And he would have been in trouble. So it was the birthday boy, Swapnil Garlett, who comes in here to try and take the catch. It was a good effort because this is dipping sharply. Look, gets the toe end of the bat, so it wasn't going to carry. He comes in. I think he does well there to go for the catch. And, well, this one, oh, what was this? Was it bump or was it straight? I think it might have been straight. Let's have a look. It's all happening. So it's happening fast and think the action. No, it was straight off the bat. And Lakhani, see, that's what happens when he doesn't wear those shades. It's the shades, I'm telling you.
Yep.
He's got those supervision shades. It doesn't catch. So I think he thinks it's coming a lot faster than it was. Opportunity goes down. Big swing and a miss. It's a man on a mission, isn't he? Darshan Lakhani.
Yeah, sure is. Look, they've done well to restrict. They just don't want to let them get away in the last over and a bit, though. Yes, they might. They've done the heavy lifting.
And this one is going nowhere. And the fielders come in from everywhere. And keep it to 1. Tidy so far. Yeah, I mean, Hammarby at the start of this over would have been hoping to, if they could get the score about 10 off this one and try and get to the 80s. Not happening at the moment. And this one could be out. He goes right across. And it's all a question of whether the umpire decided if this is going to hit or not. Well, Lakhani, he is fired up. He is pumped. He's got the wicket. Look, it's gone right across, though. Keep an eye on the ball. And, I think...
I don't think that's going over the top. That was my initial question is about height,
No.
but I think you can see from that one he's a long way back.
Yeah.
And if anything, the ball maybe doesn't bounce as much as I thought it might off that length. So you can't really fault Farhan Ali. I think he showed some good hustle while he was out there, but he is going to have to go. And so a wicket for Lakhani off his last ball in his spell. Farhan Ali, cheeky little 9 for him. But as he departs, the score is 64 for 5. Just 1 over remaining. And it will be Cuckledge, I think, that's going to bowl it. His first over was okay. He just conceded the 8 when we saw him. And it's been an interesting little innings. Maybe not really getting going. Haven't had a double-digit over since the last over of the power play. The second and third went for 10 and 12 respectively. But apart from that, I haven't had anything in double digits at all. Cuckledge to bowl the 10th. Hit away and Mahajan, the captain, pick it up cleanly, keep it to 1.
He doesn't realise he's lost his shades. Oh, there they are, he says. Thank you very much.
And here's the thing, though. Don't forget Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They seem to have gotten over the wobbles now that the monkey's off their back. But remember, they couldn't chase 63 on Saturday against the Tigers. I wonder if that's playing on their mind still. At the moment, another single. Mahajan cleans up. They did seem to kind of bat a lot better, though. And we saw that when they were able to win the next game, as they scored up in the 80s, I think. That was in the very next match on Saturday.
Into the pads, it's going way down the leg side, so it won't be out. Take the leg by, and the captain will go back and strike. I'm surprised that Munir is coming in quite low, actually.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I don't know whether he thinks he struggles to play the big shot straight off the bat, but yeah, he is batting a bit low for me. Yeah, just seeing that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they chased down 65 for their first win. Then they chased a target of 85 in the very next game. So once again, they're going to have to chase. Let's see how they go against Hammarby here. This is a pretty nice shot. This will be 4. He just waits on this one perfectly, and he cracks it, and he's quite clever. He waits a little bit longer, I think, here after Ahmed to get it squarer and get it away from that fielder. So handy runs coming at the end for Hammarby. Does look like a bit of a below par total, but remember, they do have some good options with the ball, and they'll just keep fighting at the moment. And with that shot, they move up to 70. 2 balls remaining in this innings. Cuckledge, I think he's got to get full and straight. Does, and dragged out. They'll probably go for 2 here. I think they might take it on. No, Munir says no. And it will just be 1. That's good fielding. Do think maybe it was worth trying it on, but it will be the last ball coming up. 72. So Munir, in fact, that struck that boundary, and then the one next ball. So 72 with a ball to go. And this will be gone. So, yeah, pretty good finish from Cuckledge. This might have been a slightly slow ball that does have to have Ahmed. And he's going to have to go as the 6th wicket. So 72 for 6 will be the final. And once again, you see good death bowling from Cuckledge. I think when he did get full and straight, he had the rewards. He'll finish with 1 for 15. And Hammarby, once again, a little bit dozy. First game of the day. They were asked about first. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I think, all things considered, they'll be pretty happy with their job with the ball and in the field. They'll be chasing 73 for victory.
Yeah, I think they've done very well. I don't think they, even though there was small periods there when it looked like the batters were getting on top, they didn't lose their shape. They didn't lose their confidence. They stuck to their plan. The fielders did their job well and took their catches. It was a very good performance in the end. They'll be very happy with what they've done. And I think everybody that has to perform has performed. You know, the captain will be very happy with his men. Nobody's let them down, apart from 1 or 2 incidents like that one. But they did.
True.
I mean, you're going to get that every so often. Catches will go down. There'll be the odd mystery. But in general, it was a far, far, far better performance from the Stockholm Indians that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think so. And you mentioned how the fielding has improved for the most part. Yep, it wasn't perfect. Agreed. Lakhani, though, he had a feeling about that, and he rushes in. And, yeah, taking those early wickets, they just did a good job of putting the brakes on, as did kind of the approach changed, I think, a little bit for Hammarby, who seemed to be batting a little bit for survival for some of it, but there's no signs of that from Anzar Mohammed, who came out, and he actually looked pretty good for 18. Lakhani, though, you see, he actually took catches to remove both openers. Khalid Mahmood, that was the end of him. And then it was this period where we saw a bit of a counter-attack. Unfortunately for Hassan Ali, he was just timing that ball straight to the fielder. And then Carlo, the birthday boy, well, don't think was out originally. The umpire asked for a second opinion, and he says, yeah, well, it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me. And Carlo ends up with the wicket. Well, tell you what, didn't get a present there if you ask me. Maybe it was the correct decision. I don't know quite about the process. I guess umpires will live and learn when it comes to that kind of thing. And Lakhani, he's always trying hard, isn't he? This one he couldn't quite reel out of the air. After Ahmed, we saw going for quick runs at the end. This was an LBW, but not before Farhan Ali did contribute a handy 9. He was hustling between the wickets in particular. Kaklich finished it with a bang. 72 for 6, the final. And walking sticks after 77. He'll be out there with the ball, no doubt. He'll be a key cog of the defence for Hammarby, who, look, I do think they're capable of defending this, no doubt about it. Khalid Mahmood, he top scored with 23 in the innings of 15 balls. Scored 3 4s and a 6 in there. Any other batter to reach double figures? Azhar Mohammed, who he went for 18, and he was the one that was out in that slightly controversial moment where it looked like initially the umpire didn't think it was out and then changed his mind. Sanke taking the catch, and that just held them back a little bit because no one else reaches double digits. In the end, 72 the score on the board. And I should mention, keep talking about Carlo, the birthday boy, it's also Shekhar Singh's birthday. So very happy birthday to him as well. Carlo, though, one of the birthday boys, takes the figures, 2 for 9 of his 2 overs, also 2 wickets at Dongare, as well as individual wickets for Darshan Lakhani and Kaklich, who was pretty good at the end. In fact, all the bowlers, they performed well, didn't they? Nobody going at more than 8.5 and over, and that's a big reason that you see only 72 on the board. It's been a funny tournament, though. We've seen 62 defended. Will we see 72 defended? We'll have to find out when we return. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, they've got a real opportunity to get one over Hammarby here. They'll need 73 for victory. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me in Stockholm today. Hope you're enjoying the action. We're enjoying bringing it to you. And we'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Sweden. We are in the north of Europe and we are enjoying our time here in the nation's capital, Stockholm. Here's the location for this FanCode European Cricket Series, and we're into match number 35, day 9 of action. Just this and 5 more matches to determine the final standings in Group B. At the end of that, we'll have to say goodbye to the 5th ranked team. The other 4 will head through to quarterfinals on Friday before we get into finals day on Saturday. Right now, pretty interesting contest. We have Stockholm Mumbai Indians, after dropping their first 2 games, that took their losing streak in East End cricket to 8, but they've been on fire since. They won both their games on Monday. They had the day off yesterday, and now they're in a really good position to make it 3 in a row. They're chasing 73 for victory after restricting Hammarby to 72 for 6. First innings for Hammarby, led by Mahmood with 23, Azam Muhammad with 18. As far as the bowling went, lots of good performers. Kale 2 for 7, Dongare 2 for 17. Also wickets for Kaklich and Lakani. Hankare also pretty decent, didn't take a wicket but only went for 16 off his 2 overs. Nobody really got taken to the cleaners at all, and that's the reason the score's 72. So pretty good effort by the bowling unit for SMI. But now they have to do it with the bat, and it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. And I'm sure they won't want to be reminded, but Stockholm Mumbai Indians, in their first game of the series, they were set a target of 63 by the Stockholm Tigers, and they didn't get there. That was a new record for best defence, or lowest total defended. This is 10 more than that. I again think that it will come down principally to how the top order performs. If they get a start, then you feel they cruise to victory. Lakani is out there. Dashan Lakani. He's opening up with keeper Pratik Sankhe. So it will be Aftab Ahmed opening up for Hammarby. 73 to win. Pitched up, outswinger, and they do go on the hit. I think Sankhe was a bit slow to respond there. I think Lakani doesn't do too much wrong here. He hits and goes on the hit. Maybe he doesn't call out loud, but see, Sankhe was too busy watching the ball. I think on that occasion it's the striker's call. You just got to look at him, and if he goes, you got to go. Now, Sankhe will face up for the first time. Gets a Gundy ball down the leg side. This one will be called a wide. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. First saw them on the European Cricket Network all the way back in 2020. And funnily enough, Sweden, it was the second ever location we went to in the European Cricket Series after we went to Spain for the initial series in March 2020. There was a bit of a layoff due to the pandemic. We started up in Stockholm in June 2020. Lifted up over the leg side. Nobody back there. And so I think this will be 4. So handy shot. Sankhe. Now, seemed a bit hesitant to get to that end, but I don't know why, because he is able to drop kick this one nicely over mid-wicket. That's good field knowledge as well, because they've got nobody back there. And you can see that's Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They've got their supporter here, and I do believe, I want to have a chat to him, because I believe he's a Swazi, he's Swedish-Australian. And I know that he puts in a lot of effort behind the scenes to keep this team ticking. As the next one is going to be 4 runs, leg side. Sankhe, he looks in a hurry now. Let's get back-to-back boundaries in the first over. So that was Ewan. You saw just enjoying the action. He's a big supporter of SMI and their sponsor, the King of Canoes. Well, that sounds super interesting and probably super useful in Stockholm, because there's plenty of waterways to go around here. Driven down the ground, should be stopped, it will be. This is just the start they wanted, SMI. They didn't want to bat themselves into a hole and have that run rate increasing. As it is, it's come down, even though we've only played 4 balls in the innings. It's come down to around about 6.6. Need wickets and need them fast. Hammarby. Oh, almost. But it's going to be tattooed. That one almost took the bowler with it. It looks like a chance, but I think you'll find out that by the time the hands go up, the ball's long gone. After Ahmed gets flat batted down the ground, Lakani joins the party, and suddenly This first over has ballooned out to 15 runs. Look at that. I mean, that's dangerous, actually, if that's a bit lower. I don't think the bowler's reacting to that in time. Good batting. Again, you just have to tell yourself against this Stockholm Mumbai Indians lineup, if you can get through one or two, maybe you can cause a bit of panic to set in. No signs of that at the moment. This one's hit pretty hard as well. This is well fielded, really well fielded by Asad Javed at mid-on. He will keep it to 1, but a sweet 16 off the first over for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Lakhani will retain the strike. 16 for no loss after 1. And also would like to invite anyone that would like to have a bit of a chat with me to join the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We always love when you let your thoughts be known there. I know that Helix is in there and he's doing a good job. I think he's just popped out for a little while. Hello to Sundori as well. No matter where you're watching from, you're always welcome here at the European Cricket Network. Amir Hussaini, the captain, comes in. And I think he's going to ask the question here. It's pretty good keeping by Siddiqui. I think he's okay, though, based on that evidence, because the foot, once it's down, it stays down. I think this is where the batter, he doesn't move his foot now, and he says, look, I haven't moved it. You can see it's behind the line. So I think Lakhani will survive. Nice bit of glove work, though, from behind the stumps. Sadat Siddiqui deciding to keep up to his captain, Mohammad Munir. This is quite an attacking move. I like it if you have the skill to be able to pull it off. So Munir gets that one past the bat. Slightly slower ball this time, dragged to the leg side. Well fielded by Azam Mohammed. There's no shortage of good cricketers in this Hammarby lineup. That's the thing. They'll be a bit disappointed. They'll feel they underperformed with the bat, only scoring 72. But they will be defending. And look, despite that first over going for a few, they've still got some to play with, and they'll feel they just 1 or 2 wickets from breaking this game wide open. Oh, this is a nice shot, though, as he strays onto the leg side. Well, Sanke, a lot of buzz about him the other day. Hasn't really shown what he can do with the bat as yet, but this one is nicely picked away over the leg side. Maximo had that half a dozen with the rest, and the good start continues for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. He recently became a father, Sanke. So I thought maybe the sleep deprivation would be causing me a few issues. It looks like Hammarby are the groggy ones at the moment. 23 without loss. Really found their feet in this series now, haven't they, SMI? Oh, this one I think might have grabbed a bit of pad on the way through. This is a tough one for the keeper. I'm not sure if it gets anything on the way through. Oh, maybe not. It was just cleanly through. And Siddiqui, look, he'll be disappointed he doesn't take that. But what I will say is he's created that chance by being there in the first place. So he shouldn't be too hard on himself for that. That was a tough one, just missing the bails. And he gets close to it, just bounces straight out of the gloves. That's the sort of one you'd love to take, though, considering the game situation. Sanke survives. And that's one, yeah, I would say that. I've been in that position as a keeper where you've decided to come up to the stumps and you might miss. I'll say it's a tough one, and it's not tough, except for the fact that the pace that's coming through is pretty fast for keeping up. And so he shouldn't be too upset with himself, because if he was back, it certainly would have been an opportunity. He's almost made something happen there. Last ball of the over. This one swung away, and it just gets a bit of the bat, and Lakhani can move into double figures with this shot. Not his most convincing. It's the reverse on drive, 180 degrees from where it was aimed, but it was effective. And so the second over ends with the boundary. They are flying at the moment. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians are 28 without loss. And in the end, that over from Mohammad Munir goes for 12. Looking at the table, yes, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians can do this and do this convincingly. They may even be able to overtake Hammarby, because then that run rate will take a bit of a hit. Mumbai Indians will get a bit of a boost. One thing's for sure, they'll be on 6 points, tied with the Tigers. We have the day off today. And you can see it also spells trouble for Umyu. Umyu, if they, well, even if they win 2 games tomorrow, they might be struggling to qualify because that net run rate. So we're going to see Azam Mohammed. And I like this. They've decided to change the pace. They're going for a slower bowling option. Azam Mohammed does push a few through, but it's just a slightly different look. I think you've got to try things at this stage. Haven't gotten off to a good start at all. A very industrious start for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Sankey will face up last over the power play. Comes down the pitch and tries to meet this on the half volley. Doesn't quite get there, but does get a single. Sankey moves to 17. Always an exciting moment in your life when you become a parent. Sankey, I'm sure he's having a lot of fun out there in the middle right now. He's making memories. He can show his family for years to come. That's a really good ball. And I think he's been given, we'll have a look at this on the replay. It certainly does turn. If you look at the issue there, I think he's gone. Yeah, you can see it's a good call from the umpire. He must still be out because then he tries to slide it back, but by then the bails are off. So the umpire has a pretty good look at that and he's confident to give it. And I see no reason that he's not correct here. There. See, the bails are off there, and he certainly hasn't gotten back. So Lakhani, he's going to be stumped, trying to move things along. You can't really blame him for that, but he does become the first wicket to fall. He goes for 11. Good bowling by Azam Mohammed. He's another good wrist spinner. We've seen one from each of the teams today, haven't we? We've also Hal Khan earlier on. We've seen Tahir Mujtaba, and now Azam Mohammed. Such a weapon to have a wrist spinner. And the thing I like about all the spinners in this Stockholm series in Group B is they actually put a fair bit of work on the ball. And that side spin is actually what does Lakhani there. 29 for 1 and a chance to see the captain, Sanjay Mahajan, coming to the crease. I like this from him. He's put himself in the number 3 position and he'll be hoping that he can get them all the way to the target. Azam Mohammed. Let's see if he sticks with leg spinner first up or maybe throws in the quick one, tries to pin the batter on the crease. Mahajan faces up. Tosses up, and it could be another duck for Mahajan. Well, he got 2 in a row the other day, and that's 3 in a row. Oh, it's a disaster for the captain. He just didn't want to have a look at Mohammed. He decides to go after him straight away. So 3 ducks on the trot for Sanjay. I wasn't going to mention that he scored a pair the other day. I don't think he minded too much because they won both games. And this one, well, see there, just trying to elevate, but not easy when it's your first ball you're facing against a bowler of the quality of Azam Mohammed. So disappointment for the skipper. Stockholm Mumbai Indians now have lost a second wicket, now 29 for 2. He's got 2 Goldens and a second bowler in his last 3 innings. What I would say, though, is every time he scores a duck, they seem to win. A bit of the Mihan Shahid phenomenon from Marlow in Portugal. We seem to get out first ball all the time, but they'd win. I don't think anyone does it on purpose. Anyway, team game, and that's the approach you're going to see in T10 cricket. You are going to be attacking, and suddenly, Azam Mohammed is on a hat-trick. Dargay will be the batter who faces up, slips in place. Sensing a bit of an opportunity here, Hammarby. Hat-trick ball. Up in the block hole. Dargay just pushes for 1. So, yeah, the spin changing the game. Despite being in the power play, I like that Siddiqui, well, not Siddiqui took a good stumping. I was going to say, I like that Mohamed Munir has had the confidence to go for his leg spinner. Siddiqui featuring in both dismissals. Stumped and then caught. Meanwhile, the scoring stopped. That's the other thing. That one looked like the wrong end. Clever bowling. That is the quicker one. Pushes through and also gets through the fielder. Now he has to chase it. I'll come back for a Fairly easy too, or was it? Not so sure that the ball hits the stumps here, but it might. We'll see here. I mean, I think he may... Oh, we'll have to slow it down instead of speeding it up. But I think he may be short. We'll try and when Siddiqui was done screaming. But the ball does get away. See there. It's just a matter for me, is the ball in his hand? And I'm going to say it is, because I think he does break the stumps with the ball in his hand, and it's the stumps that knock the ball out. This one may show it better, it may not. But I think, for me, and you saw it from the other angle, I think he has the ball in his gloves, and when he breaks the stumps knock the ball out. So that's good enough, and I think this is going to be out. And there's the decision. So a good bit of umpiring as well. Well done by the officials for getting that one right. And well, I said it was a good 2. In the end, Siddiqui, he goes through the full gamut of emotions in 20 seconds because he was yelling at the fielder for misfielding. In the end, it was a bullet throw back. So whatever Siddiqui did the trick. And so once again, the keeper featuring in the dismissal. And Sunke, he's run out for 20. Surely they're not getting the wobbles here. SMI, 33 for 3. Well, no time to pause. So I will for a second, and welcome back after enjoying a very nice barbecued lunch. It's Rico Full, and Rico, SMI, they made such a good start, didn't they? But yeah, this bit of cricket just bringing them undone a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. The lunch was beautiful. The barbecue, well, this is the fielder, the batter getting barbecued. It's not what they wanted. It's very good work, though, you have to say, from Sadat Siddiqui. Hasn't he been key? I saw him getting the stumping earlier. Great work from him. And now we're getting that third wicket. It's all open again. It's all up in the open.
Yeah, here's Mohammad Banir, who's going to bowl over number 4. And that was Humais Javed, who he initially fumbled, but then was able to rocket a throw back to Sadat Siddiqui. 4th overtime. Down the leg side as we caught a wide. What I would say is it's really good use of the technology. I mean, as a keeper, I've had these situations where I don't think the keeper would be absolutely sure when the ball leaves his gloves, because sometimes you can have a kind of tenuous grip on the ball and it might slip out on the way to breaking the stumps and then the ball flies away. So that can happen. You see a nice cut shot executed. It will be picked up. Well done down there to keep it to 1. Yeah, but you can see there clearly that the ball comes loose once the bails are dislodged. It's actually the stumps that knock it out of the glove. Well, there's Sam. He's just trying to keep fit.
He's had too many chicken wings.
Mention his wedding coming up. Maybe he's running towards the barbecue, though. That's what I'd be doing. Quicker one. No, Mania. This one's touch and go. I think this one, yeah, just inside. Good keeping. Siddiqui does well to keep that one from getting past him. I would like to see him maybe try and keep his eyes behind the ball a bit longer, make it a bit easy on that take. This one jumps a bit. I don't want to get too deep into the wicket keeping side of things, but if all you keepers out there, one thing I used to really try and do if I was up to the stumps to a medium pace is keep the ball right between in the centre of my body. So I try and get my body across. That way if you do misjudge it slightly, then you still are in a position to block it.
Sam Williams just finished his lap there. And he does do well. He goes past the barbecue. He doesn't do a pit stop.
That's where I think I'm a bit different to Sam. I don't think I could go past that barbecue without stopping for a snack. Still, interesting part of the game, isn't it? They made such a good start, but those 3 quick wickets. So Munir bowling himself out. I don't mind that.
Munir, the captain, with the ball. Would he love to get another wicket here? They've just gone into a little cage, haven't they? That's what wickets do. They were flowing so well, going at a great rate, and then all of a sudden that cluster of wickets. And they're starting to maybe just panic a little. They don't need to. You've still got Shakar Singh. Remember, it is his birthday today. Wouldn't it be lovely for him?
That is true.
Get a stat load of runs.
Oh, no, it's not a good throw. I think if this is about a throw, he's a dead duck. He throws off balance, Munir, and he pretty much misses the pitch. Just have a look at when this ball whistled past the stumps. Batter wasn't even in the frame. He just had to get it close. I think the keeper could have taken the bails, and that would have still been out. It's the end of the over. The score is 36 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Sun coming through the back of our ice cube, which is really good. Big thanks to everyone, especially Sammy, the Barbie Master, for organising lunch for us. Yeah, haven't we been well looked after here?
We have. You know, we've got to just say that our hosts here have been absolutely fantastic, thanks to some of the key people, just some of them. Azam Khalil, of course, and Amin Zahid. And, well, today, Sammy Khalil as well. Thank you very much, Sammy, for a lovely bit of lunch. Really do appreciate that. And, of course, thank you to the Swedish Federation and that partnership between these federations across Europe and the ECN. Just growing all the time and producing some fantastic European cricket series like this one here. And we've been in Landskrona the first 2 weeks, and now we're in midway through the second. In Stockholm, this is in the air. Will it carry to the fielder? He takes a really good catch. Doesn't he do well, Vinny? He's got a long way to come. But not only does he get there, he takes a very comfortable catch. That is nicely taken.
It's the best recovery from a misfield last over that I've ever seen, because he caused that to be a run out. And then this one, Humay's Javed, comes in a long way. And he felt he was always moving. Does get to slow down a bit towards the end, but he does hold on to the chance. So, once again, Azam Mohammed doing the trick. That's 3 wickets for him now, Rico.
Yeah.
And SMI, they are 36 for 4. We're just looking at the shot when we were on the camera there. Hopefully I've got enough sunscreen to put on the back of my neck, because it's really coming through the back at the moment. But I've got to say, that talked about catching and how important it was to hold on to chances. And Humay's Javed does exactly that right there. So, new batter will be Hankare. And look, if you want to know the kind of entertainment that you get here, you got some character here behind. So what do you think of that, Rico? Oh, he's not here. So, Rico's gone full Cirque du Soleil on me. Azam Mohammed is going to get a chance to hold Hankare, the left-hander now. Can they turn this into a full-blown collapse, Hammerby? That's the question. This one's going to push through, slides through. No run. Azam Mohammed's been excellent. He's had a good series. Would like to see him getting off the pitch, though, if he's going to bowl around the wicket. Otherwise, the umpire won't be able to do him any favours if there's an appeal. Another one pushed through, and is this out? Oh, he's gone. And so it was the quicker one. Must have been a little nick. Hankare, he is going to be the next victim of Azam Mohammed, who's now got 4 for 3. Must have been just a little feather. And getting the decision. Good hands behind the subs from Siddiqui. So Azam Mohammed, he can't do anything wrong. Well, Rico, you're back in the cube. And are we seeing some sort of a collapse here? They're only halfway to where they need to be, SMI, and now they've lost half the wickets, 36 for 5.
Well, I can't believe it. I mean, it's when I wasn't in the cube, it was all cheers of joy from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, because they were creaming the ball nicely to all parts of the ground. And then all of a sudden, this man comes on the bowl. He is the first bowler to take 4 wickets in this series.
Wow, fantastic effort. And decided to keep going with those quicker deliveries. I would have thought maybe I would have been trying to tempt the left-hander to go after him. And he didn't need to. No matter what he does, it seems to be working out for him at the moment. New batter will be Kakledge. Still some batting to come. I think you mentioned Ashika Singh. Haven't seen him yet either. They're on target as far as the run rate required's gone. Just need to stop losing these wickets so frequently. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. He's been on fire, hasn't he? Now they're bringing the slip. Why not? Kakledge, they'll be feeling the pressure a little bit. You can't help but feel a little bit defensive, I think, when you're going in after seeing a flurry of wickets. 4 for 3. Incredible figures. This one could have easily been a 5th as it whistles past the outside edge. Confidence game. Talk about batting being a confidence game. I think spin bowling for sure is a confidence game. See the batter not really getting forward. Playing down the wrong line of that one.
Hasn't he bowled beautifully? Well, he has.
This time he runs at him. And he Gets it pretty much on the full. Kind of jams him, but Kakledge, I think he'll be happy to get to the other end. He's off the mark. Just one more delivery for Azam Mohammed. Behold a Dage. See, despite these wickets, the win predictor still favouring Stockholm Mumbai Indians, but 1 or 2 more wickets might change that significantly. There's the quicker one, maybe the wrong end. Well, they hit and run. Oh, a better throw. Could have been trouble there as well.
Yeah, if this is in the gloves, Vinny, it would have been bye-bye, adios. Another one would have been going back into the dugout.
Wow, I mean, that wasn't a very good call. The throw just took Siddiqui off the ground. At the moment, it's the Stockholm Mumbai Indians who are grounded. 5 overs down, 38 for 5, and a very fascinating second half ahead. We've certainly had some low-scoring thrillers here in Stockholm. See, the openers look to have this game on toast, but then the wickets have started falling, and really, right now, the game's up for grabs.
Yeah, it's quite an amazing sort of pattern of play. Just look at the first few overs. Over number 1 went for
Might want to shut your window.
16. Well, everything's gone flying here. I've managed to hold on to the computer, but
nice catch.
my
That's
board
actually
has gone flying.
That's the catch of the day.
Wow. I tell you what, there's going to be some chicken legs and hamburgers flying this way in a minute from the old Barbie.
Where did that come from?
Oh, picked up from nowhere.
It's Mahmood. He's coming into the attack. So, yeah, another good bowler to come on and deliver a couple of overs. It's the first time we've seen him.
I'm just giving that scores. Yeah, it's the first over 16.
Yep.
Second over 12, so it was 28 without loss. End of the power play, 31 for 3. And then it's gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
5, 2, and 0.
Really, ever since the third over, because there were 3 off the third, 5 off the fourth, 2 off the fifth. I mean, 2 of those overs from Azam Mohammed. He ended up with 4 for 5. It's pretty good going. But like I say, they're chasing 73, not 103. So they're still very much in this contest. They need a partnership. This one's pulled away. Nugget will just get one here. And you're fine with ones. If it's just not losing wickets and not having a lot of dot balls. You feel if you score off every ball from here, you need 7 and over. So you get the odd wide, you get the odd 2, probably get the odd boundary. You don't have to try too hard. This is good bowling on the mood. I wonder if there's maybe a case to have somebody in that position just trying to cut off that single and build some dot ball pressure. That's the way you're going to get the rate back up. Very interesting match.
I like the attackiness of the field as well. If you look at the offside field here, look where they are. And that's all about wanting the wickets.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They got 2 fairly short covers. You see there. I like to see someone on the right-hand side of the field there.
Yeah, you see there,
something similar.
well inside the circle.
Yeah.
Putting the pressure on, and the bowler's bowling the right line as well.
This one will just be wide of one of those men we were talking about. Just a single.
And I like the way, do you see the way they're all running as well? I mean, you see the fielders there in your picture now. You saw where they were in the ring. They've all run in and backed up, 3 of them. Really good.
Yeah. They got the energy about them. Hammarby, remember, they haven't won any of their kind of opening matches in the double headers. And right now they're in a bit of trouble as well. 42 for 5, 6 overs down. So just have a look at that. I mean, they went all the way to the brink, didn't they? I think they were something like 99%. And they've come back from the dead.
That is an amazing.
That's why I like the win probability chart. Because whether you agree or not, it does give you an indication of the kind of flow of the match and how many swings in the match you can get. I mean, obviously, when they were cruising at 28 for no loss after 2, it seemed like they were absolutely no chance. But clearly, where there's life, there's hope. And Hammarby storming back into contention. Mahmood, pretty good over from him. Only concedes 4 singles. And now we'll get to see Humayz Javed. Starts with one that gets pushed to cover it. They run. They get away with it. Just a single. Oh, I've got a feeling this might be tight now. And I'm a bit surprised. We haven't seen Shekhar Singh padding in the top 7. He's one guy that can hit boundaries. Full toss. Overcooked slightly. Again, just cost them a single.
Are you talking about the Shekhar Singh that was out for 2 or 5 balls?
I am
Okay.
talking about Shekhar Singh. Oh, yeah, of course. That's right.
It happened
It
so
happened
quickly.
so quick.
It happened so quickly, Vinny.
Oh, that's no good. Didn't even get to give him a birthday shout out. I thought it was very strange. Thanks for pointing that out. Is that what you were researching when you were out of the cube? Down to long off. This will just be one. So yeah, now the win predictor pretty much saying this is line ball.
What's that rate at going to now?
It's
Is
about
it
7?
7?
maybe a
So
bit
it's going to
more.
be
Yeah.
around about the 80s. And
Yeah, mate, about probably after that we're at 8 and over required. Nothing too crazy. Top balls help though. There's not too many balls left in this game. There's only 20 left.
Isn't it
28.
interesting how the whole perspective and the whole attitude of a team can change just in an instant?
Yeah.
I mean, Hammarby were looking like they were going to be clubbed after the first, say, I don't know, 15 balls.
Yeah.
And now look at them, they're up and about.
We've seen it happen so many times on the ECN though. Fortunes can change quickly and unpredictably. Now you see the pressure showing, isn't it? Dargo tries to go after this, just runs it. Yorks himself, another dot ball.
Gold dust, as we say. On the European Cricket Network, the dot ball is gold dust. And that's going to just get that rate to just keep creeping up. It's higher than what it was at the beginning of the match, quite incredibly.
Another good over this, but he needs to finish it off. It's hit pretty hard, but once again, just a single Munir. The captain does the fielding.
Yeah.
So 7 overs down, it's 46 for 5. So yeah, after 16 and 12, off the first 2 overs, we've had 3, 5, 2, 4 and 4. The pressure's ramping up on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who we will see again in the last game, as we will Hammarby. You see there's not too much between these two teams at the moment. They'll return for the final game of the day, match 36. The news from the toss is that Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they've won the toss, elected to bowl first. They want to chase. They'll get their wish. This game will be starting in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN. But I don't want to take my eyes off this contest, Rico. Low-scoring thriller on the way. And I said it during that opening partnership, didn't I? I said just 1 or 2 wickets. It could be very, very interesting. And that's what we're seeing at the moment. Mahmood's going to come back for a second over. And now, yeah, 9 and over. So now, oh yeah, if anything, I think I favour Hammarby from here, based on the fact that these guys are struggling to go run a ball pace, and they're asking for 1.5 a ball. Don't want to bat too conservatively this over. You've got to get this below 20 in the last 2. Does hit straight. Let's just think about what I might be doing here. You've got Mahmood bowling round the wicket. I think I'd be tempted to try and deflect to fine leg. There's no fine leg. It's the easiest sort of angle to play that shot. You need to manufacture a boundary from somewhere here now. Thinks about it, but that's just too well bowled by Mahmood. Pushes it wider.
Do you like this field set that they've got here on the offside? So they've got a man inside of, so we go to mid-on.
Yeah.
He's inside the circle, but you also got quite a wide long on as well. Pretty close to each other, but they really are defending that area of the ground because that's where they believe a lot of these shots are being played.
Yeah, to be honest, no. I would rather have that man of fine leg. I think they're both covering the same kind of an angle. I think I'd want to encourage the batter trying in that area because it's not an easy shot.
I don't mind it. I'll tell you why after this delivery. I think when you've got a bowler that's going to bowl the line that your captain wants, he knows that that's the area with that sort of straight pull shot where the ball's going to go.
It's that fielder there at mid-on. You're seeing the other guy on the boundary and a wicket.
So he's got one in there to take the catch, to give you the wicket, the other one there to save the boundary. I don't mind it, you know. Here we go. And this time, see that? And they complement each other well as well. One comes in, one backs up.
I get that, but what I'm saying is the big risk that hasn't been exploited yet is there's no fine leg at all.
Yes.
There's no fine leg at all, and we haven't seen a batter really ambitiously try for that gap. And I think it's an easier type shot with Mahmood bowling around the wicket because you're probably not going to get LBW. You should have to get some sort of bat on it. Instead, he runs it in, goes over the offside. Near's got a lot of work to do. Well, luckily, his leg got in the way because otherwise that probably sneaking through for 4. As it is, it's 2. The 50's up. And with 2 overs remaining, it's 50 for 5.
When the bowler's legs get in the way as well from the throw from the captain. And Mohamed Munir stops it, gets the throw in, and it clonks the bowler on his shin. And he decides he wants to give it a rub. Well, this is where we are. I mean, the bowlers, they've got themselves back in this match, haven't they? Mainly down to that superb bowling from Azam Mohammed.
They've been brilliant.
4 for 5.
I mean, really good. I mean, Munir conceded 12 off his first, but they brought him back for his second over straight away in the fourth. Captain brought himself back. Maybe that's because a couple of wickets had gone down. Well, 3 wickets went down in the third over, including a run out. Javed was excellent when he bowled the 7th. Again, since that second over, we've had 6 overs, I should say, and just 22 runs. So that's under 4 and over. And so now you're asking for, what is this, like 11 and a half and over. A lot of work to be done. Not a good ball, though. This is going to be slapped into the gap, and it's going to be 4. So Dargay, well, I like this batting. He stays still. He just tries to hit the ball hard. Does find the gap square of the wicket, and, wow, it's not hyperbole to say that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians desperately needed that boundary.
Plays it really well, Dargay. I mean, another batter's eyes would have lit up. He would have gone for a big swing, but he keeps his shape, gets the boundary.
See how Javed reacts. A pretty good ball, but gets some bat on this. All of these ground stops are crucial now as well, aren't they? That time it's just 1. Now Kakledge, he's got to get going, doesn't he?
Yeah.
7 off 12. You know, at a bare minimum now, he needs to get 1 a ball. You really can't afford too many, if any, dot balls from here on in, as the equation is 17 off 9.
Yeah, they've got 6 off the first 3. So, I mean, he's got, if anything, he's just got to get himself off strike, take the single. If he can't get the boundary,
he gets a full
toss. Gundy ball. Oh, how about this for a lucky stop? I mean, oh, and this is unlucky from the keeper. That's clocked him on the chin. Oh, it's all happening out there. It will end up 2, but the keeper, I think, gloves are coming off. He's hurt. He's coming off. That's caught him. That's a nasty one.
That is nasty for Siddiqui. He's kept so well in this innings so far. That was such a weird bit of cricket, because I mean, first it was a full toss. I think most of the time this will miss the fielder and go for 4.
Yeah.
I think Siddiqui, he's taken this one around the mouth. I mean, this one, I thought it was 4 off the bat. In the end, the ball collects the legs and then it collects the keeper. Yeah, that's got him in a nasty spot. And I think we're going to have a short break here. I think we'll see a keeper change. I think Sadat Siddiqui, not a great moment for him, for that to happen. I mean, that can happen. This is why, I mean, sometimes we see keepers keeping helmets even when they're not kind of up to the stumps. It's, it will be 2 runs. You never like to see injuries, Rico.
No, you don't. I mean, I'm guessing there, that ball's caught, it hit him, and it's probably the case of the teeth catching some of the inside of the mouth, and you can see that straight away. I think he wanted to come off the field of play straight away, because I think it's starting to bleed inside.
Anything in that area.
I just hope it's not nasty. I mean, he just needs to get some water to try and rinse that out. But that was a nasty one, and that's one of the issues here, isn't it? I mean, there's so much action happening. Keepers running in to get behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's on the move. It's hard to predict how that ball will bounce, and certainly hoping that Siddiqui's all right. I really liked his keeping. In fact, I like the way he hasn't been afraid to come up to the stumps and put some extra pressure on the batters.
It's not often. I mean, we don't speak about the keepers enough sometimes in matches, and I think on a match like today, when you think what the situation was in this contest, I mean, he's changed things around. Yeah, and I think that goes to show once again why it's so hugely important to have a good wicket keeper. Yeah, for sure. Especially in the T10 format, where even if your keeper doesn't bat high, I don't think it matters that much, because you shouldn't have to use as many batters. Yeah. You see here, this is what happens. I mean, originally, like I said, it wasn't a good ball, was it, from Javed? The throw comes in and just bounces, and he doesn't react to that in time. Just had time to turn his head slightly. That's what saved him slightly. It doesn't get him right in the middle of the face. Just kind of hits him as he turns his head. Hassan Ali will take over the keeping duties. And, so things really tightening up. We're at 58 for 5. So 15 off 8. Huge moment that could be in this over, because obviously that will play on the mind of some of the fielders. The new wicketkeeper now behind the stumps. Can they stay focused, or is this the opportunity for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians? Well, they can stay focused, because the bowler, well, he stays focused. What a good delivery from Humesh Javed. Sometimes this delay can really affect the bowler. can throw his line out, but he gets it bang on the money, knocks the stumps over. Great delivery, great comeback from him.
Yeah, it was. Right on the money. The ball before wasn't a particularly good one. And Cuckledge just tries to force the issue, and he misses out on this one. And so it will become the 6th wicket to fall, 58 for 6. The equation becomes 15 off 7 balls. And it's the birthday boy, Swapnil Kale, that will come to the crease. They'll join Dargate. And yeah, you see, bang, over goes the castle. He tries to hit that pretty hard. Maybe that's one that you could argue could just kind of try and deflect around the corner, because yeah, there's not too much protection in the field in the fine leg quarter. Carley has 1 ball to go here. Now, what does he do? I think he's a pretty good batter. I wouldn't necessarily be saying throw your wicket away and just go for it no matter what. I think, you know, for them to get home, I don't think they can rely just on Dargay to do it. So I think, you know, I wouldn't be necessarily trying to manipulate the strike. I'd be looking for 1 minimum and probably trying to high off a boundary if I got something I liked. Well, that's not the plan, as Carley goes for a golden and Javed comes back, bang, bang. Well, it was 3 bangs really, because the first bang was on Siddiqui's mush, but then the stumps go down twice, and this one's a little off-cutter. Carley is well through the stroke early, and so what a good over that is in the end. The double strike at the end of it. Javed finishes with 2 for 12, and Stockholm by Indians in a lot of trouble now. 58 for 7. They'll need 15 off the last over if they're to pull off this chase.
Yeah, unfortunate, especially for Carley. It's his birthday today. He bowled well, took 2 wickets, but not able to help his team out with the bat. You can see what he was thinking. It was the last ball of the over. He thinks there's no point him getting a single. Target is the set batter. He went for the big hit, misses it. And yeah, now they have it all to do in the last.
Yeah, whom has Javed? He went for 4 in his first over, 8 in his second, but all up, pretty good effort from him. The thing is, there was a boundary that over, but before that, we hadn't seen a boundary since the end of the second over. So that is 6 full overs without a boundary. So here's a good bowler to be able to bring back in the 10th. Aftab Ahmed, Dargate needs to try and make something happen. And I think they want to here, and they're not going to get it. So it's Kanwarjit Singh on debut, who's going to have to try and pull this one out of the fire.
Yeah, Kanwarjit, he didn't bowl, so maybe he is a batter.
You need 3 boundaries, I think, or 2 sixes. You've only got 5 balls to go. Gets a bit of bat on this, not a bad shot at all. Got to go for 2 there, surely. I mean, Kanwarjit wasn't a bad shot to start his innings at all. So what's that, 12 off 4? Okay, how can you do 12 off 4? 6 and a 4 and a couple of singles, something like that. Still think 2 balls need to go to the boundary. Yep. Absolute minimum.
It might get an extra or 2 as well. You never know.
Kanwarjit, again, do you gamble for that fine leg corner? There's nobody there. Deflection shot maybe for the new batter. He just sits and hits, and they'll only get 1 here. So 11 off 3. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I thought they'd put these demons to bed the other day when they couldn't chase 63. 73's one you see chased more often than not.
2 sixes, game over.
That's true.
6 and a 4. Could be getting a golden ball.
Well, they just need a boundary desperately, don't they? After Ahmed with the ball. Gets it really right. And now will they try it for 2? They like the idea of it, but there's no chance of it. So 10 off 2. And you're asking a lot of Kanwarjit Singh coming out at number 9, because now, if this ball stays in the ballpark, it's pretty much game over, barring any extras. So Aftab trying to close things out. He hits it okay, but it's only going to be 1. And so it looks like Stockholm Mumbai Indians are going to go down in this one. Low scoring game. Had some tosses and turns. It just shows you're never out of it. I mean, we saw what the win probability graph said after 2 overs. Had them pretty much on, well, very close to 0. They've come back here and they're going to do it by some distance, as it will be a dot to finish. So congratulations to Hammarby. Well, they break their hoodoo of not winning their first game of the day. In the end, they do it by 8 runs, 72 to 64. And Hammarby just reminding us that They are kind of the sleeping giants of this group. Remember, they're the team that beat Mashta the other day, and now they've broken the streak of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, and they do it by a margin of 8 runs.
Yeah, I mean, well done to them. They've got that victory, and I think the way they came back in that match was fantastic. Didn't score too many runs on the board, remember, just posting 72, but they had to be sensational in the field. It did not start well, especially with the first 2 overs going the way they did, but then they got those wickets brilliantly bowled, you've got to say, from Azam Mohammed. Of course, they'll be worried and concerned about the injury to Siddiqui. The news on that, I can tell you quickly that he will be going just to have it is the inner side of his mouth checked. You might need some sort of, I'm not sure what you can do to the inside of the mouth, some sort of stitching or something, but he is leaving us now, so he will not be playing in the second match. As we have a look at the start here, it was everything was going the way, you would say, of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Something had to give, and this was it. And the man who, for me, was certainly he's one of my player of the matches, along with the bowler there. Great bit of stumping from him. Good work. He was in the action there, taking the catch as well. Azam Mohammed, didn't he bowl well? This one, well, was one that went through the fielder, but he does get his final say, because not only did he come back from Amir Hussaini and take a catch, he was instrumental in that bit of fielding. Here's the catch, goes up in the air, and it was a good catch. He came a long way, and the young man had to make up a lot of ground to get there, then take the catch. And when he came on the bowl as well, did pretty well, but not before that man there. And Azam picked up 4 wickets. Excellent bowling. He's the only player in this series to have got 4. We've had plenty of 3 first. That's the first 4. Well, this one was the injury, and nobody likes to see any injuries. And I think you're right, he's done well to sort of get side onto it, but he couldn't stop it hitting him. After the delay, it was 2 and 2 with 2 good deliveries. And, well, he certainly had a good game, hasn't he, Jarvid?
Yeah, sure has. And it was a team effort, really, when they came back from the brink, didn't they? Hammarby, in the end, that was it. Unfortunately, Dargay, well, he stuck it out as long as he could. Just didn't get enough help. And they really shut the boundaries down. And absolutely nobody that was able to reach the boundary in overs 3 through 8, and also in over number 10. There'll be a late change. We'll try and keep you up to date, because Siddiqui, he won't be taking part in match 36. You can see that he was listed to open the batting and obviously have the gloves. I think Arsan Ali, he'll hold on to the gloves for Hammarby. And one thing's for sure, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, they'll want to pull a Hammarby and come back after a loss and win the last game of the day. And they'll be feeling a bit annoyed, I'm sure. They weren't able to chase that down, but they will get to chase again in match 36 there. Captain Sanjay Mahajan, he won the toss. He's elected to bowl first, so they get their wish. Let's see if they can chase a bit better this time. Again, it was a really good start. Even though, go back to Sunke and the way that he ran himself out essentially by just a few centimetres, but it did make a difference. And that was the moment the match really did turn. Let's have a look at the scorecard though. I can tell you that it was the target of 73 required. Dargay ends up top scoring, equal top scoring, 18 not out for him, 18 for Sunke early before he got run out, as I said. It was a fumble that turned into a blessing for Humais Javed. Apart from that, it was only Lakhani that reached double figures. He looked good while he was out there. Kakledge, he was able to score 9, but took his time doing so as the runs just got away. Kamwajit, we didn't look too bad out there actually towards the end, but it was just too much of a hill to climb. And only 2 wides, that was really important. I think they didn't give away too many freebies at all. In the end, after a bit of a rough start, it was a really good team bowling effort. But Azam Mohammed, that 4 for 5, quite incredible. What a time to do it. It just shows you that this T10 format is so interesting. It can change quickly. You didn't really give them a prayer 2 overs in, but Azam Mohammed, well, he had something to say about it. Also 2 wickets to Humais Javed at the end. What a game we saw. A low-scoring thriller in match 35.
Yeah, great game. And once again, congratulations to Azam Mohammed. And also to the young man there, Humais Javed. He bowled really well as well. Yes, we have a look at that match summary. Of course, our thoughts are with the wicketkeeper, and Sadat Siddiqui. We wish him well. And he's okay. I mean, it's in terms of there's no dizziness or anything like that. It's just an internal injury to the inner part of the side of his cheek, and he's going to have that seen to. He's on his way now to emergencies to get that looked at. Yeah. But we never like to see that. It's the only downer on what has so far been a marvellous day. These 2 teams will go at it again, and one team that certainly would have had a bit of a roller coaster moment as well would of course be Umio. They would have been watching, and after the first 3 overs they would have thought, well, that's it, they're going to be out of this competition. But the way things ended up, they're still in it, and no doubt they'll be watching how this second match between Hammarby and the Stockholm Indians goes.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break. When we return, we will be back with the final match of the day. So stay tuned. Let's see if Hammarby can go back-to-back for the first time in the series, or whether the Mumbai Indians will get their revenge. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fool. Hope you're enjoying the action. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you from sunny Stockholm. We'll be back with our last match of the day very shortly in the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden.
Hello and welcome to the final match of today, match number 36, and it's going to be the same two teams again. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're taking on Hammarby. Hammarby, well, they're a team that always save the best to last. Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen here. But these two teams certainly provided us with an entertaining match number one. Certainly looking forward to this one already. Well, the birthday boy, Kale, he's been sent out by the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to do the coin toss. He's with Mohammed Munir. Let's join the two captains and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Stockholm Mumbai Indians call. Head. Head's the call. Heads. You win ball first. Okay. All the best. Good luck. Good luck.
Well, it is his birthday, Carles, and he does win the toss for his captain as well, and he decides, probably under instructions, that they're going to have a bowl first. So they're going to be in the field once again. With the ball, I really do feel that this time Samir Hankre will be the one to watch. I think he's due to pick up a handful of wickets. But of course, Kale himself, it's his birthday. He'll want to perform. And Don Agre, I think we can see both of them in the wickets. With the bat, Darshan Lakhana, he's got to be at his best form. And also, another man whose birthday it is today in the Stockholm Indian side is Shakar Singh. So happy birthday to Shakar Singh as well. And wouldn't he love to score a mountain of runs on his birthday here as well. And they'll need good support, I think, from the likes of the other birthday boy, Kale, if they're to get good runs on the board. What about their opponents, Hammarby? Hammarby, we know they always come big in the second match. So with the bat, I think Khalid Mahmood, he's made a good start, 23-15 in that first game, but I think he can go better. He'll be looking to go better. I'd like to see their captain, Mohammed Munir, come higher up the order. I think he's too low. Can he come higher? Can he give good support to somebody like Khalid? And also, I think it's time for Arslan Ali to come good as well, the left-hander, just not getting any luck. With the ball, I think Mohammed Munir will be key. His variations are very difficult. Batters have trouble picking him. But my tip of the bowlers for this match will be Aftab Ahmed. It's the final match of the day. One man who's excited about it and ready to go is Vinny Sandhu. Let's join him in the commentary position for the start of the final match of the day.
Thanks, Rico, and it's great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. It's the last match of the day, match 36 of this series, and yeah, I agree. Rico was talking about Aftab Ahmed. It certainly held his nerve, didn't he, towards the end of the innings, as he was able to engineer a successful defence for Hammarby. And the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, a bit of soul searching for them. They've got the quick turnaround. They weren't able to chase the target of 73 last game, and they will be chasing again. See the late change as Siddiqui, see that he unfortunately won't be able to take his place in the lineup due to that injury that he sustained. And there you can see that's the change that's been made. Farhan Ali coming in for him. And the wicket keeping will be done by Arslan Ali in the end. But I think Hammarby not just really want to bat better. I think despite getting away with that last game, I think they'll feel that 72 wasn't enough runs to put on the board. And so we will see Khalid Mahmood out there. He'll be opening up, and looks like they have thrown Farhan Ali out there straight away. So good opportunity to see what he can do at the top. The bowler for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians will be Samir Hankre. He really impressed me earlier on. And let's see if he can get the early wickets this time. Yeah, so Farhan Ali, he was the man that was brought in as a late replacement for Siddiqui. We're certainly wishing Siddiqui all the best. I can see that a few well wishes in the chat, of course. Being a wicketkeeper, not particularly easy for sure. And so I know that everyone's sending him their best. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious. Almost ready to go. See Sader Arif. Here's your on-field official to get this first over going. Here's Hankre. So that'll be a single. And you can see that's joined out there by Meeta Daub, who's in the square leg position to start this one off. Nice to see Meeta out there in the umpiring position once again. Hankre, pretty good start for him. And so now we will get to see what Ali can bring to the table. So, yep, he's ready to go. Just one run on the board, one ball down. Pretty well pitched by Hankare. It does seem to bowl a heavy ball, as we used to say. It does seem to get a bit more bounce than you'd expect. Quite heavy in the shoulders in his action. Once again, I want to welcome everyone in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And, would love to get your thoughts on what's transpiring. Do you think SMI can come back this game? This is down the leg side. I think this has missed everything by a long way. It's a really good piece of keeping by Sankei. I don't know what universe this has hit the bat. Have a look here. It might have hit the pad. Let's wait and see the call. Yeah, I think it did call a wide, which is good umpiring. Did just flick the pad. Nice take though by the keeper. This time does flick it off the pads, but deep mid wicket will do the job down there. We talked a lot about the importance of wicket keeping today. The hazards of it as well. Sankei is one of the better ones going around, as you could see from that. But we've had a lot of good wicket keepers. I mean, look at Shahid Mustafa from Nashta. Saw him this morning. I mean, Jyoti, he's got the day off today from the Tigers. He's another one to watch. This one's in the air, and it's going to be dropped. Well, Mahajan, he just would never set under that. He was still on the move, and in the end, he's kind of on the way down as he wanted to be going up. So he does get a hand to it, makes the stop, but a tough chance goes down. You see this one was just pushed, didn't quite have the timing to get over the infield. Mahajan sticks the hand up, unfortunately. It doesn't go into the middle of it. This is the last ball of the over. Hankare doesn't take a wicket, but doesn't bowl about over either. Goes for 5. 5 for no loss after 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me for the last game of the day on a very nice, pleasant Tuesday in Stockholm, or Wednesday actually even. Is Rico Full. Hello, Rico, and welcome back.
Yeah,
it's interesting first over.
I just put the headsets on. I saw the ball going in the air to my friend Sanjay, and he just not able to hold on to it. That was a close call. And they survive. They could have done with that wicket early on. Looking to bounce back, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They're still upbeat, and despite that defeat, they have to be, I suppose. I mean, I did like the energy that they put into their fielding performance in that first match, and they need to be the same. They can't let that defeat get to them or disappoint them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have to just kind of put that out of their head now. And it will be Harsha Aital who has come into this lineup, and let's see if he can make something happen for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Again, they're bowling in the fielding. Well, it hasn't really been the issue. Here he comes in on the second over.
Oh, and this one is going to be a beamer. Full toss, called a no ball. He was in the side first time round, we didn't see him bowl.
Yeah.
So first time he's having a ball, and he starts off with a real loosener. It's a no ball call, so it will be a free hit. So an opportunity for Khalid Mahmood to go the full Monty. He's got the license to go the full Monty. Will he take it? Here we go. Well, I think this is called wide. There's a lot of late movement there from the bowler. I thought for a moment it may have even caught some of the bat. This move, look at this.
Yeah, well, it does swing late. You're exactly right, Rico, but it swings too much, as you said. So still be on a free hit. I'd be maybe sneaking across the off stump. That's the way the movement's going. You've got the immunity cloak on.
It's going to be called another wide. And a dub.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. See, there's a little bit of movement from the batter, but still it's a long way outside the allowable zone, so I think that's a good call. Yeah, if you can somehow sneak a dot here, still only gone for 3 first balls. It's not a total disaster.
I'm surprised with the batter that he's not making an initial move. It's a free hit. Make a move outside off. You see, just not moving. He's had 3 balls in that area. And 2 of those, well, all of those have been the free hit, so he can't get out to it. Why hasn't he just taken a big step outside the off stump and then playing that shot?
Takes it after the ball's gone. So look, I thought he kind of gets out of jail free, doesn't he? First ball effectively goes for 3.
Well, this is taking the top end, chance to catch it, but I think this is going, and it stays gone. It goes all the way. Bolle, kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they do. I think he's picked this up pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you're using the pace of the ball when you're playing this kind of a shot. Even though I don't think it's quite off the middle, it's a bit top edgy, but it doesn't matter because there's no fine leg back on the boundary, and this one carries the rope. So Mahmood goes Maximo, first one of the innings.
I just keep waiting to see the wicketkeeper, Patrick Sankey, just going into a song. It's like he's wearing these little pop socks there. Just want to see him start doing the dance move. It's nicely played, and well, watch out for the bounce, and he does well there. It's that old Tortuga bounce. Yeah, wouldn't he look fitting if he just broke into the moonwalk there?
Yeah, it's a different
like
kind of a look.
Got those glittery Michael Jackson socks on and get a bit of Billie Jean playing, and
actually,
he goes.
Yeah, they are the pads that he's wearing under the trousers, but let's just say it's a bit of a tight fit, getting him all the way down.
Yeah.
Seems to be doing okay though.
This is struck hard, but there's a fielder there, and he drops it. Oh dear, that's going all wrong, isn't it, for the birthday boy, Carly?
Yeah.
Started off with 2 wickets, and then he went
Here it
for a
goes.
first baller.
Exactly.
Now he's dropped the catch.
Oh yeah, this one, not an easy one to pull. It was probably stump high or less, and he does pick out Carly.
Unfortunate.
Drops it.
Still got sticky fingers from his birthday cake, maybe. And, that's a nice take there behind the stumps from Sankey.
I wouldn't mind seeing something up to the stumps. Maybe to someone about the pace of Ithal, just try and create a bit of extra pressure on him. Yeah, still, Hammerby had a couple of fortunate moments so far. 16 with the ball to go. And this over from Ithal.
Short, and it strikes him quite high up. And, well, this one, I'm not sure how close it was. Probably was the striker that was the slower of the two. Let's have a look. He had to just start late, but still.
It might have been pretty close. I mean, I do think probably the odds were to go to the top end. Could have got a decent throw in. As it is, it will be just a scrambled run off the last ball over the second. 17 for no loss. Hammerby trying to bat a bit better, like I said, than they did in match 35, where they posted 72. As far as this group goes, it's an interesting situation, isn't it, now? With Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they certainly won't want to drop this one. If they do, and Umyot, they've got a real chance to decline press for qualification tomorrow. We'll show you those fixtures in a second. As for Hammerby, though, they'll be hoping to go back-to-back, and they will still have visions of finishing the top 2. Here's next over from Hankare.
Beautifully played. Absolute gorgeous shot. And I know one or two of the people on the chat were saying sometimes you just need a little bit of finesse, and that is exactly what that is. That's a classy shot. Top draw, liking that.
Yeah, really nice. Rides the bounce, and Hankare has been getting some good bounce out of this wicket. And nice to see some female representation in the umpiring in this game. Also in the chat, I see that Lily Panda's in. Hello to you, Lily. Just kind of gently suggesting to Vishnu once was enough. Mentioning that. Some pitches outside. Oh, no, it doesn't. Well, they thought initially with the angle here, it's going to be pretty tough for Hankare to get an LBW. And we'll have a look at it on the replay. Again, I'm not looking straight down the line. The umpire is. And for me, yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, yeah, the height as well. It certainly wasn't plumb. But, I suppose the umpire, like you always say, Rico, he's the one looking down the line.
It's a tough call, this. Yeah, tough call. There would have been enough doubt in my mind of the umpire about this one. A number of things. Also, maybe the height of it as well. Would it gone over the stumps? And the umpire has a think about it and then decided to give the decision, and he's now explaining it to the non-striker. He's saying, well, this is what I thought.
We don't really get a look at the leg stump at the bowler's end, so that was the first thing. The second thing was maybe the height. But the umpire was satisfied, and that's all that matters. So SMI haven't had the best start with the ball, but they do get the wicket now, and it's 21 for 1.
Yeah, Khalid once again makes a start, but not able to turn that into a big score. He goes for 15 of the 12 deliveries received. I think yeah, it's one of those. I've seen them given and I've seen them not given. That's probably the best way to describe it. Personally, I would have had enough doubt maybe not to have given that one. But
Yeah, I called it as I saw it at the time, but I wasn't looking straight down the line. It just seemed that way from our position. Next ball.
This is surely off the bat. Surely this is off the bat.
I think he
isn't
thinks that it flicks the pad on the way through. It does, I think. It's actually not a bad shout.
Sure
But again, I don't.
first, isn't it?
No, this
Wow,
one
it's
flicks
not
pad. Look here.
deceiving me.
No, well, I got a feeling that flicks. No, I stick to what I said. It flicked the pad on the way to the bat. Now this is going to flick the boundary because that's a French cut. It's going to be 4. Umpire turn around and signaling it before it even crossed the rope. Yeah. I still stick to what I said on the other one. It didn't pick it up on the side on that well, but this one will be 4.
Well, Azam Mohammed, he was the player of the match of the first match between these two, taking 4 wickets for just 5 runs. No surprise, really. Now he gets his opportunity to show what he can do with the bat. Hasn't been the best of starts. I think he got frustrated with the first ball, the LBW appeal. Then he has a big swing, gets an inside edge, goes for 4. See what he does here.
You make your own luck, as they say in the classics.
Okay, it goes short. That's nicely played, beautifully timed, and not for the first time today. It's an exquisite shot played on the offside. What a lovely cut shot this is. He just makes room for himself. A little shuffle down the leg side, and he just creams that beautifully through the gap. Beautiful shot.
Really nice batting. Top of the bounce, but gets it down. I think that's the key, like you said. Goes from high to low. So not too much wrong with the delivery, but just good batting. And he's one guy, Azam Mohammed. He's had a really good day. Took 4 for 5 with the ball, but even with the bat, he looked so dangerous. Before he had a slightly iffy caught behind appeal upheld earlier on today. Last ball, the power play coming up.
Looks to take him on, and
That's one way to get rid of Mohammed. Knock him out. Anyway, it's 3 overs down. The score is 29 for 1.
yeah, I would say that's a fairly even power play. 29 on the board, so you're looking to go, I think, always around about 10 and over to try and get to the 100 mark. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians have picked up that wicket, and bowlers probably been a tad unlucky not to have another 1 or 2 back. There's been a few inside edges, but maybe they're fortunate to have the wicket as well as the end of the power play gets signalled there. And oh, he's taking the gloves off. Maybe we're going to get the moonwalk. Oh, there you go. This is the old Michael Jackson bit. I told you. He takes the cap off. He does it. Where's the music?
Careful, you're going to get a copyright
No.
claim against
I've
us.
got to do that because
Luckily-
it is National Sing Out Loud Day. So we got to do it. Come on.
We're going to get a
Right.
copyright
Can we see
claim
that
again.
again? Oh, we got to have that back. He actually took the cap off and did it the old Michael Jackson style as well.
Here we go.
Look, here we go.
All right.
Go, you do the music this time.
No, I don't
No,
want to do it because
go
I'll be too
on.
accurate. I'll get us blocked.
He's got shine now. Look, here we go. Look, gloves come off, the glittery gloves, and there he goes. Oh, I like it. Back to the action. And this is up in the
I'm going
air.
to stick to you singing it because then I know we won't get any copyright claims because it doesn't sound anything like the actual.
I know. Oh, well, look
Oh,
at this.
hello.
It's the Tortuga. Oh, it's all happening out there. Well, I'll tell you what, my singing, you might not like it, and our viewers might not like it. But, well, Jeffrey, our Tortuga liked it because he's up and about. He's doing a bit of dancing. Look, there you go. Do you see it all, don't you? You see it all.
Yeah, I do love an edge of the picture. Anyway, here's Carlo, birthday boy, one of them. And this one sneaks past the outside edge and also gets inside the line. I'll say hello to PK, who's watching, and a few people laughing because Lily in the chat said hello to Vinny Sandhu and Rico Sandhu. I said, well, we're not married yet. But as PK points out, we do spend a lot of time with each other. You spend more time with me than you do with your wife. Anyway, big hello to Charlie if you're watching.
It's nicely played. He's trying to aim in that area again, and he's chasing it. Under, Iba. Well, he still can't get it. That's Munal Power. Well, His name is Power. He gave it some power, but he couldn't chase up to this. Look, there was hardly anything in it. Look at him go. He's giving it everything. He says, couldn't get there.
He's almost set a world record for the amount of steps that he's put in there. Bruno Power. Yeah, you're right. It was the legs pumping.
He's the Power Ranger, but couldn't get to it.
You're right. Carly with the return ball.
And this is right up there. Is it in the gap? It's more than in the gap. It's up and over them as well. Shaka, Lagia, Manos arriba. Vitro Medadaub. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras.
It's just enough, doesn't he? Takes a step back into his crease for Hanali. Just allows him to pick that one up a little bit more easily. Good club selection. He's been a good addition to this lineup. He's come in at late notice and he's raced 15 off 7.
He wants to go in that area again. He steps across and he nails it. There's another one. Bolle, Kinna Sona, Shaka Lagia.
What an excellent shot, because he takes on the fielder, says, I don't care, I'm going to hit this straight at you, but I'm going to hit it over your head. And so he goes back-to-back Maximos. And Farhan Ali mentioned he was the late replacement for that injury. Unfortunately, Siddiqui copped the ball in the mouth earlier.
Have they forgotten it's Khalid's birthday? What's going on here? Here we go. He's gone for 18. He's not going to go magical on his birthday. Surely not.
Surely not. Last ball of the over.
Well, he just plays this one out this time. Takes the single. He goes for 19 though. And the score moves on to 48 for 1 at the end of 4. What a good response this is from Hammarby.
Yeah, I want to say a quick hello to everybody that's watching out there, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. I see that Pallav Rai has said hello to us. And what a great chance for you to get involved in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We love the interaction. Hello to you, Lily. I know you're watching from New Zealand. I mean, we talk about this all the time. We've got viewers from all around the world. It is something quite special that we're doing here at ECN, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's amazing. I think I just love, the thing I love about it all is just being here, obviously being with yourself, and I love your company, as you know, the ECN crew as well, the match officials, all the players, some of which we've seen before, but the community spirit that has been sparked here. I think with people from all around the world getting involved with the YouTube chat, it's a growing family, this European Cricket Network. It's growing all the time, getting bigger, and, well, as we all know, getting stronger together as well.
Yeah, and I think, since I was able to make it back to Europe at the start of 2021, I think the YouTube subscribers have something like tripled, which is really exciting. It's a steady growth. I think one of the things that's really exciting is that it's creating cricket, but also it's giving the players something to really strive for. And it's kind of adding a lot to the domestic season. And it's also connecting the federations with things like the European Cricket League, the European Cricket Championship, tying it all together in a way it's never really been done before. Next ball, just deflected down to third man. And nice, well done down there. This time, Power. He's able to make the stop. Does bring up the 50 for Hammarby. And they can thank Farhan Ali for that, really. His assault has got them there halfway through the 5th over.
Yeah, it's nice when you're able to just change things around a bit as a captain, and it pays off for you. And that's what Ali's been able to do for his skipper. Gets beaten here. This is one thing that Darshan Lakhani has done so well when he's come on to bowl. No matter what the situation is, he's always stuck to his guns, hasn't he? He's always stuck to his line. And there's not too many batters that have been able to get hold of him, Vinny. He's always been tidy.
Yeah, true. Uh-oh. Is that the Tortuga?
He's taking the...
Uh-oh. Do you remember the misfield earlier that resulted in a wicket?
Yes.
Maybe everyone's trying it now. Anyway, I just want to say hello to Ronnie, who's watching from Newcastle in England. Said he's loving the commentary, both cricket and non-cricket related. Keep up the good work. This is what we normally do, talk about food, don't we?
Yeah, I can still smell that barbie.
Yeah, we've talked a bit about food already today, because we had Sammy on the barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
Did have a lovely dinner last night.
He wasn't literally on the barbecue. We didn't eat Sammy. That one's going to go before it's in that area. Look, we talk about the vortex, don't we, in Bulgaria. Isn't this vortex too?
It is. I think it's just maybe slight slope, but again, because it's on the full, it's got plenty of pace off the bat, and unfortunately, Power It's not powerful to get there in time. 56 for 1 at the halfway point. Hammarby, again, they are batting a lot better than they did last time. Harley moves to 29 off 14 balls. Yeah, thanks for your lovely comment, Ronnie. But about last night, we had a feast of all feasts.
So good, wasn't it?
Didn't we? We had Afghani food mainly, or just kind of Middle Eastern type food, and
Yeah.
there was a lot of it. That's all I remember. I went to a bit of a food coma afterwards.
That's, you know, the rice, I like my rice like
Yeah.
that. I make it at home plenty of time. So it's you can imagine normal rice, but it's got a bit like pilau rice, but it's got some of the raisins and the fruit in there as
raisins
well.
are nice.
Really nice.
And we had, what was that drink called? Is it Iran? It's like it's a kind of milky drink, but it's a little bit salty.
It's a bit like, it's a bit like lassi,
Yeah.
salted lassi. Same sort of thing, actually.
It's kind of like sour cream, but as a drink, but not quite as strong. Anyway, next over is Tongare with the ball.
It's a good start.
And then the issue last night was there was so much food that we were running out of table real estate pretty quickly, because we had all of the ECN crew, we had all the spring production crew, the TV crew. They had quite a few of the Albies Army players that were hosting us. But yeah, we almost needed a second story of the table because we were running out of room really quickly.
Up in the air. This is an opportunity. Fielder, he hesitates. He changes his mind, and the batters, they hesitate as well. Amazingly, that will just be one run.
Yeah, this is Kakledge, and he just needs to get off his feet here. Sometimes I talk about when you're diving, whether you're batting or you're fielding, you have to plan your dive 2 or 3 steps ahead. He doesn't really have a plan there. In the end, kind of still gets to him on the full, but he needed to kind of have a better run at that, get horizontal, get off his feet, and I think he probably gets his hands to that if he does.
Yeah, Ali wants to stay at this end. Maybe that's why they don't take the 2. And this one goes through the keeper. How far will it go? Fielder should stop it and does. This will probably be buys.
That's the power zone now. I think he's made it his own at third man. As we see, Bruno Power doing the fielding. That'll be a buy. Just snuck past the keeper, Sanke. Kept a bit low on him, I suppose.
Yeah, the SMIs got to get back into this. Need a couple of wickets here. They don't want this to be at sort of 90 to 100 score. Need to get back in this match. This is up in the air. I don't think he's got the legs. Fielder gets underneath it and takes a really, really good catch. That's well done from Rutraj Darje. Comes in, sort of judges it well, gets himself in a good position. And sometimes you say you've got to be balanced when you take the catches. And that's exactly what he was.
Yeah, it's a good slow ball from Dongare. I think that he backed himself. Just take the pace off, and he locates the slow ball well. It was Dargo that came in, and he decides to catch that one with the fingers up. A bit risky, I suppose, when you're coming in and trying to take it that way and taking it a bit low down, but still hangs on to it nonetheless. And an important wicket, isn't it? Because we know that Azhar Mohammed, he's a guy that can hurt you real quickly. Just the 2 boundaries in his 8 balls. He goes for 10. The score is 58 for 2.
Yeah, 58 for 2, and that brings one man who just hasn't had too much luck lately. The last 3 innings he's had. Arsenal Ali. Well, I backed him to maybe score some runs in this one and get back into form. Let's see if he does. I know he was absolutely determined to do it in the last innings. Played very sensibly, and then played one shot off of his hips. Played it beautifully, but straight into the hands of the fielder. So he'll be looking to really get started here. He's a good bat, quality bat. Just been out of luck the last 3 innings. Can he come back with a bang? Or can this be the moment that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians get back into this match? Donagre is the one who got the breakthrough. And he waits to deliver his first delivery to the talented left-hander. The left-hander, and also will be keeping wicket in this match.
He will be.
And that's not a good delivery. It's Gundy. And it goes for 4 runs. It's not far off going over that boundary rope. But this time, like the last time, he says, if I'm going to hit it, I'm going to hit it. And that's very close to being a maximum.
Yeah, very close. And once again, it's not smart, I don't think, to the left-hander. I know that Arslan Ali likes to turn on these kind of balls. I'd much rather try and get the ball going across him. And if he wants the leg side, he's going to have a lot more of a difficult time doing it that way. So a good start for Arslan. Last ball, the 6 over coming up.
Oh dear, well this one ends up being even shorter. The only thing was it wasn't on the legs. And well, Arslan for a moment thought this had gone over the head of Dalangre, and he was about to leave his crease. That would have been epic.
Look at this. Yeah, I think he thought it did go over, so he's off. That would have been one of the most bizarre run-outs I've ever seen. It wasn't even fake fielding, it's the batter that faked himself out. Anyway, it's 63 for 2 after 6 overs. That kind of stuff. You'll only see it here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Rico. As we have a look at the win probability. The pulse rate. And these two, they came together a bit towards the end of the second over. Drifting apart a little bit now because Hammarby, they put their foot down, haven't they? Particularly the third and fourth overs. 31 of those two. And now Lakani trying to pull it out of the fire. They have removed Azam Muhammad. I think that's important. But still, they're staring down the barrel of a bigger chase than they attempted before, unsuccessfully, Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But this is ECN. Anything can happen in this format. We know that. Lakani to continue.
Yeah, Lakani's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, he sort of turns him inside out. But no fielder there, so gets away with that. Sort of a bit of a false shot, really.
Notice Michael Daub in the chat as well. I was wondering why. Nice to hear from you, Michael. I was just asking last night where you'd been.
Hello, Michael. Great to hear from you once more. See you in the chat.
Big supporter of European cricket. Here's Darshan.
It's too wide. And I think this is just... I say it all the time. You get a left and a right-hander in there, it throws the best of the best. And Darshan, having bowled around the wicket to Hassan Ali, the left-hander, now struggles to get one in the right area to the right-hander. Ali's been stuck on 29 for a while. He wants to get a move on. He does. He gets into 30 now.
What a good innings. It's funny, sometimes people come into the lineup. He wasn't listed in the original 11 for this game, Farhan Ali. They said, okay, if you're in, I'm going to throw you right up the top and see if you can make something happen. He certainly has. He's been selectively aggressive. I think he's made some good decisions in this innings. Left-hander back on strike to Lakani now.
Oh, well, what does this catch on the way through? Skipping on the umpire, so it's by, so it goes all the way through. The reaction from the keeper, yeah, that moves a long way, doesn't it?
And
it moves so late.
Yeah, it moves late, exactly right. Misses by a stump, and I think that Hassan Ali, when he misses that, he probably thinks that's game over, but it sneaks past the leg stump. Fortunate moment for the left-hander.
See there in the background, the wind just starting to pick up now.
Yeah, it's kind of been swirling around today, hasn't it?
Carney sticks to that line, sort of fairly wide outside the off, and gets away with this one, I think. Yeah, that's a close call.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, isn't it?
The way the umpire has
Reef.
been this week, I think he's lucky to get away with that. I reckon
Yes,
there's a bit of varnish of the ball which has grazed the tram line, but he gets away with it, Lakani.
This was the full toss. It was the attempted slow delivery. Doesn't sound very nice off the bat of Ali, and Ali's now looking at the umpire, but I don't think this works. Just keep an eye on the height on this. I don't know. What do you reckon?
He's kind of crouching, so
Yeah.
it's borderline. Like, certainly live. I didn't feel that was high
Upright
enough.
in your batting stance
Yeah.
is, and in your crease
Standing-
is the
standing
guidelines.
crease.
Goes for that slower Yorker again. Doesn't quite get it
Go
right.
on.
They want to, and they will get them quite easily. Well, watch out for the overthrows.
Oh, dear.
Oh, ouch. Well, I think if this doesn't... Oh, it's on his jacksie as well. Well, that's not nice, is it? That's naughty but nice, as they say.
Well, they're not queuing up to give that a rub, are they? Farhan Ali, he knows he's in the contest now.
Well, he says, I don't care what you say. Don't show it hurt. Don't rub it. I'm rubbing it. I'm rubbing it. And, well, this is naughty. It's cheeky. But it's also quite nice. Well, there's the throw.
There we go. And
Boom.
I think he had a bad feeling that something was coming for him then. And Farhan Ali reminds me of some of my teammates describing what it was like playing in the Indian subcontinent a few years ago. Anyway, it is the end of the over. 7 overs down, 70 for 2. And this is what we have tomorrow, the final day of Group B matches. Final day of group matches here in Stockholm. And the Tigers, after the day off, they are back in the morning taking on Umeå. And then in the afternoon, we'll see the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, their final group matches against Mashta. So they'll have a good chance of finding out where they're at. And Umeå, they're the ones that really need to try and get a result against the Tigers to stay alive in the tournament. And even if that is done and dusted at the halfway point of the day, still the jostling for position will continue because quarterfinals are on the way on Friday. The higher you finish, the easier your path to the trophy will be. So the good news is Farhan Ali, he might have been in a bit of discomfort there, but he's recovered and he will take strike in the 8th over. Lakhani finishes with figures of none for 14, and it will be Kaklic to bowl over number 8.
Kaklic to Ali. Batting well outside his leg stump. Shuffles across. Oh, well, this is spicy. It's a spicy delivery. Asking the question, sort of more than asking now, sort of pleading here.
This is a funny one because I feel like he might have hit his own pad. No, it won't be that. But I mean,
it's the gloves they're looking at here.
Yeah, did it flick the gloves or not? Again, the umpire has to be sure. And she wasn't, so that's why that's not out.
What a delivery that just took off from Kaklic. This time it's hit back at the bar. Well, if he hits here, he could be gone. And, well, let's see. I think you're going to have to go upstairs for this because this happened really quickly.
Well, Farhan, he's not super confident. I had a feeling that he might have got there in the end. He was the one that at least had the idea to go for the run, but it doesn't go that far from the stumps. He needs to get a wriggle on. And in the end, he is going to be in trouble, I think. It's going to be so close.
Gone.
Just out.
He's gone.
Just out.
Well, he's still rubbing his bum. Maybe that's the reason why he wasn't able to run as quick as he normally would. He's already decided to go for it, but he was just a little bit late going, and well, he's going to find that he's
out,
gone.
Isn't he?
He's going to be gone.
Probably about next frame. One more will show it. There you go. That's the shot which tells the story. And Ali, well, he's going to be so disappointed to go in that fashion, but he is out, and unfortunately, he is going to have to sit down, but he might have a bit of trouble sitting down for a while, Rico. He's run out for 31, and the score is 70 for 3. And a good recovery from Kaklic, who knocks it down and then hits one stump, albeit from a close distance. And,
Somebody get him a cushion when he comes in. Give him a cushion to sit on. Come on, be nice. He's done a good job, hasn't he? He batted really well. I like these innings.
He'll have to go sit down on the ice chair, perhaps, and to try and relieve the pain at the moment. But still, a very good performance from Farhan Ali coming into the side, opening the batting in the end.
It's a good time to get a wicket. Just when you're going around 10 and over, you're trying to stop them getting to the 100. Here we go. Coming around the wicket to the lefty. And this could be another. Oh, where's this going? It's not going all the way, is it? I think it has all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Here's a West Seis Carreras, arriba, 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 over it goes. And well, there's no stopping this. Hands up in the air. Well, you can see the wicketkeeper. He's signaling the 6.
I mean, that's a backwards Maximo. And Kaklic had a bit of luck, I suppose. Ball before. No luck this time. As Ali moves to 14. That was not where he intended to hit it, but that's where it went. And handy runs for Hammerby as they try and push ahead into the last quarter of this innings.
Oh, this was up in the air. It evades everybody. What an over this has been for Kaklic. He's caused all sorts of trouble for all the batters.
I know that these white balls don't really make cherries on the bat, but you wouldn't find too many around the middle of Arslan Ali's bat at the moment because he's not using it. That's another one off the leading edge. He's been joined out there by Ahmad Khan. He's come up with a few good contributions just in this situation. Let's see how he approaches it. I think it'll be pretty attacking from the get-go. Kaklic. Let's see what he decides to do. I think I'm going full and straight first up. I think maybe I can get him LBW or bowled.
He just withdraws. Looks like he just withdraws from playing that shot in the end. Takes a couple of steps away. Steps right across his... Yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe he just gets beat. He's trying to guide it to third. Steps right across his stumps, though. I'd be looking to maybe, I don't know, you fall into the trap going for the Yorker here?
I don't think it's a trap. I think it's a good strategy. Last ball of the over.
Well bowled. You can see that he's suspect outside the off, so keep it out there short and wide enough to keep him out of reach. I think a dot ball is, and a couple of dot balls there to end the over. That's a good finish. It's not a bad over at all either. There was that run out in it as well, which he was involved with. 7 coming off it.
They played themselves back into the game at 77 for 3 off 8. Speaking of the Mumbai Indians, remember they couldn't quite pull off the chase last time, but you know they have kept it under control, especially the last couple of overs. Maybe they could keep it down to something like 90, but they're going to have to bat better. But they did make a cracking start in that last game. They were 28 after 2 overs, and they looked like they were on pace for well over 100 plus if they batted out the 10.
Yeah.
And it all went wrong, didn't it, with Azam Mohammed essentially taking a couple of wickets in quick succession, then a run out in the 3rd. So 9th overtime, it all happens in the 9th, as we like to say, and it's going to be Dongare to bowl it.
Gives him plenty of width, but doesn't get... There's something, I'm not sure, I'm trying to suss out what it is about Arslan Ali and his batting last few days. He's trying to turn everything onto the onside. You see that one there? Just has to step across and play this. Hit it at will, hit it hard, and he just, well,
You're right.
he doesn't fancy it.
He's reaching for that ball, and it wasn't even that wide.
Well, again, he goes out onto the onside. He's high up in the air. What a catch this would be. Oh, it was almost like one that we saw taken yesterday. And it was sort of in that area. And he's just got to sort out his wardrobe a little bit.
Yeah, Soleri was the man that took a catch like this yesterday, and it was a really good catch. This one doesn't want to get a finger to it in the end. That will go so high. They get 2 easily, despite the ball never going close to leaving the infield.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he does get fingers to it, and then...
I think he gets a fingernail on it, and then, let's just say, he's got the undershorts on, otherwise we'd have to get the pixelation machine out. 10 balls left.
This is hit firmly. It would have been a wide ball if he had left it. But just not got his timing, has he, at all?
Yeah.
They have the ball well to him. I think they've maybe decided, look, let's keep him wide outside the off stump. That's where he doesn't look comfortable. Here we go. Done not great. Well bowled. He gets another one through.
Yeah, nicely done. Playing themselves back into the game here, aren't they?
Yeah, it's quite strange. You know, when it all goes quiet before the bowler comes in the bowl, you can just hear the sounds you hear, the seagull, the birds. If you close your eyes, you think you're at the beach. And you think you're at the sea.
That's
so much nature. Just listen.
That's beautiful. Beautiful thing, Rico. I told you I spent some time in the country. It was very nice. Hear the sounds of nature. Have the birds tweeting away. And,
I know you like feeding the birds.
It's a natural wonderland. That's what I would say. It's an amazing place considering how harsh the conditions are at other times of the year. But it is beautiful. Last ball of the 9th.
And this is up in the air. Has it got the distance or has it not? Well, the fielders chase after it. And it looks like it has. I think that's going to be 4 runs. It doesn't go all the way. But it's a valuable boundary. They needed this because it was really tidy up until now. But look, he just launches into that. It's like somebody presses the turbo button and whoom, he comes into life. 4 runs.
It's a really good shot, but yeah, the bowler just gets a little bit too straight, doesn't he? So badly needed boundary at the end of the 9th over. 84 for 3. Nice shot by Ahmed Khan. He'd struggled a little bit to get bat on ball, but that one angled in and allowed him to turn on it. They're heading for the last over. And yeah, that's very nice. Sometimes just to stop and get back to nature a little bit. We've got some pretty cool places in Europe, haven't we? See the smoke from the barbecue. That's a nice little feature here today as well.
Yeah, it's Aman. Looks like he's taken over the cooking duties. Well, Sammy probably has a bit of time to eat what he's produced today. Thank you, Sammy. Edge, and this flies to the boundary. That's going to be 4 more. Well, Billie Jean can't do anything about that. That escapes him.
I love the way he hurls himself at this. But gravity was not his friend on this occasion. Let's have a look at this. He gives it everything. But I think Shaquille O'Neal might have struggled to get up to that one. That went very quickly upwards and over. So left-hand Arsenal, he gets a bit lucky there. Gets 4 to start the 10th.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort, isn't it, from Patrick Sankit. This one is hit really hard. That sounds like a rifle going off, doesn't it? What a sweet sound that made off the middle of the bat. That's 4 runs, and finally, Arslan Ali gets one out of the middle.
Yeah, I was saying that he hadn't got too many near the middle, but the bowling does help this, I think. I mean, he's just angling in, Cuckledge, and he bowls a kind of length that allows it. If you can get up in the block hole, then you can only really get the bottom of the bat on those, but this one does hit the middle. I think that's where he should be, and I would consider coming over the wicket as well, just because I think Hassan Ali is really enjoying this angle.
Well, but, okay, he thought about it and thought, this sort of delivery got me out last time. I'm just going to leave it.
It's smart batting. It's really smart batting. And this, okay, it's very easy to kind of get in a tangle there and get a 1 or a dot. Maybe it clunks into your pad. I think he knows it's missing leg stump. He gets inside it, gets another chance, gets another run for his team.
Hits this firmly. Ball! Kinnasona, and this one rocks into the scorer's marquee. And Marzi, the Wolf, well, that's one that he's going to have to pick up. What a big hit that is. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it really is. And you see, he watched the last one. He decided, no, I don't want that one. I'm going to wait for another. And he liked what he saw. That was probably the best shot he's played. And I think it's because he's got a lot straighter there.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of power in that shot. Maximo time, he's 32 off 13. It's been a real good contribution from him now. Now we know the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they will be chasing 100 plus. The score's up to 99.
Wide outside the off stump is where it's got to be. And again, he attacks the stumps. And they want 2. And will he hit? Will he not? He lines it up. He does. And that's well done to Cuckledge. We know that his aiming is pretty good. I don't mind that at all, though, from Arslan. I know that is going to be his partner, Ahmed Khan. That's made the sacrifice here. I think it's the right call. It's not taken cleanly. It just gets away from him.
He has to get up.
Get up. He does the roly-poly, gets up, aims, fires, and he hits direct. That's a good one.
Might have a future in darts, I think. Cuckledge. Twice he's done that. But what I would say is it shows me how much these players are thinking about their cricket now. I mean, going for a second there, and he knows he's gone. He's gone by a distance, Ahmed Khan, if that's run out. But he knows that he is the one in danger, and he'd rather get Arslan Ali on strike. So it shows you it is a team game. It's unselfish stuff. I like that from Ahmed Khan. Unfortunately, he is run out. But what they have done is they have kept Arslan Ali on strike.
You can't be bowling it there to him. And that's another one that's out of here. And, well, does that hit Fletch? I think it catches Fletch on the back. Oh, no. It's always Fletch. What is going on? Fletch is saying, why did you stop it? First of all, boom. Shaka. Lug out. Fletch, watch out, watch out.
Yeah, Fletch has absolutely been pegged. He's laughing, but he's not laughing.
Everybody
really.
got out of the way, and Fletch just stood there and boom. And Fletch is saying, why did you guys stop it?
106 on the board. Give half those runs to Ahmed Khan, I'd say.
It's in the gap, 4 more. And it's a good finish from the Hammerbeat guys. It goes to 110 here. Look at this. He's showing all of his stumps. And unfortunately, the bowler still bowls it in the slot to him. It ended up being a magical finish, really. Cuckledge, he went for a few. I think he only went for around 7 in his first over. But his 2 overs go for 33. And he just continued to bowl in the slot, didn't he? I mean, sometimes you say he's bowling in the swing zone. That's exactly what he did. And Arslan Ali, I said he was going to come good. He didn't look the part. Then all of a sudden, it just clicked.
Yeah, maybe he was bowling for run-outs, Cuckledge, because he was good for 2 of those, but not too much else. As we'll have a look back at some of the highlights of this innings. And they kept it pretty quiet early. Hankare only went for 5 in the first. Then back-to-back 12s and a 19 off the fourth. Suddenly they're up and away. They were 48 off 4. They look to be building a big total. Carlo, the birthday boy, couldn't hold on to that present. And we saw some really smart batting in this little phase. And eventually, we saw the wicket here. Mahmood had to go LBW. It wasn't one that had everyone convinced, and that just kind of threw them a little bit, but they still continued to produce through the 4th over. Carlo went for 19. We saw, at this stage, we were a bit worried about where this game was going, as Power, he's pumping those legs, but not getting too much ball contact with him. Meanwhile, over the leg side, Carlo went the journey with 19 runs coming off that over. Needed to pull things back, and they did pretty much with Lakani. Despite going for that boundary, he only conceded 8. And then the next 4 overs all went for 7 in overs 6, 7, 8, and 9. Meanwhile, had a couple of wickets falling. But in the end, that last over of 26, we'll see it in a second, it was just real carnage at the end. They went from 84 after 9 all the way to 110. And we saw that one was certainly a sensitive part of the body, but you got a bit of extra cushioning there normally. Cackledge, at least a bit of a side-on specialist, wasn't he? I said he might be bowling for run-outs. This one was just out. And, well, a bit of luck for Arsenali. Got to say, no, he had a bit of luck, but he ends up scoring 43, not out, off 16. The statistics talk for themselves with 4 4s and 3 6s. He was the catalyst to get them over that 100 in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You say get them over that 100 in the end. Hammarby were the only team to have scored over 100 in match number 28 against the Stockholm Tigers, 105, and they are only the second time the 100's been put on, and they're the only team to have scored more than 100 runs in this group so far. So when they click, they do click well, and this man, he clicked well when it mattered. Didn't he hit some smashing shots there? Well, just ask Fletch about them.
Yeah.
He's wearing
we'll see that
one
in
of
a
them.
second.
This was good.
I've got to say, so this is the 3rd last ball, and sure, Ahmed Khan, he sacrifices himself, but he gets Arsenal back on strike, and then we had 6 and a 4, and Fletcher was sore as that one crashes into his femur. It's, well, I'm going to watch that several times tonight, I think. But yeah, let's give half those runs, I think, to Ahmed Khan in the end, because he's the one that did get Arsenal back on strike. He's raised them to a very, very healthy total of 110 here in match number 36.
Yeah, it's been an exciting flurry, isn't it, towards the end of the day. It's always nice to get these higher scoring matches towards the end. And so Hammarby, once again, they reach 100. 105 was the highest score in the group before the start of that match, and now we've seen it go to 110, and it was Hammarby once more. As you look at that scorecard, Khalid, he couldn't get going. He got into the 15s and out again, but Farhan Ali, 31 of 20. And then, of course, that superb knock from Arsenal. It took him a while to get going, you have to say. But when you look at that 43 of 16, you wouldn't think it, would you?
Yeah, exactly right. It's been hit and miss. And like I say, had a bit of luck, but sometimes the universe dishes out a bit of luck to you. You got to take it. Got to say, Farhan Ali really impressed me as well with his 31 of 20 balls, as he was asked to open the innings with Mahmood. He contributed 15, also 10 to Azam Mohammed in there. Bit unlucky Azam Mohammed not to go on with it today, because he looked very good. Just the 2 wickets that went to bowlers. It was Hankare, 1 for 17, and Donago, who took 1 for 13 in there. Cackledge was pretty expensive, did pull off 2 run-outs, but just have a look. That last over going for 26 got them up to a very, very healthy score. We'll take a quick break, Rico. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Last innings of the day, Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, they are the masters of the unexpected. Let's see if they can pull off this chase in the last match of day 9. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the day on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the final time for match day 9. To start midway innings of this match number 36 between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians and Hammarby. Hammarby, well, they went wild, didn't they, when it mattered? It was a little bit of hammer time. They scored 110 off 4 and did most things right. They were on around about the 100 mark, weren't they, at the halfway point, 56, and they stayed more or less that pace, but it took a good special over towards the end, and it was Kuglic who went for a few. It went magical thanks to the batting of that man there in your picture behind the stumps at the moment, Arslan Ali, and he's keeping wickets because of the injury earlier today to Siddiqui. We hear that he's okay, he's just having some treatment to the open wound to the inner part of his mouth. Unfortunately, it was struck by a ball that that was thrown in towards him. It bounced and caught him on the side off the cheek, but he's doing well. Thank you everybody for all your concerns and your good wishes, and of course Siddiqui, you have all the best wishes of not only a global cricket audience but everybody here at the ground and the ECN crew. So are we going to finish with a bit of a thriller? The openers are going to be Darshan Lakhani and Partik. Now Partik Sankhe, both of these men showed they have the ability to attack and play some nice shots. And that's what they've got to do here, and that is a fine start. That's a beautiful shot through to extra cover, 4 runs. You've got to back themselves, and I'm liking this shot. I'm liking this start from Darshan Lakhani. 4 runs from the very first delivery of Aftab Ahmed. So they're certainly not going to go down without a fight. Everything to play for here. Remember, a win for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians would see them into the quarterfinals. Edge! Oh, and it goes down. And not going to be too critical of Arslan. He's not the main keeper. Swinging away. He gets a glove to this, but he can't get it to stick. And I think he's probably thinking that he probably should have been better, or would have been better, if he went with that with 2 gloves. Goes down, so the first opportunity puts down. Lakhani gets to the other end. He's dropped on 5. And this time it's gone. And he may have put 1 down, but Arslan Ali says, I'm not going to do it twice. So though it was Lakhani who gets lucky, it's the complete opposite for Partik Sankhe. He's going to go for a... Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be one of those. It's the first baller. It's not a good end to his day with the bat. He certainly did perform much better first time round. So first wicket goes down, and it is the bowling of Aftab Ahmed. He was very unlucky not to get Lakhani the ball before. The catch went down. The batters took 1. But he took out the frustration on Sankhe there. You see, catch is taken, and isn't he happy behind the stumps? It's never nice when you drop 1, but it's always nice when you get the opportunity to put it right straight away. No mistakes there. Second time round from Arslan Ali. Aftab Ahmed gets the breakthrough. So we're going to miss. It's very important that they try and pace this innings. I know that they're going to need around about, started with around 11 and over. But I don't think there's any point that every batter just thinking that every ball they get has to be smashed to the boundary. That is not the case. You've just got to be selective, but more importantly, be selective but try not to fall too far behind that rate, trying to take it into the last over. It's nicely played. Here's the man out there. Single will be taken as the throw comes in. So 1 ball to face in this first over, and it will be Lakhani. Goes back on strike. Lakhani's been joined out there by Shakhar Singh. It's also his birthday today. Wouldn't he like to finish the day with a bang? Slower delivery, and it's been well hit. The fielders between them do stop it. They've got that field once again in place that worked, I think, really well for them in the first match, Hammarby. end of the first over, and 7 come off it, but they do lose 1 wicket, and that's the wicket of Pratik Sanke. He went for the very first ball. So a nice start from Aftab Ahmed, the bowler. Looks like the captain, Mohammed Munir, now is marking up. He's run up. He's a tricky bowler to contend with. Every so often he can get the ball really to talk, and really can pop up when he hits a seam. But he does vary his pace very well as well. He's got quite a good slower ball. Let's see how he starts. Starts with the bit of a way swing. Just punched back to him by Lakhani. Slower delivery once more, but Fuller, oh, this is deflected. It's going to be 4 runs. It is. And ends up in front of us here. I think by the look of the fielder and his reactions, Asad Javid, I think this has clonked him on the knee. There he goes, bobbling away. He gets down. He's got the long barrier there. That catches him on the knee and goes to the boundary. 4 runs. It's a deflected 4 runs. He's still giving it a rub. And this one may have been called a wide, looking at it originally, but Lakhani gets the bottom of the bat onto it, and it hits the deck and goes kindly into the hands of Aslan Ali. No run. Shot, hits it hard. There is a fielder out there though, bounces once. Goes to him, quick throw back into the keeper. And even in the power play, it's all about having the men in the right place, and the captain doing the bowling here. Munir seems to have done that. Mid-wicket and long on. Javid is still struggling with the side of his leg. He's still giving it a rub. Oh, this is an opportunity that has to be taken. And it's quite a lazy effort really from the captain, and he knows it. Let's have a look at this. It's quite a simple catch. I think maybe he thinks it's coming quicker than it was. The catch goes down. So Singh gets a life on 2. Struck firmly. Javid. Oh dear. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, I've done it again. Please don't show it again. Well, I think it might get shown again. Javid, he was the one that got clocked on the knee, and the ball went for 4. And this time, well, he wants to keep his knee well out of the way. Unfortunately, it goes through him, goes through his legs, and goes for 4. And he's thinking, why me? Why me? Why indeed. That is the end of the over. And it is 17 for 1. So 10 come off that one. And if I told you that this is 17 was the score after 2 overs in the Hammarby innings, you'll know that this is pretty close at the moment. That's what's at stake. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they want the win. They want to go clear of Umeå, the team that are at the bottom of the pack. And, a victory here will do that. If they don't, Umeå their hopes will stay alive, as this one is banged into the deck, and that will be signalled as the 1 for the over. Let's keep an eye on this one. And
that's fair enough.
Yeah, fair call.
See that? The head moving around. That's always about checking the fielders in the circle, right? That's something you have to do.
Yeah, it certainly
every
is.
ball. There's a lot to think about when you're umpiring.
Yeah.
Say big thank you to the officials. They're the things you don't see. That's probably the things that, if you're just watching as a casual observer, when you're having a look at making sure that there's not too many outfielders, making sure there's not too many fielders behind square, making sure there's not too many fielders on the onside.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways different umpires deal with it differently. My approach always would be, when I was at the square leg, I'd always like to stand on the ring. And the reason for that for me, this one's played out straight, it would be a single. Well, I say it would be a single.
Yeah, hold on a second.
It was our friend coming to do the fielding. But yeah, I think if you're standing on the ring, then you know then, as you look to right and left, you can see the number of players, especially that are behind you, if they're inside the circle or not. If you're on the line, you know that they're either in or they're out.
Yeah. The other thing is, well, is this a little glove on this? They're pretty confident. I don't see a wide signal.
Well, no signal for
this
wide.
Hasn't hit the
what
glove,
does this touch then?
I don't think it's hit anything. Oh yeah, no, it's hit the leg. That's a good call from the umpire. I thought it was well away from the body, but the replay shows it just grazes the trousers.
That is a very, very good call, Vinny. Very good. A lot of people. And even when you're looking at the replay, you could be fooled that it comes off the gloves or the bat. And gone. He plays this onto his stumps. Another wicket goes. It's disappointment for Singh. He goes for 3 of the 6 deliveries that he's faced. And normally he's been one that's always been able to reward them with something. It's not happened here today. So it's another man who's enjoying his birthday today, but hasn't enjoyed it too much in the sense of the cricketing side. He has to depart, and he'd be disappointed because I think if they're to get close to this target or even get to it, then they need the likes of him to perform well. He departs, and that sort of leaves Darshan Lakhani stranded out there on his own, really.
Yeah, poor Shikhar Singh, not the birthday with the bat that he wanted, and he's a very slow trudge off. And unfortunately, the score is 19 for 2. No luck. He's probably said, there's a million times I've seen this fly past the stumps for everyone else today. How come mine has to come back onto the stumps? And one birthday boy replaces another. Swapnil Kale coming in at number 4. I was talking about all the things the umpires have to watch. The amount of fielders behind square, amount of fielders on the onside, amount of fielders in the circle, outside the circle. How about just making sure there's the right amount of fielders? I mean, I think I've seen games that have started with 12 on the field.
I've been guilty. I've
You've
done
seen
that
that?
once.
Yeah.
I've been on the pitch when it's happened. Yeah, it was. But it happens only once. You'll never do it again.
Yeah.
As we see, yeah, you're right. Kale comes out, and he's on a golden pair. He was out first ball in the last match between these two, so he's obviously aiming to do better. Happy birthday once more to him. So one birthday boy replaces another. And this one will be okay, says the umpire. That's the end of the over, and it's 19 for 2.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this last one. Yeah, that's fine. I think the umpires have been a lot better on the wide. I think they're probably a bit too harsh a few days ago, where they seem to be calling them despite when they pass inside the tram line at the popping crease, but they might then cut the line after the crease. But I think they've been pretty good today, I have to say, as we see the win probability heart rate monitor. At the moment, Stockholm Mumbai Indians just languishing down the bottom. Just did feel, especially that first cover drive we saw cracked at the start of this innings. Maybe there'd be some hope, but Sankey going first ball certainly doesn't help. Again, he's probably saying, well, I just saw the keeper drop Lakhani, and then very next ball, the keeper holds on to the one that he nicks. Here's a guy that's had a pretty good day with the ball, to say the least. Azam Mohammed coming off 4 for 5 in the last game. Comes in to bowl the 4th over here.
And this was always going to happen because he goes more in one ball than he did in 12 in the first game. That is T10 for you. If you ever need to know how different one game is from another, even if it's the same two teams, his first ball gets blasted out of here. 6 runs, despite the amazing but unsuccessful. And this was always going to be 6 because he's run from inside to outside to try and stop it.
Tried to bend the rules in his favour. Assad wasn't ever going to keep that one in the park. Maximo time.
Lakhani. Now he goes out in the off, and well, this one.
What a kick!
Has been kicked a long way. Here comes a throw. It's still moving the ball.
That's an amazing kick because he kicks it towards the fielder, which is nowhere near him.
This is kung fu fielding from Aftab. Have a look at this.
It's almost the bicycle kick. Look, bang. And then he kicks it towards the fielder. Somehow anticipates it. How did they keep that to 1?
Wow. Lakhani is probably wondering how he's still not on strike. Well struck. They will be fielded. Keep it to 1. Lakhani saying, yeah, I'm okay with just the 1. Zam. Mahmood. The quicker ball, and certainly whizzes through quickly onto the, I think that's onto the chest of the keeper, Ali.
Charlie Hunt in the chat is saying that he's had you, Rico, as an umpire many times out in Spain. Said he'll trust your judgment 9 times out of 10.
Thank you, Charlie.
But
and, hello
he
to
also
Charlie.
says there's always that one, though.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Hey, Charlie, come on, mate. I'm not as bad as some of the guys you've had. I know you've been triggered a few times in Spain. I'm not going to mention any names.
You're going to name and shame? Come
no,
on.
I'm not going to do that.
You got the platform here.
Charlie's had some runnings with 1 or 2 of the umpires in Spain, and he always ends up sometimes on the wrong end of those decisions. But yeah, hello, Charlie. Nice to have you back on the chat. And once again, he did a great job in Malta, covering the Valletta Cup.
Yeah, so it's the end of the 4th over here. It's 29 for 2. Hello, Charlie. Nice to see you. We're joining you from Stockholm in Sweden. And again, we haven't quite had all the sunshine. You're going to give him flashbacks if you're going to show him the finger. Show us what's your normal umpiring. If I'm saying to you, huzzah!
Well, I always stand like this.
Okay.
How's that? And I'll think about it, and then I'll smile and I'll say, yeah, you're gone. You're gone. So you see me smiling, you know you got to go.
That'd be annoying.
Yeah, you got to give it a
Everyone's
little
got
nod.
this little
say,
style. Like they have some have the kind of forward, some have the side one. You know.
Yeah.
Some have like the kind of. Remember the Venkat? He kind of did a right angle kind of signal.
Then you always got those that shake their head but put the finger up.
Well, in some countries, as we know, some countries we've been to,
yeah,
when you shake your head, it means yes.
That's right.
Right. So that's probably one of those
Bulgaria,
ones,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's Bulgaria. Yeah.
But there's others as well. So yeah. The funny thing is,
I can do that. That can be the next time I can do it. I can say I'm doing it the Bulgarian style.
Yeah, and in the Czech Republic next week.
Shake the head no and then put the finger up.
In Czech, when you say ano, that actually means yes. So they're running between the wickets. When you get some of the Czech guys at the crease, it can be a bit confusing because ano means yes. And so now they're going to probably take another one, and they can have a crack at this. And now we're going to have extras. Go on, get your running shoes on, Darshan. Oh, this one's a pretty good stop. In the end, somehow it's only 2. Well, this is complete carnage. There's a bat on the ground. There's 2 wicket-keeping gloves on the ground. And actually, Aslan Ali, who's got the gloves on now, he's lucky it doesn't hit one of those gloves. It would have been 5 penalty runs. Look at this.
This is when you know he's not the normal keeper because it's not a bad throw. Look, he's not getting to the throw. He tries to stop it with his feet, which you know is always going to be dangerous.
It's a Yorker.
Ricochets away. And then, I don't know why he throws this. There was no need to.
He had 2 targets there, 2 gloves, 3 stumps, missed everything.
What if he hit his gloves?
Yeah, then it
penalty
would be
runs, right?
Yeah, it would have been 7.
7, yeah.
Could have been 2 plus 5. Get the runs you've crossed for on those. That was crazy cricket, wasn't it? I mean, how good was the anticipation from the secondary backup fielder? Because there's nobody at fine leg. So he thought, well, hold on. If he's going to throw this, I need to get there pretty quickly, and he did. And they stopped any overthrows. And of course, Lakhani, dropped his bat and run through about 5 or 10 metres past the stumps.
Khalid Mahmood. They're playing some nice shots, and I like the hustle from them in the fielding. They're taking on any misfields and any that have not been taken cleanly by the keeper. But unfortunately, though, they're playing some nice shots. They're not finding the gaps regularly enough at the moment. Well, those gloves have come off again at the rate of knocks. They go flying all over the place. As Aslan Ali's not afraid to get rid of him, is he, as he goes ball tracking. So at this point, we know that Armaby had already reached the 50. Oh, this has been hit so hard, but well, I was going to say straight at the fielder, but it's another one that goes through the man who's out there. He's been pretty good out there up until now. This is hit so hard. And there's the bounce, and this one, yeah, he's overshot the runway, if you like, and it goes past him on the right-hand side. Doesn't get anything behind the ball. So a boundary to finish the end of the 5th over, 38 for 2.
Yeah, Lakhani has had a bit of luck in amongst that, but played some good shots too. 31 off 17. He's the key. I mean, they're not completely out of this, are they? Especially if he's there. He 73 off 30, so it seemed unlikely, but just 1 or 2 huge overs could change the face of it. I just looked up that law, and I just wanted to get clarification on a couple of things. It's always useful to check out the laws of cricket.
What's that one?
This is about the ball hitting the gloves. It's considered illegal fielding. In that case, then you do get any runs completed plus the run in progress if they crossed at the instant of the offence. So if the ball had hit the glove, I think they would have already crossed for their second. Maybe wouldn't have finished the second. As we see, a little sweep shot. It's going to run away, and will be stopped. They'll get 2. But then the interesting thing for me, so I did know that much, and then the 5 penalty runs, so that would have been 7 for the ball. But then the other thing, which not many people know, is that ball doesn't count as 1 in the over. So it doesn't count as 1 in the over. That ball would have to be re-bowled. It's actually a slightly different rule to when the ball hits the helmet behind the keeper, which is one that I actually didn't know until I looked that up recently.
This is launched, and the fielder gets under it and takes a very good catch. And that's nicely taken. Hasn't he been good out in the outfield there? Really good catch there once more from Ahmed Khan. And we've seen that he took a good catch in the first match as well when he was at deep final leg. Goes more aerial than distance. Yeah. And the fielder, again, really, really good technique. Lovely catch.
I'd be disappointed to go in that circumstance. Just trying to elevate. And he does elevate, I suppose. But you're right, just didn't get the distance required. So 2 wickets down now.
Okay, so that one. So okay, so going to that scenario, let's say that Arslan Ali threw the ball, it hit his gloves.
Yeah.
So they would have completed 2, so 2, the 5, 7 runs.
Yeah.
But it doesn't count as 1 for the over.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That is very strange. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I've read it several times now. The weird thing is, it means that the bowler, having done nothing wrong, he has to bowl 7 legal balls in an over.
Yeah.
I got told it's to stop a situation where if you're on the boundary and the ball is going for 6 and then you went and fielded the ball with your hat, that it's 5 and then that would win the game for you. That seems so bizarre. And I think if you're trying to field the ball with your hat, you're probably already in a lot of trouble. This is trouble as well.
Trouble.
Oh, he's chipped over the rope. It's the tripwire that's got him. And after Ahmed, trying to think of some sort of excuse. This will be interesting to see what he comes up with. Because this is one, I don't know whether he thinks maybe the other fielder should be going for it, but it seems like he's the man that's there and he needs a compass because he ends up the wrong side of the border.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if he manages to keep that ball not going over the rope, it would have been 4 because his foot was clearly the wrong side of the rope.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best delivery, though, from Mohammed. This one's been launched as well. This is a lovely shot. And watch out. Well, don't tell me Fletch is in there.
Probably.
Well, if he is, come on out. Come on out wherever you are. Who's in there? I want to see who's in there. Well, that's a cracking shot. It's 6 runs. I reckon he's hiding in there. Come on, Fletch. Show yourself.
Fletcher's office. Well, he might not be able to walk out because that might have broken his leg. Because that's gone straight into the executive suite. And ball came out pretty quickly, but Fletch didn't. Next ball. Well, this is going to go straight, and this one is going to be caught. What an excellent catch that is by Khalid Mahmood. Well, this one I thought was going to go the journey as well, but he takes it on the run. Hankare, well, no luck for him. He goes 6 and out, and it will be another wicket. Oh, how's your luck? 50 for 4. Hankare, well, does pretty well. I thought it was safe. It was straight, but Mahmood had other ideas.
Well, he's calling the police. Don't call the police, Fletch. It's okay. We're not picking on you. Well, Fletch, I knew he was in there. He's going back in his house now. He says, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, dear, Fletch. You know, we could have a compilation of just Fletch, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could actually.
Look, he's still wandering. He's just checking the damage. But another wicket goes down. And that's unfortunate. We just saw that big hit to the boundary.
I'm going to go back because I had a question from James, follow-up question, about how in one circumstance the ball's re-bowled and the helmet it's not. The short answer to your question he's asking, is it because it's a fixed obstruction versus an obstacle in play? I'll give you the very simple explanation in a second. After this ball from a man who is on fire today with the ball, Azam Mohammed.
Oh, well.
I think he's okay here. Lakhani is having to work for his runs, though. Get a little peek at this before I go on.
Yeah,
it does get down there. It's just because it's a separate law. So it comes down to illegal fielding, which is law 28.2, versus there's actual law, which says protective helmets belong to the fielding side in 28.3. So one of them says you re-bowl the ball, one of them says you don't. So there's the short answer. Anyway, right here, right now, it is 51 for 4 after 6. And Azhar Mohammed, once again, you can count on him for a couple of wickets. He gets 2, in fact. 2 for 23. A bit more expensive this time. Some good shots against him. I'd say Hankare, he looked pretty dangerous there, didn't he? Still got Lakhani at the crease. But, yeah, they're running out of time. And that run rate required has gone up to 15 and over.
Well, I was very impressed with this young man's bowling in the first match. He impressed me. Umesh Javed. Got the ball in hand out. Gets one through. Outside the off. Yeah, I'd be interested. You know the one you mentioned about a fielder deliberately stopping the ball using the cap.
Yeah.
Is that also then bowled again, or does that one count?
That is bowled again. So the only one that's not bowled again is the helmet one, is the fixed helmet.
Okay.
Yeah, so any deliberate fielding with the cap or some other bit of equipment, or any cap even that is deliberately discarded, if it makes contact with the ball will be re-bowled. And same with, so similar kind of circumstance. So a fake fielding law, a fairly new one where the fielder deceives the batter or attempts to deceive the batter. Which I've got to admit, that's a bit of an overreach for me, that law.
Using his pads again. If he hits, it could be trouble. And, well, he tries to hit. I'm not sure what he was aiming for.
Lakhani is in like a Groundhog Day situation where it seems every time he scrambles to the striker's end, there's a chance of a run out. Let's have a look at this one. I think he could have been in trouble here. Well, there's the ball, and there's him. And the ball arrived first, but doesn't hit the stumps.
Nah, he's not quite got his radar, Austin Lally. This is a huge, huge swing. Well, he was trying to send this one out of here. This was heading towards another planet if he got hold of this.
I've got to say, I'm really impressed with Umesh Javed, the youngster. Turned 16 earlier this week. And yeah, he continues to deliver. Got a bit of zip about him, doesn't he? He just seems to be playing with a bit of confidence. Man with 16 on his back.
Yeah, that's fine. I like that. If you don't feel comfortable, stop and go back.
We missed this, but Sanjay Mahajan, he has a run. So that's a good sign for him because he's coming off 3 ducks. He'll be feeling a lot more good about life after getting off, I suppose, an Audi, which I think is 4 ducks in a row, 4 zeros. Remember Mark Waugh went through a stage where he made a bunch of ducks in a row and they were coming up with all kinds of names, such as Audi for 4 zeros in a row. Yeah. The Olympic rings, I think, was 5.
That's 5, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about 6. Anyway, last ball, the over coming out. It's been a really good one from Javed.
No, he's doubled his... No, he doesn't. The captain is sent back by Lakhani, and that's all because Lakhani wants a strike. Well, I'm not sure if that's probably the play at the moment, but that's what Lakhani wants to do.
Lakhani might get the strike, but you never know. He might not be in the 11 if he keeps pulling that trick. Anyway, it's the end of the 7th over. The score is 53 for 4. And let's have a look ahead to tomorrow because we have our final day of group matches before quarterfinals on Friday. Match 37 and 38. We'll see Stockholm Tigers. They'll be back after a day off. And they'll be taking on Umeå. And then in the final 2 group matches, it'll be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians versus Mashta, 2 teams that we did see today. Join us again for another day of ECN action, starting at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Here's the captain, Mohammed Munir.
Goes for that slower delivery. He's bowling very cleverly, I think, to Lakhani. It's not the first time he's bowling to him. He knows he wants the pace, and he's not giving it to him.
Munir's laughing because he gets a dot ball for that. Lakhani once again turning the run down.
Yeah.
So I suppose what he's thinking here, he needs 3 or 4 boundaries this over, and he feels like he's the man that can do it. Let's see if he can get anything happening. This will be a wide.
Yeah. Wide ball. Yeah, I mean, look, if they can get a magical over in this one, even if it goes supersonic, it then gives them hope. I think if this ends up being one where they get even if they get 10 and over, not going to help their cause.
True.
It needs to go big. Struck firmly and good fielding from Khalid. Excellent.
See, now they're going to take the run. That's really good fielding. It's a hard thing about this plan. I mean, if it now becomes kind of out of sight, which you could argue in a few balls it might be, then I think you have to treat it like batting first and just try and get as many runs as you can. So whatever your strategy would be if you're batting first. Because net run rate could be important, don't forget, because it'll be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians who are under a bit of a challenge to hold on to 4th spot tomorrow.
So, That's well taken. Behind the stumps there from Ali. Yeah, see, the only thing there is like they do eventually take the single there. I mean, but the way to look at that is you've turned down 3 already. So
yeah. Well, he was hoping that he could get on a heater and hit a bunch of boundaries. When that didn't happen, then maybe it's time for a change of tack. You do have to be a bit flexible, I think, in your approach.
called wide. The skipper is not very happy about this call.
I'm no body language expert, but no, I think I agree with that. I think there's the outside of the ball grabs the tram line.
It's consistency, and I think the umpires have been spot on. Medadale there doing the job perfectly well. That's wide ball, and it's called as such, and they're not always going to like them. Oh, this has got to be out here.
Oh, no.
And, well, I think Mohammed Munir was saying, come on, coming in if you want. And it just takes it down. And, Captain gets run out. Well, first he doesn't take his runs, and then he runs him out. And just,
have a look at this, though, because it's not bad enough that he's going to get run out. He also gets kind of tackled by Lakhani. So Lakhani becomes an obstacle. And the one captain just kind of having a moment.
Eyeball to eyeball there.
And then he does get the first bail off cleanly, and just to be sure, because he's a bit nervous.
Look at the umpire, though, Medadale here, because she wants to put the finger up, but she can't put the finger up until that bail comes off. Yeah. She's at the side on there. She's saying, okay, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Sunday.
Look at the looks here. Look at that. Oh, look. Oh, look at that.
Do you reckon he's thinking that he maybe can make a run for it? Oh, no.
Oh,
that's almost helmet territory.
No,
Lakhani's fallen over. Ah, it's mayhem.
And then they take the sing. Oh, I don't get it.
I think I think you just do whatever you can. Hey, I've got to say that. Do you think, I was going to say, going back to Mahajan getting run out, do you think he's eyeballing the guy thinking that maybe I can make a quick, I'm just going to keep walking and make a quick dash from the crease
dive
before you knock the bails off?
Yeah, just dive in at the last minute. Well, there's a bit of timber happening here. The stumps have been shattered. It's another one that has to make its way back into the shed. It's going to be another duck as well. Rushrad Darje, he sees his stumps knocked over.
Yeah, he was pretty good in the first match today, Darje, but he comes out with a lot to do. He swings across the straight one. There'll be another wicket, and now 57 for 6, going down pretty quickly at the moment. SMI, 8 overs down, 57 for 6. Yeah, well, Michael questioning the sportsmanship of Munir. I just think that's a bit of byplay. I don't think there's anything too sinister in that. No, of course, those two know each other pretty well. They get to meet each other at the tosses. I think they get on pretty well. So I just think it's one of those things where they're having a bit of fun with it. Probably not too much fun when you're getting run out. Pretty bad enough they had to run around Lakhani, he's not skinny, is he? Lakhani, he's a big unit. And unfortunately for Sanjay, it's coming off 3 ducks. And then this time he does one better. He gets 1. But let's hope he makes a few runs tomorrow, because he is very capable. This is Lakhani, who swings around a Yorker from the youngster Humays Javed, bowling the 9th. And I've really enjoyed the live chat today. It's been very interesting for us. A lot of perspectives, a lot of people from all around the globe, as usual. Hopefully you can join us again. Don't forget to tell your family and friends about ECN. We love to grow our audience all the time. Full toss. And this one gets around Munir. So, I don't know if Sanjay's watching, but if there was a bit in that last one, he might be able to say something back after this. As Lakhani kind of gets down and just basically belts this square of the wicket. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of a good shot off Lakhani there when he's hit that. His head is looking one way, the eyes are shut. He's just swinging as hard as he can. And I don't think he had much idea where he was sending that one. He has a better idea about this one. Will this beat the fielder out there? And it doesn't.
Good fielding by the foot. That's Mohammed Huzaifa. Lakhani wants to strike back.
He might get it back. Well, he's still running.
I like the innovation in the running between the wickets, but I would say now we're at the stage where it seems that things are at the hopeless end of the scale. Swing and miss this time.
I've been really impressed with the young man's bowling, and what's happened here?
Oh, is he out, is he? Let's see what's happened here.
I don't know if this is this ball. Probably, I would say.
I think he's gone. He's been stumped.
Have a look at this. There's the ball in hands. The wicketkeeper still moving. And What do you think?
Interesting. Well, we'll see side on first if he's actually out. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt he's out. My question is where the ball's dead. But
when does the ball become dead?
He's straight away. He's running in and he sees an opportunity. So I
don't think it's dead. Yeah.
I don't think it's dead because the keeper never acts like it's dead. Straight away he's running towards the stumps. To be honest, the onus is on the striker. I think he's going to say have a look at it, but it's actually more to do with the keeper's behaviour. And the keeper runs in straight away and he's eyeing off an opportunity.
Yeah.
For me, you know, if you're in any doubt,
look,
the ball's
he takes
alive.
it here and he's on the move. He doesn't stop once. He's coming, and if you're not looking to see if he's coming, then I think you're at fault. He's already practicing for the next ball.
It's a sad dismissal, but I think that he'll learn a lesson from that.
Yeah,
Cuckledge, that he just has to pay attention. And I was always sure that the keeper has gotten rid of the ball before I'd leave my crease. And so, I think he will be gone here. Disappointment, but anyway, at least he learns a lesson, I suppose, in this game where it looks like the result is pretty much decided. You'd hate for that to happen in a final or something like that. And anyway, I don't think if that's much consolation to him at the moment, as he does become the 7th wicket to fall. Goes first ball, and it's 62 for 7. And, I think, for me, it's probably stumped. I actually don't know.
I think he's not trying to go for a run, is he? So it would probably be one of the, well, I'm sure it's not, but it's probably one of the longest sort of time-wise stumpings you can get.
Yeah.
It's no different than, I think, the wicketkeeper taking the ball and just waiting for the batter to see if he steps out or not, or lifts the foot. If he does, you take the bowls off. I think there's got to be a time. I think if he had started running and stopped for a few seconds and went again, then I think it'd be different.
I think it's the continuous motion.
Yeah.
And he's up to something. That's the way I'd put it in simple terms. He's up to something there. He doesn't act like the ball's dead. So Jarvid may get a wicket for that. I think it is given stumped in the end. Cheeky stumping. Can't trust wicket keepers on or off the field. I think when it comes down to it, I think Adam Gilchrist might be the only one that is the outlier. You can trust him. He was always I suppose,
Do you think
bit
he
of
could?
a choir boy. Unless he was very good at making you think you could trust him. Anyway. Yeah. Funny one, that one. Anyway. Uh-oh. Oh, is this out as well?
I think he's done it again. He has.
And this is genuinely
I don't know,
overbalancing.
where is the batter standing here?
He gets way across, and then look at this. This will be a replay and a half. And I think this might be run out, because he does take off, and then he's trying to get back.
Ooh,
I mean,
what do you think?
This will be umpire's call because we can't see the line in that shot. Because you'll see he comes back. So where he lands here is where he ends up. I mean, there, we can't see the actual line. It'll go with whatever meter's call is on the field, I think. Does seem out to me, though. But I'm looking on limited evidence, right? The
foot, part of the foot has to be past the line. If it has, and it was before the bells have come off, then, of course, it'll be not out. If it's on the line, it'll be out.
On the line's out, but the issue I'm saying, so we're clear about the rules there, but what I'm saying is that particular part of the field, because it's a bit of a dip in the field, you can't see the line. So I think it'll be not out. And so, yeah.
You think it'll be not out? I thought you were saying it's out.
No, I'm saying whatever the umpire's call is, it will stand because the replay is inconclusive there.
Not out is what's
and that is what happens.
No, you went. No, I heard you saying you'd go with the original decision, which was out. But not out.
I don't think the original decision was out. I think the original decision was to go for the limited review, but. Anyway,
but the right decision has been made at the end. That's the main thing.
Yep. So 10th overtime, and here's Asad Jarvid getting a bowl over number 10. Number 10 on his back, and it's been a very enjoyable day's cricket. Unfortunately, SMI, shades of Saturday, not able to pull off a chase. And here's the Power Ranger. We might need to get a move on here. Unfortunately for Asad Jarvid, he can't pick up the ball, but he will get a run. Power moves to 2.
Yeah, Power. Making his first appearance. What a lovely day it's turned out to be again today, though, Vinny. I mean, there was doubts with some of the weather. There was a few warnings of some showers later here today. But it stayed nice. It stayed not too cold. The wind has come and gone, but it's ended up being a beautiful day of cricket again.
It's been really nice.
Times it well. They probably would like to, and they're taking him on. And, well, of course, Lakhani, he's going to get home because he's always running to the easy end. And, well, he has got the power because he does a walk-off. He actually charges off. He's overpowered.
Yeah, Power's cardio going through the roof here. He looks like he's got a bus to catch. As,
Why are they doing this? I mean, this sort of hurts me a bit because I feel the other all these batters that have been running out here for no real cause at all. It's an opportunity for them to get some
If you're going to talk pure strategy,
yeah.
I mean, your strategy here is to get as many runs as you can to try and help your net run rate. That's all you're playing
There's
for
4
now.
balls to go.
Yeah, I know.
And,
but I mean,
and
like,
look at the gap in the runs.
I'm just talking from a pure strategy standpoint. If it was the first innings, then you probably run there because you want Lakhani to get back on strike. And why is that? Because you're trying to get a higher score. But yeah, I do feel for some of the guys. That
we've seen some unnecessary run-outs for me. I mean, maybe because I'm a softie. And Lakhani.
And Javad's asking, what do I have to do to get a wicket? Everyone else is getting cheap stumpings. Where's my wicket? Anyway, we'll continue. 65 on the board. Just 2 balls left. 65 for 8 at the moment.
Gets a dive in, but not able to stop it.
He's going to begrudgingly go to the top end now. And it will be the last ball of the day. And Avi Dongare will be the batter. So 66 at the moment. Well, I think there's one to come. So unless I'm crazy, maybe I'm wrong. It'll be the first time.
Well, the stumps have been picked up. I think they might have to put the stumps back.
They have to bang them back in the ground because there's one more ball to go.
Yeah, I think there's a ball to go. Hold on, everybody. Go back to where you were. Come on. Put them back. Put them back.
Yeah, well, she's done almost everything right this game, Meta. The only thing she did is she tried to knock off early. I have to dock her pay for that. She's trying to knock off with the ball to go. But
I think she's taken, and you've been harsh on her, I think she's taken the lead from the square leg umpire. Yeah, that's it. But,
doesn't matter. They've been great, the umpires. Here's the last ball of the day. Well,
it's been put away to the boundary, and this will be it. It's 4 runs. You see, it makes all the difference. You're the one who was harping on about the net run rate. You see the difference it makes? That one more ball, that's 4 more to it.
Not just that. I mean, Lakhani hasn't really backed his partners, but that was a nice shot by Dongare. He puts that one away, no problems at all. They'll finish with 70, but it's not quite enough, isn't it? And they'll go down by an even 40 runs, 110 to 70. Hammarby, they haven't done this series so far. They went back-to-back matches, and they have shot into contention in this group right up the top. Now, just trailing Mashta.
Yep.
As far as SMI, though, it's back to the drawing board for them. They've got 2 more matches tomorrow, and we'll have to see what the situation is. But they're in a position to put some pressure on them to force SMI to get a result tomorrow afternoon. Great to have your company. Hopefully we see you again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. But now let's look back at the last 10 overs of the day. And Lakhani, he was out there. And he played a cracking shot first ball. Ended up batting through the innings for 40 not out. Unfortunately, for Sankey, he wasn't as lucky as Lakhani. You saw the catch go down, but then Sankey had to go very first ball, and you knew with him back in the shed, it was always going to be tough. Well, it was pretty tough on the long barrier. There's more wrong barrier than long barrier, if you ask me. This one, fairly simple. One back to Mohammed Munir. Ultimately, pressure of runs on the board, and so Java did his best to give a few back, didn't he? But once again, Aftab Ahmed had a pretty good day with the ball. The wicket started to tumble, Rico, and it was SMI that just kind of drifted out of contention.
So we've seen our friend out there again. That's our Javed. He had an interesting day in the field, didn't he? And it was nice to see him have a bowl there towards the end as well. This was a good catch. He's a classy player, that man. And Ahmed Khan, he has taken some really good catches in this one. Well, this one done. That bobbled away. Aftab says, well, that just bobbled, but unfortunately, Aftab, your foot was already over the line. But this is the one that goes into Fletcher's house once more. And we do say he does come out later. I hope we got him coming out of there as well. Oh, dear. Well, Fletch, he's lovely. And straight after that,
that was a great catch.
That was a great catch, wasn't it?
Khalid Mahmood. And this is Sanjay, who was involved in one of the world's slowest run-outs. And he just eyes him off.
I just would have loved to see that dive at the last minute just to get there.
Speaking of dives, Lakani, he gets on the ground. This one almost hits the helmet. Geez, we had a bit of everything, didn't we, in this innings? And ultimately, he would stick around to the very end. He lost a few partners along the way. That was Mudraj Dargate, who had to go. He wasn't alone. This one got through the fielder. And that was a rare boundary late on, but there weren't too many of them for the most part. As they're finding just new and cruel and unusual ways to get out.
The thing is, I didn't realise before, he actually looked back and saw the keeper coming and still carried on doing his little practicing. What if you're going to practice? Get inside the crease.
And Lakani is pretty lucky. I do think he gets back. I mean, the other camera actually probably shows it better. You see, in a perfect position there. Umpire Dab to make the decision. And ultimately, we saw a couple more sacrificial lambs, didn't we? And making it look easy. Lakani just trying to steal the strike, grab a few extra runs. And he got off the record in record time, didn't he? That was powering on. But it will be Hammarby that have all the power on this Wednesday afternoon, taking 4 points out of the 2 matches. And that just leaves 4 more matches in Group B. Day 10 on the way. The Tigers versus Umeå in the morning before SMI take on Mashta, the table toppers, in the second half of the day. Look, regardless of what happens in the first half of the game between the Tigers and Umeå, I think Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're going to have a real tough game, I think, regardless, on Friday. So they'll be really hopeful that they can perform well against Mashta. I mean, assuming they qualify, they're probably in 3rd or 4th. They'll have to play a higher-ranked opponent. And so what better practice than to take on the table toppers in matches 39 and 40?
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, though, I mean, this today was all about Umeå. They were watching nervously to see how those 2 matches went. They went exactly the way that Umeå wanted them to go, because if they can pick up 2 wins tomorrow, I think they're the team that will go, they'll go above the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. So I think tomorrow it's going to be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians watching how that match goes, because these 2 teams, well, they're watching one another to see which one of them will take that 4th place. It's everything to play for. And then, well, what a way to finish the group matches there. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians against Master, because that one, well, depending what happens in those first 2 matches, it could all change around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the watchers will become the watched, won't they? Well, it's been great to be here with you once again. 110-70 the final. But like you say, 4 more matches to go in Group B. Quarterfinals on Friday, finals on Saturday. And don't forget, whoever does win this tournament, they become one of the 4 teams in contention for ECL qualification. So it's going to be huge. Don't forget, Albi Zalmi, they top the table in Group A. And look, along with those other teams, will rejoin the party on Friday. So huge prize to play for, Rico. And we'll certainly watch with interest. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the live chat for getting involved today once again. We've really loved it. Thanks to everyone who helped, particularly Sammy, the Barbie master. We have a great lunch, and I've really enjoyed the way we've been looked after. We're just getting fed all the time, which is a bit dangerous. But thanks to you, Rico. It was another excellent day to be here with you. And what's the day in the chat? You were called Rico Sandu. Did I tell you about that? And
I told you yesterday was Day of the Brothers, and we are brothers.
Yeah, well, we certainly are. And look, I want to thank our entire cricket community. Keep spreading the word of ECN. I mean, it's unprecedented what we're doing. So much cricket, but involving so many people in European countries in cricket, creating this cricket, which has been spread all around the world now. I know we've got viewers everywhere. So we're going to come back and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Day 10 is on the way.
Certainly, I'm looking forward to it already. It's going to be all about those final positionings, and of course, who is going to make it through into the quarterfinals on Friday. Going to be a stunning day. Let's hope for more action, entertainment, drama, and a few thrillers as well.
Yeah, so we are going to leave you, and of course, at the end of this broadcast, we'll always have a few highlights of the day. But for now, from the Ice Cube, we're going to sign off. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full on behalf of the European cricket team and the entire European cricket family. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. But it's bye for now. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia.
With the crack of a bat, the ball flies over 4-6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions of European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.